Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, A Promise. The crowd in the exhibition hall witnessed Qin Wentian giving the scroll to Mu-Ro, and secretly sighed in their hearts. This guy is really willing to give it away. Many people are a little jealous of Mu-Ro. Of course, this situation seems to prove what Qin Wentian said. This scroll of divine patterns was indeed carved by him, otherwise, how could he give it to others? The Mu family gave birth to a good girl. An elder nodded to Mu-Ro with a smile. Seeing the old man, Mu-Ro was shocked. This old man has an unusual status in the imperial city. Not only him, but many people who came here today have extraordinary identities. There are several third-level weapon refining masters. Haha, Mu family girl, not bad. Someone laughed again, and Mu-Ro bowed to those who spoke to show respect. For a moment, Mu-Ro seemed to have become the focus of attention. This situation made Mu-Ro more and more moved. Girl Mu, please sell me this scroll. The old man in ordinary clothes spoke again. His voice was not loud, but when he finished speaking, it seemed to have a strange power that suppressed all the noisy voices in the hall. Mu-Ro looked at the man. She saw the attitude of the surrounding refiners towards the old man and guessed that this man was definitely not an ordinary person. She couldn't help but look at Qin Wentian. Girl, you should understand the principle of possessing a treasure and being guilty. Even you, an elder of the Royal Academy, may have the intention to embezzle this scroll, let alone other people. If you keep the scroll, it may bring you unwarranted disaster. The old man continued. Although his words were not very pleasant to hear, they did make some sense. The expression of the elder of the Royal Academy changed, and his face looked a little unhappy. Today, he was embarrassed. Mu-Ro was silent. This was Qin Wentian's birthday gift to her. From a friend's perspective, it was obviously not a good idea for her to use this gift to exchange for wealth. However, as the other party said, even if she wanted to keep this gift, could she really keep it? Not to mention these outsiders, her family would probably order her to hand it over. In that case, how could she not obey? Qin Wentian saw Mu-Ro looking at him and nodded slightly at her. Qin Wentian had experienced a lot of the evil of human hearts. If this scroll had not been exposed, it might not be a big deal, but since it caused such a big sensation, it was indeed a disaster for this gift to stay with Mu-Ro. Mu-Ro understood Qin Wentian's eyes, and she said, "This gift means a lot to me. What are you going to give me in exchange?" The old man looked at Mu-Ro, and when he saw that she was willing to give in, he was silent for a moment, and then he said, "In exchange for my promise, you can let me do something for you in the future." If anyone else said this, the crowd would probably laugh out loud, but after the old man said this, the space became extremely quiet, especially those who knew the old man's identity, who were even more shocked. Sometimes, a promise itself is incomparable to wealth, especially a promise from this old man. At this moment, no one even tried to compete with the old man. Mu-Ro's eyes fixed, and when she was hesitating, she heard a voice, "Mu-Ro, promise him." The owner of the voice walked to Mu-Ro's side, and Mu-Ro was surprised to see him appear. "Father." "Yes." Mu-Ro's father nodded, "Promise him." "Okay." Seeing her father's serious expression, Mu-Ro looked at the old man. "Senior, I agree." The old man nodded slightly, and then said to her, "People in your family should know where I am." "Okay." Mu-Ro stepped forward and handed the scroll to the other party. After the old man got the scroll, he looked at Qin Wentian again, with a smile in his eyes. "Young people are formidable, little guy, work hard, and you will have a bright future in the future. If you have time, you can often come to chat with me, an old man." The old man nodded to Qin Wentian and left. However, the words he said before leaving caused a huge wave of emotions in many people. The first half of this sentence was optimistic about his future, the second half meant that Qin Wentian could go to him and see him at any time. The crowd knew what this meant. You know, some of them were third-level refiners, and even if they came to the old man's door to ask for an audience, they might not be able to see him. But before the old man left, he told Qin Wentian that if he had time, he could go find him and have a chat. In addition to being shocked, many people were also quite regretful. They might not have the chance to see that subversive divine pattern scroll again. Unless Qin Wentian creates a similar divine pattern scroll again. Mu-Ro, I've wronged you these days. Come back to the family with me. Muro's father said to Muro. Looking at her father, Muro seemed a little reluctant. Don't worry, the resources taken away by the family will be replenished to you. Muro's father smiled, which made Muro's face condensed. Was it because of the old man's promise? To be more precise, was it because of Qin Wentian? Okay. Muro looked at Qin Wentian and said, I'll go back first. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded and smiled. Muro's father also nodded to Qin Wentian with a smile, and then took Muro away. The matter here was over, and Qin Wentian was also ready to leave. Many people here did not welcome him very much. However, before leaving, Qin Wentian's eyes fell on the elder of the Royal Academy. He looked at him and said calmly, I have something to say to you. Are all the teachers of the Royal Academy as shameless as you? After saying this, Qin Wentian took a step and walked outside. This sentence was obviously directed at the insulting words that the other party had said before. Are all the students of the Imperial Star Academy as shameless as you? This insulting voice included the entire Imperial Star Academy. Qin Wentian certainly remembered it. So the words he gave to the other party at this moment were like a loud slap in the face. Not long ago, Qin Wentian said that the Divine Pattern Scroll was his. However, the Royal Academy made all kinds of difficulties and insults, but the boy was always so calm and indifferent. The facts will give these people the best response. At this moment, the truth is revealed, and Qin Wentian's voice is the most powerful. Not only did it slap the elder in the face, but it also made those who had just insulted Qin Wentian lose face. This time, the humiliation was really terrible. Qin Wentian said as he walked out, and the crowd automatically made way for him. Many seniors gathered around Qin Wentian and chatted with him. Many of them had encountered bottlenecks in their attainments in divine runes, and it was difficult to break through. Now there was such a young man with extraordinary attainments in divine runes. If they could become friends and exchange experiences frequently in the future, it might be of great help to them. The young man who was still lonely not long ago, now seemed to have his status and position raised invisibly, even if this was the Royal Academy. If it was in other places, considering his own talent and cultivation, it would be even more admirable. Yizan and Liu Yan stood together, and they saw Qin Wentian walking by them with their own eyes. However, Qin Wentian smiled and chatted with the people around him, not even looking at them. Perhaps they were no longer qualified to attract Qin Wentian's attention. The arrogance he had when he came here was completely crushed at this moment. Especially Liu Yan, who lowered her head and said nothing at this moment. Perhaps they were not from the same world. Yizan looked a little angry, and even his expression was slightly distorted. In fact, Qin Wentian had never communicated with him, nor insulted him. His anger and distortion, perhaps, came from his arrogance being trampled on, but he was unwilling to admit this inferiority in his heart. What was he, Yizan? In the Yi family, there were several young people who were more outstanding than him. If he left the Yi family, he might be nothing. But looking at Qin Wentian's current glory, just by relying on his own efforts and talents, he had already left Yizan far behind. This comparison made Yizan feel ashamed in his heart, but he suppressed this inferiority. In fact, he had never thought that Qin Wentian had never thought of competing with him. In Qin Wentian's eyes, he, Yizan, had never been an important person. In addition to Yizan, there was also Guan Yu behind Mu Qing who had similar feelings. She had once looked down on Qin Wentian, and she had once been high above him, but now in front of him, she, the so-called genius, could only stand behind Mu Qing and watch Qin Wentian shine. Her complacent pride seemed to be nothing in front of Qin Wentian. Combat power had long been proven, and the talent for refining equipment? The Divine Pattern Scroll was enough to completely crush her inner pride. The people from Xian and Fang apologized and left quietly, but Ziyuan still stood there, not daring to speak. The elder of the Royal Academy looked at her with a sullen look and angrily scolded, "You did a good thing." At this moment, he seemed to want to vent the insults he had suffered on this student, so as to save his face in front of everyone. Ziyuan lowered her head in shame, not daring to speak. In fact, although she was wrong in this matter, the other party had no right to criticize her. As an elder of the academy, the other party asked her sister about the Divine Pattern Scroll. How could she disagree? As for what happened afterwards, it was completely the other party's own decision and had nothing to do with her. Muro could criticize her, but this teacher had no reason at all. However, there was no reason in this world. Even if the other party criticized her harshly, she, as an ordinary student of the Royal Academy, could only accept it. Isn't this a kind of sadness? Chapter 102 Gong Yang Hong. Qin Wentian walked out of the Imperial Academy. Behind him, the little bastard followed slowly. At the same time, there were many figures around Qin Wentian. The one closest to him was Lu Feng, the guest of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Since he was from the Divine Weapon Pavilion, he naturally felt closer. Senior Lu Feng, what is the identity of that old man just now? Qin Wentian asked with some curiosity. The old man looked very ordinary, but he used a promise to take away the divine pattern scroll that many people wanted to fight for, and at that time, no one even fought with him. Qin Wentian naturally noticed this abnormality. I was just about to tell you about this matter, Junlin Banquet, you should know it, right? Lu Feng said to Qin Wentian. Well, it's the most grand event in Chu at the end of each year. Qin Wentian nodded. Yes, in Chu, the King's Banquet is a very important banquet. At the King's Banquet, the talents of the young people are clear at a glance, and the top of the list of the King's Banquet every year will have a brilliant future. Most of them have left this land of Chu. Lu Feng said slowly, the old man is Gong Yang Hong. Young people nowadays may rarely hear his name, but 30 years ago, he was a young talent of a generation. If I remember correctly, the top spot of the King's Banquet of Chu 30 years ago was won by Gong Yang Hong. Qin Wentian's heart moved slightly. The top spot of the King's Banquet, and it was a person more than 30 years ago. Why does he look so old? Qin Wentian asked in confusion. People who practice cultivation, with strong spirit and vigorous blood, will look very young. Gong Yang Hong is less than 60 years old, and should be middle-aged, but he looks a little old. No one knows about this. Gong Yang Hong is a legendary figure. He won the first place in the Junlin Banquet that year, and Jiutian Palace wanted to recruit him as a disciple. Lu Feng said this and glanced around, then lowered his voice and said, however, Gong Yang Hong likes freedom and did not agree. After winning the first place in the Junlin Banquet, he left Chu directly. This matter should have ended here. People who left Chu rarely have news coming back. But just a few years ago, Gong Yang Hong returned to Chu. Moreover, he had never been exposed to refining in his youth, but after returning, he had extraordinary attainments in divine runes. He only carved divine runes 3 times, and he refined weapons with others. The divine weapons he refined 3 times were all peak 3rd order divine weapons. This matter caused quite a stir at the time, and Gong Yang Hong also had a bit of legendary color on him. Now he not only has extraordinary achievements in divine runes, but his own strength, although he has never shown it in front of others, is absolutely unfathomable. Lu Feng sighed and said that he highly respected Gong Yang Hong. After hearing this, Qin Wentian gradually understood that a promise from such a person was indeed extraordinary. Mu Ro's father immediately asked Mu Ro to agree. If there was anything that the Mu Mansion could not solve in the future, Gong Yang Hong's promise would be equivalent to a way out. Wentian, if there is a chance, you can indeed visit Gong Yang Hong and exchange your experience on the divine pattern. Lu Feng said with a smile. He used the word exchange, which obviously put Qin Wentian in a very high position. Where does Senior Gong Yang live? Qin Wentian asked. The Bamboo Forest Hut. Lu Feng smiled. There was only one place called the Bamboo Forest Hut in the Chu State Imperial City, and that was where Gong Yang Hong lived. This was not a secret. People who knew Gong Yang Hong's identity knew it, and people often went to the Bamboo Forest Hut to visit Gong Yang Hong, but very few people could see him. Can you take me there? Qin Wentian said with a smile, which made Lu Feng look serious. Are you going now? Sooner or later, I have to visit such a senior, so why not get to know the way first? Qin Wentian responded with a smile. Lu Feng would naturally not refuse this request. After leaving the Royal Academy, Qin Wentian and the people around him said goodbye and left the Royal Academy with Lu Feng. The divine pattern scroll engraved by Qin Wentian had caused quite a stir in the Imperial City, especially in the weapon refining world. And weapon refiners have always been the targets that the various forces in the Imperial City want to win over. Therefore, countless eyes are closely watching the affairs of the Royal Academy. No one expected that the final outcome would be so unexpected. Qin Wentian once again came into the side of the major forces. The last time when the boy stood in the wind and snow, the Emperor Star Academy and the Divine Weapon Pavilion stood behind him, and the major forces became somewhat curious about Qin Wentian. This time, Qin Wentian's performance once again attracted great attention, and many forces began to seriously investigate Qin Wentian. Although Qin Wentian's resume seems very simple, how did he become a genius of divine patterns? Is there any secret in Qin Wentian? In the Mu Mansion, in front of a desk, there is a page of documents in front of an old man, with some text annotated on it. The text is, Qin Wentian, Qin Chuan's adopted son, his specific family background is unknown. He was brought to the Qin Mansion by a disabled housekeeper when he was young, and then grew up in the Qin Mansion. At the age of 6, he was found to have problems with his meridians and could not practice. At the age of 13, he was engaged to Bai Kibukso of the Bai family. At the age of 16, the Bai family broke off the engagement, and Qin Wentian began to practice and released the Sky Hammer Star Soul in the 3 heavens. There are not many pieces of information written on this single page of documents, but it can roughly cover Qin Wentian's life. It was a very simple life, so simple that there was not much information at all. It was not until the information after entering the Imperial City that it became a little more complete. The old man picked up the pen and added a line of words at the end of the file, writing, Divine Pattern Genius, able to create third-order divine patterns, comprehension, demon level. After writing this line of words, the old man put down the pen, and saw a housekeeper standing outside the door. What's the matter? The old man asked in a low voice. Miss Mu is back. The housekeeper said in a low voice. The old man raised his head, looked at the housekeeper, and whispered, Yesterday was Mu's birthday, right? Yes. The housekeeper nodded. Prepare family dinner. The old man said calmly, the scale can be moderate, and the Mu family will celebrate together, but it must have the warmth of home. Yes. The housekeeper nodded, then bowed and retreated, and began to prepare. In a room in the Hwo mansion, there was also a figure standing in front of the desk, looking at the file in front of him, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. This was a middle-aged man, who looked gentle and elegant, like an ordinary scholar. The name on the file was also Qin Wentian. He had never paid much attention to this name before, even though he hoped that the owner of this name would die sooner. Although a young man from Xianyang City had extraordinary talent, he still had reason to believe that with Huo Chen, Yan Yuhan and others in the Imperial Star Academy, it should be easy to make this undeveloped genius disappear. However, the growth of this genius seemed to be a little fast, so fast that he attracted the attention of the Imperial Star Academy in a very short time, and now he is protected by the will of the Imperial Star Academy. Now, it seems that it is not so easy to get rid of this young man. How sure are you to let someone kill him? The middle-aged man whispered. 100%. Behind him, a figure stood there and responded calmly, as if as long as the middle-aged man nodded, he dared to guarantee that Qin Wentian would become a dead man. What is the probability of being found out by the Imperial Star Academy? The middle-aged man asked again. Direct assassination, 90%. The man responded again, still so accurate. Then, when the probability is reduced to less than 10%, we can do it. Of course, it would be best if we can borrow someone else's hand to do it. The middle-aged man said lightly 90%, this is courting death. He would never do such a risky thing. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Wentian grew too fast, he wouldn't even think about doing this. The Yi family should be more anxious than him. Okay. The person behind him responded. If you borrow a knife, you must not let it be traced to us. There can't be a slight possibility. The middle-aged man seemed to have thought of something and said it again. No one wants to violate the will of the Imperial Star Academy. Even the royal family sometimes has to give the Imperial Star Academy enough face. His Huo family is certainly not enough. He believes that as long as he orders, the people behind him will do a good job. Over the years, everything he has done has been good. The Junlin banquet is coming soon. I hope Cheddar can get good results this time. Chapter 103 Mystery in the Painting. In the suburbs of the Imperial City of Chu, there is a quiet green bamboo forest. This bamboo forest is backed by a mountain in the dark forest, which seems particularly peaceful. Qin Wentian and Lu Feng came here, looking at the green bamboo forest in front of them, full of vigorous life. We're here, but I can't go in with you. Lu Feng smiled bitterly, no one dares to enter this bamboo forest without permission. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, took the little bastard and took a step forward, then shouted, Junior Qin Wentian, meet Senior Guangyang. Come in. A vague voice came from the bamboo forest, and Qin Wentian saw that the bamboo forest in front of him seemed to move, and there was a path in the middle of the swaying green bamboo. I'll take my leave first. Lu Feng smiled at Qin Wentian. Thank you. Qin Wentian nodded, watched Lu Feng leave, and then he walked along the path and walked into the bamboo forest. The path was very deep. After walking for some time, Qin Wentian saw a simple hut in front of him. It was quiet and comfortable, as if isolated from the world. A wonderful place. Qin Wentian sighed in his heart and came to the hut. Guang Yanghong was sitting there, seemingly painting something. In front of him, there were many scrolls with strange patterns, as if they were all divine patterns. Senior Gonggang. Qin Wentian bowed to show respect. Boy, you came so fast. Come and take a look at this scroll. Guang Yanghong said to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian nodded and sat on the stool. Guang Yanghong took a scroll and handed it to him, which made Qin Wentian look condensed. The scroll handed to him was also a human-shaped scroll. Senior, what is this? Qin Wentian asked. Of course it is a divine pattern scroll. How long will it take you to comprehend it? Guang Yanghong asked Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian frowned when he heard what the other party said and looked at the scroll. In the scroll, there seemed to be a beautiful female figure, who pointed her finger forward, as if an endless aura was gushing out. Buzz! Qin Wentian's mind trembled violently, and he put down the scroll, his heart shaking. This scroll has probably reached the level of the fourth-order divine pattern. It is impossible for me to comprehend it in a short time. Qin Wentian looked at Guang Yanghong and said, Is this carved by the senior? How can I have this understanding? Guang Yanghong shook his head and said nothing more. How did you carve your divine pattern scroll? Guang Yanghong asked Qin Wentian. In a special state of comprehension, I wanted to integrate my own power into the divine pattern scroll. By chance, I carved that scroll. Qin Wentian responded. Integrate your own power into the scroll. Guang Yanghong looked at Qin Wentian, and a strange color flashed in his calm eyes. Yes, sometimes I wonder if the divine pattern is a kind of magical power. Do the two have anything in common? Qin Wentian nodded, but his casual words made Guang Yanghong's body tremble suddenly, and a huge wave of emotion arose in his heart. For a moment, he was stunned. The fit between the divine pattern and the magical power. Guang Yanghong's body trembled slightly. Comprehending the scroll? Magic power, magical power. Guang Yanghong seemed to have grasped something, staring at the scroll in front of Qin Wentian. If this is a magical power, what kind of magical power would it be? Guang Yanghong whispered, and the whole person seemed to change suddenly. He had been quiet all the time, but now he seemed to become crazy, staring at the scroll in a daze. The fourth-level divine pattern is countless times more complicated than the third-level divine pattern. Qin Wentian couldn't solve it either. In fact, as long as his mind sank into the divine pattern, he would feel a strong momentum coming at him. Qin Wentian was seen sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes, and running the dream casting technique in his body. He stepped into the dream, and in an instant, he appeared on the beach again. In front of Qin Wentian, there was the human-shaped scroll he had just seen. My dream, change. Qin Wentian's state of mind moved, and the human-shaped divine pattern scroll seemed to have undergone various changes, as if it had turned into a person, attacking forward. Qin Wentian has no way to deduce magical powers through this scroll, but he can make this divine pattern scroll produce various changes through dreaming, and then speculate which change can better fit the essence of this divine pattern scroll. After trying thousands of changes, Qin Wentian found that if this divine pattern scroll is regarded as a magical power, it has an endless power, as if it is eternal and indestructible, and an attack seems to be endless. After exiting the dream, Qin Wentian saw that Guang Yanghong was still in that state of daze. Suddenly, he seemed to wake up and stared at Qin Wentian and said, Use the power you feel from this divine pattern to attack me, quickly. Guang Yanghong's state surprised Qin Wentian a little. This divine pattern painting must be very important to him. Thinking of this, he stood up and then stabbed forward with his fingers. The void seemed to vibrate continuously and fell directly on Guang Yanghong. However, Qin Wentian felt that he had hit a copper wall and could not shake the opponent at all. Fingering, cascading attack? There is no such magical power, no. Guang Yanghong's eyes were struggling. Senior, this must be fingering. I can only comprehend a very one-sided part. It may also be spearmanship or swordmanship, but there must be a stream of endless artistic conception in it. Qin Wentian said. Spearmanship? Swordmanship? Endless life. Guang Yanghong fell into deep thought. After a long time, he suddenly stepped to the side and thrust out a sword. There seemed to be a roar of anger in front of him, destroying everything. The hurricane of the sword tore through and turned into a terrible whirlwind. With a hissing sound, The green bamboos in front were directly torn apart. Is it this kind? Guang Yanghong stared at Qin Wentian and said. It is very likely. Qin Wentian felt the sword in tension and was shocked. Guang Yanghong's strength was so terrible. 9 swords of life, this is the 9 swords of life? Guang Yanghong seemed to be very excited. He glanced at Qin Wentian and then saw him rushing into his hut. After a while, Qin Wentian saw him take out 3 more divine pattern scrolls and handed them to Qin Wentian at the same time, saying, "Come, help me take a look and tell me the artistic conception contained in them." Guang Yanghong himself was a powerful weapon refiner, and his attainments in divine patterns were naturally very high. However, at this moment, he was completely out of control. What kind of scroll would make Guang Yanghong fall into such a crazy state? Okay. Qin Wentian nodded slightly and took the second scroll. This scroll still showed a figure, with his hand waving out. Nothing could be seen, but it seemed to contain a terrifying power. Qin Wentian entered the dream state again, found out many changes, and then communicated with Guang Yanghong. However, Guang Yanghong could not find the corresponding magical power. Senior, perhaps this magical power is something you have not practiced. Qin Wentian saw Guang Yanghong and said. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If it is true as you said, there are magical powers in the divine pattern, I will definitely know. I have not practiced the 9 swords of life and death. Guang Yanghong said firmly. He followed Qin Wentian's description and continuously sent out hundreds of magical powers. A large area of the bamboo forest in front was destroyed. Senior Gong Yang knows too many magical powers. Even if you have not practiced, you can copy its artistic conception. It's terrible. Qin Wentian was quite shocked. However, at this time, he took another look at the scroll and whispered, perhaps, this itself is a magical power that contains many changes. What did you say? Guang Yanghong heard this sentence and roared as if he had grasped something. Senior, maybe this magical power contains changes. Qin Wentian spoke again. Guang Yanghong took a deep breath, then took a step forward and stretched out his hand. This time, he did nothing, but Qin Wentian felt that he could make various changes in the next move. Yes, Senior, it's very close. It's exactly this feeling. Qin Wentian's eyes lit up. Aspectless magical power. Guang Yanghong whispered and said to Qin Wentian, look at the next one. Qin Wentian nodded. The third picture was a very beautiful posture, which didn't look like a magical skill at all. The two discussed for a long time, and the sky gradually darkened, but there was still no result. After a sleepless night, the two were still discussing. In the end, Guang Yanghong used a very suitable action. Although there was no charm at all, and it was even very awkward, it still made Qin Wentian's eyes light up. It is very likely that this is it. This is the starting form of a set of body movements, called Yi Renbu, which contains many variations. Guang Yanghong whispered and continued, there is only one scroll left. Qin Wentian nodded and comprehended the last scroll. This scroll was the only one with a male figure, and he was just standing there. Only his pupils were extremely extraordinary. Guang Yanghong just glanced at it for a few times, then sighed and said, I only know about the first 3 magical powers, but I have never practiced them. But I know what this 4th magical power is, the Eye of Death. Guang Yanghong's voice fell, his pupils sunken, Qin Wentian's heart trembled, but in just a moment Guang Yanghong's eyes returned to normal. This is the magical power I am best at, and the 9 swords of life is her favorite magical power. I have also heard of the formless magic power and Yi Renbu. Why, today, I understand that the 4 divine pattern scrolls contain 4 magical powers. Guang Yanghong took a deep breath and looked into the void. 9 swords of life and breath, Eye of Death, formless divine power, dependent steps. Qin Wentian murmured, life, death, no, dependence, no, it should be, life, death, dependence. Qin Wentian's whisper fell into Guang Yanghong's ears, but it was like a lightning bolt, directly hitting his mind, making his steps stiffen in place, as if he had stopped thinking. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt a repressed breath, and this space was a little scary in silence. Life and death depend on each other, ha, life and death depend on each other, Guang Yanghong, you will not die well. Suddenly, Guang Yanghong roared to the sky, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground in anger. His eyes were still open, and those deep pupils were filled with endless regret and despair. Chapter 104 Wu Ming Diangang. Senior. Qin Wentian's heart trembled when he saw this scene. He exclaimed and came to Guang Yanghong. He squatted down and wanted to check Gong Yanghong's injuries. But Gong Yanghong waved his hand at him, his eyes still staring at the void. His empty pupils were filled with despair, grief, regret, pain and other negative emotions. One could feel his deep sadness at a glance. "Senior, take care of yourself." Qin Wentian sighed when he saw this look, thinking that Senior Gonggyang must have an unusual past. Life and death depend on each other, life and death depend on each other. For more than 20 years, everything was wrong. I was thinking about understanding the divine patterns in these 4 scrolls. For this reason, I began to study the divine patterns, but sadly, from the beginning, it was wrong. Gong Yanghong's voice was helpless and sad, as if he was talking to himself. If I knew that she didn't want me to comprehend the divine pattern scroll, but only wanted me to unlock the 4 magical powers hidden in the 4 scrolls, I believe that at most, it would only take me half a year to unlock them. After all, I have seen and known these 4 magical powers. It is even possible to unlock them within 2 or 3 months. Time is enough, but it took me more than 20 years. Gong Yanghong said to himself. Qin Wentian knew that what he said was right. If Gong Yanghong knew that these 4 scrolls contained 4 magical powers, with his knowledge and understanding, he only needed to start from this aspect. Half a year would be enough. After all, he knew the 4 magical powers and could even use their charm. However, Gong Yanghong's direction was completely wrong. I claim to be cool and unrestrained, but in fact I am inferior, cowardly, cold-blooded and ruthless. I am sorry for you. A tear slid down from the corner of Gong Yanghong's eyes. He lay there like a dead man. There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart. His heart was cold to the bone at this moment. At this moment, Qin Wentian saw Gong Yanghong's messy hair slowly turning white, and his heart trembled suddenly. "Senior, everything has passed for more than 20 years, why do you have to do this?" Qin Wentian advised. What kind of despair and pain can make hair turn white in an instant? In just a moment, the black silk turned into silver, and Gong Yanghong seemed to have aged by dozens of years. Gong Yanghong closed his eyes, and Qin Wentian sat beside him, not knowing what to say. The she he mentioned should be a woman, otherwise, how could she leave the 4 words life and death depend on each other to him? However, what Qin Wentian couldn't understand was that since the woman had such deep feelings, why didn't she tell Gong Yanghong in person, leaving behind decades of regrets and misunderstandings? Gong Yanghong closed his eyes, as if he had no breath. Qin Wentian sighed and didn't disturb him. He sat down not far from Gong Yanghong. He didn't leave either, worried that something might happen to Gong Yanghong. The bamboo hut became extremely quiet. Soon, another night fell. Starlight fell from the sky and landed on Qin Wentian. In his dream, he was practicing. He was bathed in the starlight, quiet and peaceful. A little bit of star energy continued to flow into his body and then circulated in the chakras and acupoints. At this time, Gong Yanghong opened his eyes and looked up at the starry sky with a strong sense of loss. Everything is your own fault. Gong Yanghong looked into the void and whispered in his heart. Back then, she was extremely talented and had numerous suitors. Although you acted cool and carefree, you actually had a sense of inferiority in your heart. If you didn't have a sense of inferiority, why did you spend so much time together? Couldn't you feel her feelings for you? Back then, she rejected 18 marriage proposals, and the people she rejected were all evildoers from major sects, who were worse than you. Why did she reject them? Why did she say all this to you? However, you were inferior and incompetent, and you didn't even dare to speak up and express your feelings. Back then, everyone was jealous of you. Why was she jealous? Because she was only close to you. Because of jealousy, she seriously injured you. For this reason, she asked your father for medicine for you. However, after the 19th marriage proposal, she finally remained silent. Can't you really see the reason? Even when she came to see you for the last time, you still didn't say anything. She left 4 scrolls and gave you a year. Even if you didn't comprehend the scrolls in this year, as long as you spoke, she would still go with you at all costs, just because of these 4 words, life and death depend on each other. But you still didn't. You watched her marry someone else with your own eyes. You even looked at her with indifference and watched everything happen. Can't you understand how desperate and indifferent she looked at you? Gong Yanghong, you really deserve to die. Gong Yanghong thought about the past scenes of more than 20 years ago. In his heart, there was only pain. He just stared at the night sky in a daze, lonely and desolate. The air in the early morning was a little wet. In the bamboo forest in front, crystal dewdrops hung on the green bamboos. Qin Wentian opened his eyes and saw Gong Yanghong sitting there, with a head full of silver hair hanging down, looking particularly old. Qin Wentian thought to himself, and called out, "Senior, you're awake." Gong Yanghong turned his eyes and smiled at Qin Wentian, as if he had come out of yesterday's madness, which made Qin Wentian secretly relieved. "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded. "How did you connect the divine pattern with the magical power?" Gong Yanghong asked curiously. She was also a genius and proficient in divine patterns. The fact that she was able to carve 4 scrolls for him more than 20 years ago was the best proof. Moreover, like Qin Wentian, she had obviously discovered a connection between the divine pattern and the magical power. It was also a sudden inspiration. I practiced a magical power technique that required the power of the divine pattern. Later, I had some understanding of the divine pattern, and unconsciously connected the two together. Qin Wentian replied with a smile. Gong Yanghong looked at the innocent smile on the boy's face and couldn't help but think of his youth. Unfortunately, he wasted more than 20 years of his life, leaving only regret. If you meet a girl who makes your heart beat, don't miss her. You must take the initiative to speak. Gong Yanghong suddenly said to Qin Wentian, which made Qin Wentian stunned for a moment. He was a little confused. This jump was too big. Qin Wentian smiled foolishly, nodded, and said, "Okay." But up to now, he seems to have not met a girl who really makes him fall in love. If he said that his heart beat, the scene in the snow that day appeared in his mind involuntarily. Snowflakes fell all over the sky. The girl sat on the ground with him, called him a fool, and then left with a smile. The scene was really beautiful. What am I thinking about? Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and shook his head. Remember not to miss her, otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Gong Yanghong sighed deeply and said, "You can connect the divine pattern with the magical power, but have you ever connected the star soul with your attacking magical power?" "Senior, the attack of magical power contains a trace of the power of the star soul. The star energy given by different star souls can determine what kind of magical power you practice. As for the deeper connection, I have never seen the way." Qin Wentian responded. Although he said so, in fact, Qin Wentian already had such a feeling. The last time he fought with Yan Yuhan and Luo Qiankyu, he had already wanted to use the power of dreams in the attack. You should know that above the Yuanfu realm is the Xiangang realm, but do you know what the symbol of the Xiangang realm is? Gong Yanghong asked Qin Wentian. Junior doesn't know. Qin Wentian responded. He is only in the Lunmei realm now. How can he contact people at the level of the Xiangang realm? The Xiangang realm can already stand at the top of the Chu state. Condense the Wuming Xiangang, which is also the Star Soul Xiangang. At that time, your Star Soul itself will be the most direct combat power. A powerful Wuming Xiangang is more powerful than a magic weapon, Gong Yanghong said to Qin Wentian. Sooner or later, the Star Soul itself will be transformed into combat power. However, the condensation of the Wuming Xiangang requires too many resources. It is a huge hurdle from the Yuanfu realm to the Xiangang realm. Many people will never be able to cross this heavenly mirror in their entire lives, even including many people with outstanding talents. If you can use the Star Soul in combat power earlier, when you condense the Wuming Xiangang in the future, you will have a deeper understanding and it will be easier than others, which will increase your chances. Gong Yanghong taught Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian listened carefully. This was the experience of the predecessors, extremely valuable lessons from experience. Look at my eyes. Gong Yanghong said to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked into his eyes, and then he saw a pair of death pupils, as if a sense of death rushed into his mind. Fortunately, the state of mind disappeared instantly, but at that moment, Qin Wentian's heart still beat. A single look was so terrifying. This is the combination of my Star Soul and the magical power of the Eye of Death? This kind of magical power can probably only be cultivated by a Star Soul like mine. Gong Yanghong said again, therefore, you must remember to use your Star Soul all the time. It will be your most powerful weapon in the future, and it is also the key to improving your realm. Thank you for your advice, Senior. Qin Wentian bowed. It's just a little bit of experience, not really any advice. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I still wouldn't be able to decipher these 4 scrolls. Gong Yanghong sighed. Qin Wentian, you are in the right direction. Star souls, divine patterns, and magical powers are all for cultivation. As the saying goes, all rivers flow into the sea, and all great ways have the same source. Practice hard, Live your life well, and don't leave any regrets. You, go ahead. I'll give you these 4 scrolls if you can decipher them. Guang Yanghong seemed to treat Qin Wentian as a junior. Qin Wentian glanced at the silver-haired Guang Yanghong, took the scroll from the other's hand, stood up, saluted again, and then bowed and left. Take care, senior. I'll come to see you often in the future. Qin Wentian left a voice and then stepped into the bamboo forest. The little bastard rushed out from the side and followed him. Chapter 105 Are you Ohuan's teasing? The Imperial Star Academy was more lively than usual. At the end of the year, many disciples who had been training outside returned. Under the sun, the laughter of young men and women filled the entire academy with vigor. The most talked about topic in the academy was naturally how strong those famous disciples were after returning, and whether they could achieve outstanding results at the king's banquet. Many people occasionally mentioned Qin Wentian's name. This name could be said to be the most frequently mentioned name in the Imperial Star Academy this year, comparable to Luo Qianqi last year. After all, this year, the freshmen who entered the Imperial Star Academy did a lot of great things. Many returning students admired Qin Wentian very much. Of course, some people who had been training outside for a long time heard about Qin Wentian's story as soon as they returned to the academy. They were proud and had a bit of rebellious thoughts, thinking that they would have a chance to compete with this freshman to see if this boy was as legendary as the rumors said. These public opinions caused Qin Wentian to attract great attention every time he walked in the academy, especially after the Royal Academy incident. When he returned to the academy again, more eyes were focused on him, which made Qin Wentian smile bitterly in his heart. He really felt the treatment of a celebrity. However, this feeling of being stared at wherever he went was not very good. Returning to his own courtyard, Qin Wentian found that in addition to Qin Yao, senior sister Ruahun was also there. Senior sister, why are you here? Qin Wentian smiled and stepped forward. Come and chat with Qin Yao. You, a guy, have made such a big fuss outside again. Now you are a celebrity. When will you give senior sister a set of divine pattern scrolls? Ruahun looked at Qin Wentian with a smile. If senior sister likes it, I will definitely send it to you in person next time I can create a divine pattern scroll. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Don't lie to me. A glimmer of light flashed in Ruahun's beautiful eyes. Of course, not to mention one, senior sister wants 5 or 6 scrolls. If I have them, I will give them to you. Qin Wentian said with a smile, which made Ruahun smile even brighter. I have loved you for a reason. Come here, senior sister will give you a kiss. Oh. Qin Wentian looked at Ruahun's charming expression, his eyes flashed, and then he smiled bitterly. Senior sister, don't tempt me. Ruahun's charm is very great. Qin Wentian has seen many beauties, but only Mo Qingcheng and Ruahun can make him feel a little moved, but they are 2 different kinds of heart-moving beauty. Mo Qingcheng is a beauty in the world. It is difficult to remain calm and peaceful when seeing her. And senior sister Ruahun is too sexy and has a special attraction to men. Seeing Qin Wentian's look, Ruahun laughed happily, and Qin Yao also said, Sister Ruahun, don't tease this boy. This guy is already 17 years old. I wonder if there is a girl he likes. I'm curious too. Ruahun stared at Qin Wentian and said, Sister, now my mind is only on cultivation and rescuing my father. How can I think about that? Qin Wentian felt a little embarrassed when he saw the 2 beauties questioning him. Don't answer? It seems that you have one. Let me guess. Ruahun's beautiful eyes flickered, and she said, Is it Mo Qingcheng, the most beautiful woman in Chu? I heard that at the last banquet of Chu Xianjiao, she deliberately asked you to chat, but it made many people envious. Sister, you can't guess like that. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly, and his mind couldn't help but recall the scenes of meeting Mo Qingcheng several times. Why should I be embarrassed to admit it? Ruahun still smiled and said, That delicate little girl is indeed beautiful. She is definitely worthy of the title of the most beautiful girl in Shu. At least I have never seen such a beautiful girl in the Imperial City. Moreover, her talent is extremely excellent. In the Imperial City, there are many men among the top 10 beauties in the capital who are drooling over her. Ruahun looked at Qin Wentian and seemed to be interested. She continued, No matter how I look at it, I think that only that girl can be worthy of my junior brother. Do you want me to ask teacher Mo Shuang to match you up? The grandpa of that girl is your master's grandfather. Qin Wentian couldn't resist Ruahun's interest and could only smile bitterly. Not saying anything means admitting it. A young genius and the most beautiful woman in Chu, not bad, not bad. Ruahun said to herself. Qin Yao beside her couldn't stop laughing when she saw Qin Wentian's embarrassment. She thought to herself that if Wentian could marry this most beautiful woman and Chu with outstanding talent and appearance, it would be great, and she would be happy in her heart. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, but I'm telling the truth. If you want to pursue that little girl, I will definitely support you. Are you? Oh, Huan said with a smile. There's a party at the Emperor Star Monument today. I'm going there. Wentian, why don't you come with me and see the outstanding students of our Emperor Star Academy? What party? Qin Wentian asked curiously. It's almost the end of the year, and many students have returned to the Emperor Star Academy. They like to get together to brag, exchange experiences, and show off what they have done in the past year. Although many people do it for vanity, some people who are truly sincere in communicating can learn something. Ruahun explained to Qin Wentian, everyone who goes there will not be weak. At least they will have the strength of the 7th level of the chakra. Otherwise, they would be embarrassed to sit under the Emperor Star Monument. But you are fully qualified to go. You are the top freshman in the Emperor Star Academy and a 17-year-old master who can create third-order divine patterns. The Emperor Star Academy has never had such a genius. Sister, don't brag about me. Qin Wentian said with a wry smile, senior sister and I will go and take a look. After all, I don't have much time to walk around the Emperor Star Academy. I just happened to take this opportunity to get to know some outstanding people in our academy. I'll go with you to take a look. Qin Yao said with a smile. Okay, let's go together. Ruahun pulled Qin Yao, and the two walked side by side. They had a very good relationship. Seeing this scene, Qin Wentian felt a little warm in his heart. Although senior sister Ruahun liked to joke and her words seemed irrelevant, she did take too much care of him and sister Qin Yao, and you couldn't feel that kind of unintentional care unless you carefully experienced it. The students of the Imperial Star Academy, who didn't work hard to practice, who would have too much time to waste on outsiders. Senior sister Ruahun and sister Qin Yao didn't have any relationship, but she often came to see sister Qin Yao and became friends with her, obviously because she was afraid that Qin Yao would be lonely. Qin Wentian silently remembered this gratitude in his heart. If he kept talking about it, with senior sister Ruahun's personality, she would probably be too lazy to pay attention to him. In the Imperial Star Academy, there are 9 stone tablets, called the Imperial Star Tablets, with many words engraved on them, recording the 3,000 years of history of the Imperial Star Academy. In front of the Imperial Star Tablet, there is a circular square with stone platforms on it. At this moment, many young figures are sitting on the stone platforms at the edge of the circular square. Every year, many outstanding students from the Imperial Star Academy would sit on these stone platforms, looking at the Imperial Star Monument in front of them, admiring the glory of their predecessors, and at the same time aspiring to write history for the Imperial Star Academy. Under the stone steps of the square, there were more figures. They looked up at the stone platform with some respect in their eyes. Those who were sitting on it at the moment were all outstanding disciples of the Imperial Star Academy and were respected. The strength of the senior brothers above are all above the 7th level of the Chakra Meridian. I wonder when I can reach the upper 3rd level of the Chakra Meridian. Not only are they above the 7th level of the Chakra Meridian, they also have some deeds themselves, otherwise they would be embarrassed to sit on the stone platform with others. That's right. Our Emperor Star Academy has a history of so many years, and there is fresh blood replenished every year. There are many geniuses. Just in the upper 3rd level of the Chakra Meridian, there are many senior brothers at this stage. If you don't have something special, you really can't be qualified to compete with others. Below, many people looked at the figures standing on the stone platform, discussing which student is stronger now. They are always curious about this. Senior sister Ruahun from Qingyuan League is here. She is still as charming as ever. The beautiful woman next to her is Qin Yao, and the man is Qin Wentian, who is here too. A path was cleared between the crowd, and on the stone platform, many people looked at Ruahun and Qin Wentian. One person smiled and said, Ruahun, I heard that you have now entered the 9th level of the wheel channel, so come up quickly. Next to you is junior brother Qin, please come up and have a chat. Another person smiled and said. Ruahun took Qin Wentian's hand, and then the two of them walked up the stairs and sat on 2 adjacent stone platforms. Seeing this scene, many people's eyes showed sharpness. Ruahun and Qin Wentian seemed to be a little close, and some people were quite unhappy. After all, Ruahun's talent and appearance meant that many people in the Emperor Star Academy also pursued her. Qin Wentian seemed to feel this hostility, and he smiled bitterly in his heart, thinking that senior sister Ruahun had hurt him. At this moment, he could clearly feel that someone was looking at him with a cold look. However, he looked normal, looking at the many figures on the stone platform. There were more than 30 people on the stone platform, and their cultivation was probably above the 3rd level of the chakra. This was the foundation of the Imperial Star Academy. In the future, these people would have the opportunity to impact the Yuanfu realm. Moreover, there were still many people who had not arrived, such as Luo Qianqiu, Huo Chen and others. There were so many people at this level in the Imperial Star Academy alone. It was conceivable that at the end of the year, the Junlin banquet would collide with such a brilliant flame. Chapter 106, Vicious Thoughts. In front of the Emperor Star Monument, many outstanding disciples sat on the stone platform, attracting the attention of many students of the Emperor Star Academy, and more people gathered. At this moment, a figure in front of the Emperor Star Monument said with a smile, "It's less than a month before the end of the year. It's a great pleasure to sit together with all the brothers and sisters, admire the style of the predecessors, and talk about the experience of cultivation." Senior Brother Chu is polite. It is a blessing to be able to sit and chat with Senior Brother Chu. Someone said politely. This person is called Chumo, and he is quite powerful. Among the top 10 beauties of the Imperial City this generation, there are 2 people in my Emperor Star Academy. This Chumo is one of them, and he ranks 4th among the top 10 beauties in the capital. Ruahun whispered to Qin Wentian beside him. Qin Wentian took a serious look at Chumo. This person was about 18 or 19 years old, like a handsome scholar, with soft lines on his face, and very friendly. Is the other person here? Qin Wentian asked curiously. Next to Chumo, there is a person named Jiang Xiu, who ranks 10th from the bottom of the top 10 in the capital. However, you must not underestimate the 10th person. Although the top 10 in the capital only select outstanding young people under the age of 20, even so, most of their cultivation is very close. Except for those who have entered the Yuan mansion, the combat power of others will not be too different. Are you? Oh, Huan continued, the top 10 in the capital are always the top 3 regular guests at the annual King's Banquet. Of course, after the annual King's Banquet, the top 10 in the capital will be re-ranked. Luo Cheng, you are in the Shiro League. I haven't seen you for a year. I think your combat power has greatly improved. Do you have any experience to share? Chumo ranked 4th among the top 10 in the capital. He was vaguely regarded as the host of this party. He took the lead in speaking to a young man who seemed quite mature. Although Luo Cheng was not very old, he seemed to be in his 20s, a little more mature than his peers, and his eyes were a little wild. The people of Shiro League are all crazy. They are extremely cruel to themselves. They often train in the dark forest for a year or even several years at a time. They are simply desperate, and their combat effectiveness is also very outstanding. Is anyone willing to try? Luo Cheng said calmly, causing everyone's eyes to stagnate. Luo Cheng had the strength of the 6th level of the Wheel Channel last year. It is said that he has now entered the 8th level of the Wheel Channel. His combat effectiveness is probably very strong. How about I try it? Only one person said, and immediately many people looked at him. Then, Dashin walked to the middle of the square and looked at Luo Cheng and said, "Let me see how much your strength has improved." Dashin, be careful. Ruahun shouted. Dashin grinned at this side, and nodded to Qin Wentian. What level is Dashin brother now? Qin Wentian asked Ruahun. The peak of the 8th level of the Wheel Channel. Ruahun said. Luo Cheng stood up from the stone platform and walked to the opposite side of Dashin. In his hand, a star-shaped sword appeared, revealing a cold and icy meaning. Boom! Luo Cheng took a step forward, like a monster, his body sank, and the big knife slashed out. A gorgeous knife light appeared in the void, dazzling and cold. Dashin shouted, and the rocks roared. He saw his fist light blasting out, like steel, blasting towards the big knife. However, Luo Cheng's knife light changed direction, like lightning, slashing towards Dashin's throat. Even if the sun was shining down from the sky, everyone could already feel a trace of chill. The blade was too cold. What a strange knife. Brother Dashin will suffer in this battle. Qin Wentian said in a low voice. Sure enough, after several collisions, Dashin was a little tired. His attack power was not weaker than the opponent, and his defense might be better than the opponent. However, Luo Cheng's knife method was weird, and the knife was unconventional. It was a completely murderous knife method, and it was even hard to tell what kind of magical knife method it was. Swish! Another cold light flashed by, and the two stopped moving. Luo Cheng's knife had disappeared, and Destin stood there in a daze, saying, "I lost." A few strands of hair fell from Destin's head, and Destin felt a little cold on his head. If Luo Cheng's knife had been a little off, he would have died. The attack was in accordance with the rules, and the magic skills did not contain any of his own changes. How can he not lose? Luo Cheng said calmly, then walked back to the stone platform and sat down calmly. "Thank you." Destin quickly recovered, smiled at Luo Cheng, and then walked back to his seat, not caring about the failure just now. At this moment, Qin Wentian seemed to understand the significance of this kind of gathering at the Emperor Star Academy. As a contest between geniuses, learning from others' strengths and understanding one's own shortcomings, this kind of class is more direct and more impactful than the class taught by the teacher. Indeed, the magic skills were created by the predecessors, so why can't we integrate our own understanding into them? Luo Cheng's swordsmanship obviously incorporates his own understanding, the understanding honed in life and death, and the lethality is stronger. Qin Wentian thought to himself, and he thought of his divine pattern scroll again. That divine pattern was an ideal attack that he wanted to achieve, but he could never really understand it. After that, several people competed with each other, each with their own characteristics. The young student exerted the power of the chakra to the extreme, and every part of him seemed to be able to attack, which made Qin Wentian deeply feel that everyone had something worth learning. The students under the stone platform listened to the discussions of the senior brothers above, and they were also very quiet and studied seriously. This was also a rare opportunity for them. At this time, on the stone platform, Chiumo's eyes fell on Qin Wentian, and he said with a smile, "Junior brother Qin has outstanding talent. He was able to create the third-level divine pattern at a young age and is famous in Chu City. Do you have any experience that you are willing to share with the senior brothers and sisters?" Qin Wentian is a freshman at the Imperial Star Academy, and the only freshman on the stone platform, so the people here are naturally his senior brothers and sisters. My cultivation is shallow, and I dare not talk about my experience in front of my senior brothers and sisters. Listening carefully and learning is what Qin Wentian should do. Qin Wentian said modestly, and he was not all polite. Although he was outstandingly talented and his cultivation speed was extraordinary, he did feel that he had a lot to learn in some aspects. "Junior brother, you are too modest. It is extremely rare for you to advance from the body refining realm to the 6th level of the wheel meridians in just 1 year. What is even more admirable is that you have such a strong understanding of the divine runes. As we all know, it takes a lot of time for a weapon refiner to study the divine runes. Junior brother, you can practice both. How can you not have some merits?" Chiumo said with a smile, appearing very graceful. "If I really want to find the reason, it may be because my first star soul was originally a forging star soul, which gives me some advantages in understanding divine patterns, plus I have better luck," Qin Wentian said calmly. "So that's how it is. I still want to advise you, junior brother. Cultivation is not easy. This world is a world of martial arts after all. Strong power is the eternal pursuit. Although divine patterns are also important, you don't need to spend too much time on cultivation. Otherwise, if you sink into it and fail to devote yourself to martial arts, you will go astray." Chiumo said slowly, "After all, there are countless geniuses who have fallen on the road of martial arts cultivation. Even some people who were talented when they were young often encounter bottlenecks when they break through, so that they cannot break through for the rest of their lives. Or they used to practice very fast, but because their martial arts heart was not strong enough, they gradually became mediocre. There are many such examples." Chiumo's tone seemed to be teaching junior brothers and sisters, but everyone felt something was wrong. Qin Wentian showed outstanding talent, and Chiumo should have blessed him. Even if he wanted to remind Qin Wentian, he should have stopped at the right time. Why did he say so much? Moreover, it seemed as if he was saying that Qin Wentian would become a fallen genius. Such words, intentionally or unintentionally, have already had a hint of targeting, but it was not very obvious. Qin Wentian was not a mediocre person. Of course, he also felt that Chiumo had said too much to him. However, he did not understand why Chiumo targeted him. It seemed that he and Chiumo were not very familiar with each other, let alone any grudges. However, he was not angry in front of many people. He smiled casually and said, "My senior brother reminded me. It would be best if you could listen to my advice." Chumo nodded to Qin Wentian and said, "There has never been a person in the history of Chu who created a third-level divine pattern at the age of 17. You must have had extraordinary adventures and have many third-level divine patterns that others do not have. This is why you are what you are today. However, on the road of cultivation, adventures and luck are secondary. More importantly, you still have to rely on yourself." If Chumo's previous sentence was still a little vague, then the following sentence was undoubtedly revealed. In those seemingly polite words, to put it mildly, they were questioning Qin Wentian. He first said that there had never been a person in Chu who created a third-order divine pattern at the age of 17. Then he said that Qin Wentian had an extraordinary adventure and had many third-order divine patterns that others did not have. This was undoubtedly a hint that the divine pattern was not created by Qin Wentian himself, but that he already had it. If this sentence was to be understood more seriously, it would not only be a question, but also extremely vicious. The subversive third-order divine pattern had never appeared in Chu, and he was able to carve it at such a young age. How big was this adventure? How many kinds of divine patterns did Qin Wentian get behind him? It was okay in the academy, but if it was outside the academy, how many people would covet it and attack Qin Wentian? Qin Wentian's brows were obviously frowned. Ruohun beside him also showed an extremely unhappy look. The thoughts hidden in Chumo's words were too vicious. Chapter 107 Deliberately Targeting. Qin Wentian sat cross-legged on the stone platform, and everyone's eyes fell on him. Chumo's words seemed to remind them that the subversive painting in the rumors was really created by Qin Wentian himself. He was able to carve the third-level divine pattern at the age of 17, and he must have had an extraordinary adventure. Qin Wentian, there is a secret. Many people had a thought in their minds, and their eyes carefully examined Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian could clearly feel the ray of gaze. At this time, he had a sense of anger in his heart. He was very angry, and he certainly had reason to be angry. Today was the first time he met Chumo. If the other party questioned his practice, it would be fine, but such a vicious targeting, what kind of thoughts were hidden under his face? With a gentle smile? Looking at Chumo's calm eyes, Qin Wentian suppressed his emotions and said, "Brother, I don't agree with what you said." "Oh." Chumo showed a strange look, then smiled, looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Brother Qin, do you only want to rely on adventures instead of your own efforts to improve your strength? Adventures are luck, and luck comes naturally. I naturally won't deliberately think about this illusory thing, but isn't luck a kind of strength?" Qin Wentian looked at Chumo and said, "Now there is a fourth-level magic weapon or a first-level magical power in front of you, do you want it or not?" "Of course." Chumo said. "Brother, why don't you think about relying on yourself now, not relying on this kind of adventure, and just give it up?" Qin Wentian looked at Chumo and continued. Chumo looked at Qin Wentian with a hint of contempt on his face, and said, "This is sophistry and absurd." "Sophistry?" Qin Wentian said calmly, "The way of martial arts is difficult. A strong man standing at the top will experience endless life and death. Without some luck, how can they turn danger into safety and survive in desperate situations? How can they continue to obtain better skills and stronger magical powers? Any person who is able to reach the sky, in addition to his own talent and hard work, must have good luck. Brother, do you agree?" "I agree. That's why I said that adventure is secondary, but more importantly, it's still yourself. Why bother to explain, Brother Qin?" Chumo said with a smile. The third prince of Chu State, Chu Xianjiao, had a strange encounter since he was born, because he was born into the royal family of Chu State. This strange encounter gave him enough cultivation resources to support his practice. Therefore, the people of Chu State called him a great genius and respected him. Senior brother dares to stand in front of Chu Xianjiao and say that you are who you are now because you were born into the royal family. You must remember that you need to rely on yourself more in practice. Qin Wentian was neither happy nor angry, and still spoke calmly. The atmosphere on the stone platform became subtle for a while. Chumo deliberately targeted Qin Wentian, and the crowd could naturally see it. After all, he was his senior brother, and one of the top 10 beauties in the capital, ranking 4th. Even if he was deliberately targeting him, it seemed that there was not much fault in his words. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian actually refuted Chumo with Chu Xianjiao. "It's ridiculous. What qualifications do you have to be compared with a third prince?" A cold voice came. Qin Wentian looked at the person who spoke. It was Jiang Xiu next to Chumo. He was also one of the top 10 beauties in the capital, but ranked at the bottom. He had admiration for those who ranked ahead of him, not to mention Chu Xianjiao who ranked second. Qin Wentian used Chu Xianjiao as an example, which seemed to put Chu Xianjiao and himself together. Naturally, he was unhappy. Qin Wentian was in high spirits today and came to listen to the exchange of senior brothers in the academy, but he didn't expect that someone would deliberately target him. He was angry. He was a young man with blood and energy. He was provoked repeatedly. At this moment, the blood in his chest was also boiling. He couldn't help but snorted coldly, "Why can't we be compared? The third prince Chu Xianjiao has entered the realm of Yuanfu more than a year ago. What is your cultivation?" Jiang Xiu looked at Qin Wentian with a bit of coldness in his eyes. "I have been in the Emperor Star Academy for 1 year. I have advanced from the body refining realm to the 6th level of the Wheel Meridian realm and defeated the senior student Yan Yuhan. It is not an exaggeration to say that my combat power is comparable to that of the 7th level of the Wheel Meridian realm. I can engrave third-order divine patterns. There are only a few young people under the age of 20 in the state of Chu who can do that. There is nothing wrong with comparing myself with Chu Xianjiao. Now that I am not as good as him, am I destined to be inferior to him forever?" Qin Wentian was aroused with pride. Looking at Jiang Xiu, he retorted, "According to your logic, a weak person dare not compare himself with those who are stronger than himself. Could it be that he only dares to compare himself with those who are weaker than himself? It's ridiculous. You don't even have the belief to catch up with the strong, let alone surpass your predecessors. It seems that there is a reason why you are ranked at the end of the top 10 beauties in the capital. How dare you?" Jiang Xiu was provoked by Qin Wentian and could not help but scold angrily, with the cold light flashing in his eyes. Qin Wentian's voice was very impolite, and he humiliated him bluntly. He didn't have Chumo's self-restraint, so he couldn't help but scold him. As one of the top 10 beauties in Beijing, Jiang Xiu was always looked up to by others when he walked in the academy. At this moment, in front of many students, he was insulted by a freshman. Naturally, he felt embarrassed and his face was ashamed. How dare you? Shouldn't a martial artist have the belief and will to become stronger? Everyone present is an outstanding disciple of the Emperor Star Academy. Who would be willing to be inferior to others? Today, senior brother Chumo taught me with such words. The reason is actually very simple, just because he is better than me. Qin Wentian said slowly, which made everyone in the audience agree. Qin Wentian's words were sharp. The reason why Chumo spoke to him like this was because Chumo was better than him. He was one of the top 10 beauties in Beijing and ranked 4th, while he, Qin Wentian, was only at the 6th level of the Wheel Meridian. Just as Qin Wentian said, if it was Chu Xianjiao, Chumo would not have said that, because Chu Xianjiao was stronger than Chumo. Of course, if Chumo was just teaching, Qin Wentian would not be angry, but the other party had ulterior motives and deliberately targeted him. The atmosphere became more subtle for a while. Chumo's expression flickered. He did not expect Qin Wentian to speak so sharply. In the end, it was still Chumo who broke the calm. Chumo smiled, and his aura bloomed. His body slowly floated up from the stone platform, and a powerful yuan force permeated. Gradually, Chumo, who was sitting cross-legged, was suspended in the air, causing the crowd to tremble slightly. Yuanfu realm. Brother Chumo, you have entered the Yuanfu realm? How amazing! The ranking of the top 10 talents in the capital was re-ranked at the end of last year. Brother Chumo ranked 4th and the Drunken Immortal ranked 3rd. If the Drunken Immortal had not entered the Yuanfu realm, then Brother Chumo would have replaced him. For a moment, there was a commotion around, and it was obvious that many people were extremely surprised. From the Lunmei realm to the Yuanfu realm, it is a cross-border, which is very difficult. Many geniuses have to spend a lot of time to break through. There are also many geniuses who show outstanding talents in the Lunmei realm, but become mediocre after the Yuanfu realm. Each realm is a different world. In a sense, Chumo's lesson to Qin Wentian was not wrong. Indeed, many geniuses have fallen. Now that Chumo has entered the Yuan mansion, he is undoubtedly more qualified to teach Qin Wentian, because he has crossed that hurdle and proved himself. He is ranked 4th among the top 10 talents in the capital. After entering the Yuan mansion, he will become stronger, and slowly, he will leave those who have not broken through the realm far behind. Even if the Drunken Immortal cannot break through the realm, he will also be left behind. Of course, entering the realm of the Yuan mansion also means that Chumo cannot participate in the Junlin banquet at the end of the year. However, compared with breaking through the realm and entering the Yuan mansion, the Junlin banquet is not so important. After all, the Junlin banquet itself is to confront geniuses, so as to make progress and strive to enter the Yuan mansion as soon as possible. Only the top few can get rich rewards. As for Chumo, if he does not enter the Yuan mansion, even if his cultivation has reached the peak of the Wheel Meridian, he dare not say that he can win the top 3 seats in the Junlin banquet. When he encounters an opportunity to break through the realm, he will certainly not deliberately suppress it and lose the opportunity. You are right. I am qualified to teach you. The reason is that I am better than you. Chumo floated in the air, looking at Qin Wentian. At this moment, his pride seemed to be undisguised. Junior brother Qin, you are angry because of a few words. It is a bit impetuous. Besides, what I said is not wrong. There are so many geniuses who have fallen. Even in the Emperor Star Academy, there are many people who cannot leave the academy. Why? Because you have been unable to break through the realm and enter the Yuan mansion. Junior brother Qin has now had a wonderful encounter and has not encountered a bottleneck in your practice. However, if you have delayed breaking through the realm for 5 or 6 years, you would have been left far behind by others. How can you compare with others? Chumo's tone of teaching, he seemed to have placed himself in a relatively high position when he entered the Yuan mansion, as if he was teaching a junior who did not listen to advice. If senior brother is sincere in teaching, Qin Wentian will naturally listen to the advice. However, from my tone, it seems that he has already determined that I can only achieve some success by relying on adventures, and that I will fall sooner or later. This seems more like a curse. Qin Wentian looked at Chumo and continued, I have been practicing for a short time, and I dare not say that I have achieved anything, but at least I have taken one step at a time and stuck to my original intention. Even though I have had some adventures, my will to practice has never wavered. Senior brother is right. You have entered the Yuan mansion, so you are naturally qualified to teach me, but it is only the Yuan mansion. Senior brother seems to have put himself too high. People who don't know would think that senior brother Chumo is the only one who has entered the Yuan mansion in the Emperor Star Academy. Qin Wentian's calm voice already contained a hint of provocation. He stared at the other party and said, you have only practiced a few years earlier than me. After Qin Wentian finished speaking, the people around him became quieter and quieter, as if there was only his voice. At this moment, Qin Wentian's words became sharper and sharper, and he was fatally confronting Chumo. Chapter 108, Battle of Moves. Chumo, a Yuanfu realm figure, ranked 4th among the top 10 talents in the capital, has been famous for a long time. Qin Wentian, a newly rising rookie figure in the Imperial Star Academy, has become famous in the Chu Kingdom in just 1 year. He is a genius who can carve 3rd-level divine patterns. Chumo is a senior brother. He is indeed qualified to teach Qin Wentian. However, his words are obviously not teaching, but targeting. Qin Wentian, of course, has to refute. There are many Yuanfu realm disciples in the Imperial Star Academy. Chumo was a little humble at the beginning, but later, it seemed as if he was the only Yuanfu in the entire academy. Junior brother Qin is right. Senior brother Chumo has practiced cultivation a few years earlier than you, but now he is here to teach you a lesson like this, as if only you can step into the Yuan mansion. If I remember correctly, let alone the year when you first entered the Emperor Star Academy, even last year, everything you did is far from comparable to what junior brother Qin has done. Ruahun's voice sounded at this moment, and she smiled and said, if senior brother Chu had not practiced a few years earlier, he would not be qualified to comment on junior brother Qin there. It's meaningless to argue. Since both of you are dissatisfied, why not have a discussion with each other? Isn't it a nice thing to say? Zhang Xiu opened his mouth and said coldly, today we are here to communicate and exchange skills. Talking skills are not as convincing as practice after all. You are good at bragging. Chumo has practiced cultivation a few years earlier than junior brother Qin. You let them practice? Why don't you go and have a discussion with the senior brothers in the Yuan mansion realm? Dashan snorted coldly and said angrily. You don't have to fight directly with your own strength when sparring. If senior brother Chu and junior brother Qin spar, they naturally can't win by suppressing each other by their realm. At this moment, someone next to him spoke up. Seeing that Chumo had already sat on the stone platform again, he couldn't help but smile and said, There is a precedent in our Imperial Star Academy that does not use Yuan Li as the foundation, but only uses magical moves to spar. This is a test of comprehension and adaptability. Isn't it beautiful? Having said that, Chumo's cultivation is in the Yuanfu realm, his spirit is clear, and his consciousness is more acute. In addition, his realm is higher than Qin Wentian, so his understanding of magical powers is naturally deeper. The two have different realms in physical fitness. Chumo is naturally at an advantage. Ruahu looked at the man and said, "In this way, Chumo still has the advantage. I have never entered the Yuanfu, so why don't I replace senior brother Chumo to spar with him? Is that okay?" Zhang Xiu suddenly said, "Qin Wentian is so arrogant, and Ruahu, you are so confident in him. Let me test him and let everyone see where his capital is. If he still refuses, I won't say anything more." Zhang Xiu's eyes contained a hint of sneer, and he challenged bluntly. Ruahu frowned and looked at Qin Wentian. After all, Qin Wentian had only been in the Emperor Star Academy for a year, and he had also practiced divine patterns. He was not proficient in many magical powers, so from this point of view, he was at a great disadvantage. Since it was not a comparison of Yuan Li, but only the magical moves, then the more magical moves you mastered, the more advantages you would have. Chumo did not continue to speak. Since Zhang Xiu spoke for him, he was willing to remain silent. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Wentian, and the other party's expression was still calm, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Qin Wentian was thinking at this moment. He had never offended Chumo and Zhang Xiu, so why did the two of them seem to have a problem with him, so aggressive and so targeted? Today, it seemed that they must make him look bad, as if to prove to everyone that he, Qin Wentian, had only achieved some success by relying on a chance encounter, but in fact his talent was vulnerable and he was destined to fall in the future. Qin Wentian couldn't figure it out, so he didn't think too much about it. The crowd only saw him slowly stand up from the stone platform, then stroll out, walk to the center of the circular square, face Zhang Xiu in front of him, and calmly say, "Please teach me, senior brother." Qin Wentian stood in the field, looking directly at Zhang Xiu. Actions are far more convincing than words. Zhang Xiu stared at Qin Wentian, then he also stood up, his body trembled, and he actually moved in the air and landed directly in front of Qin Wentian. "You're welcome." Zhang Xiu's eyes had a sharp light, like a sharp sword out of its sheath. His three words were indeed very impolite. Junior brother has not practiced much, and has not studied the art of magical powers very deeply. I only know the basics. Please show mercy, senior brother. Qin Wentian was still humble, which made people a little confused. This was not like him just now. "Haha, I use a sword as a weapon, you choose the weapon." Zhang Xiu pulled out a sword from behind. Although it was a divine weapon, if it was not injected with Yuan Li, it would be an ordinary weapon. Since the two agreed not to use Yuan Li to compete, then to determine the winner, fighting with weapons is naturally the best way. Otherwise, you can't use palm prints without star Yuan Li, let alone supernatural powers. I use the halberd as a weapon. Qin Wentian took out the Fangbian Huoji from the divine pattern ring, holding the halberd handle. The halberd tip pointed to the ground, and the two crescent-shaped blades were shining. "Please." Qin Wentian held the Fangbian Huoji tightly in his palm and looked at the other party. His expression was still calm. Zhang Xiu's palm trembled slightly, and the cold light flashed on the sword. He walked out and walked towards Qin Wentian. Although he did not use Yuan Li, they had both perfected their physical training and their physical strength was strong. The power of a step still had a terrifying momentum. The sword flashed, and a straight sword light pierced Qin Wentian, revealing a bit of chill. Snow Shadow Sword Technique. The people on the stage were all extraordinary people, and they instantly recognized that this was the 4th level lower grade magical power of the Xianxing Pavilion, the Snow Shadow Sword Technique. The sword was as cold as snow, and the sword light was reflected in the shadow. This straight sword, like a lightning, went straight to Qin Wentian's throat. Qin Wentian took 2 steps back, and then the Fangbian Huoji suddenly stabbed out, and went straight to the tip of the sword, trying to collide with the opponent. How exquisite is the Snow Shadow Sword, how could it be captured? Everyone thought to themselves, and then they saw the sword move suddenly change, like snowflakes falling gracefully, turning into an arc, going straight to Qin Wentian's eyebrows, and Zhang Xiu's body also moved with his sword, so graceful. Even if you don't use Yuan Li to fight, it can be so exquisite and unique. This will make it easier for people to see Brother Zhang Xiu's sword moves. The crowd below couldn't help but marvel at this scene. It was such a wonderful sword technique. If it was done with Yuanli, how powerful would this sword be? Qin Wentian's footsteps were still retreating, but his Fangdian Huoji began to dance, turning into vortex, as if a shadow of the black tortoise flashed, and the sword technique couldn't break through its defense for a while. This is the Earth-level middle-grade magical power of the Crazy Beast Halberd technique. The Halberd technique is domineering and has extremely high requirements for practitioners. Qin Wentian actually chose to practice the Halberd technique. Brother Zhang Xiu has changed his moves. It's the star-pointing sword technique. Everyone saw that Zhang Xiu's sword technique changed leisurely, and the sword light was like starlight, constantly pointing out, breaking through the defense of Fangdian Huoji, as if as long as he was given a little gap, he could hit Qin Wentian. Mad Beast Halberd Method, Suzaku Style. Qin Wentian's Halberd method was also changing. When Suzaku Style was used, it became extremely agile and sharp, as if to defeat cleverness with cleverness. The sound of ding dong dong continued to be heard. In the brief moment, the two of them didn't know how many times they collided. Such a close combat is extremely thrilling. A mistake can ruin the victory of the battle. The crowd saw that the two of them fought faster and faster. Without Yuanli, the sword shadows were still crisscrossed. Qin Wentian's halberd method was not much inferior. Although it was not as gorgeous, it was as solid as a rock when defending and as strong as a dragon and a tiger when attacking. It was extremely domineering. Moreover, the two of them had clashed many times, and the arms holding the weapons were still extremely steady, and every move was deadly. Without using Yuanli, it can only depend on who has a deeper understanding of the magical skills and moves and can break the situation. Judging from the situation at the moment, Zhang Xiu's swordsmanship is constantly changing and pressing step by step. Qin Wentian is in a defensive posture most of the time. If this continues, he is afraid that he will lose. However, Qin Wentian does not seem to have this awareness. Although he is in a defensive posture most of the time, he is as steady as a mountain, without any loopholes. Under the opponent's constantly changing violent sword moves, he did not make a single mistake. It seems that Qin Wentian is not on vain. He seems to be in a weak position, but he is very stable. Although his control magical skills is far inferior to that of the opponent, he can always turn danger into safety and use clever moves at critical moments. The people on the stage saw more things. There are two reasons why Qin Wentian can be so stable in such a fast duel. First, he himself is proficient in the use of the magical skills and moves he is familiar with, and he will never make mistakes due to panic. Second, his consciousness is extremely sharp, and he can capture all the attacks of the opponent under strong pressure without any mistakes. Sword Heart Lone Shadow. The crowd only heard a shout, and Zhang Xiu's sword moves changed again. The whole person had an unstoppable momentum. His sword was like a lonely shadow, breaking through everything. Every sword light was so cold. Qin Wentian kept retreating around the square, which made everyone sigh inwardly. After all, Qin Wentian was still going to lose. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiu had practiced a sword heart and lonely shadow to the point where it had a form. This sword moved as he wished. Whether it was speed or sophistication, it had reached Zhang Xiu's peak level. Qin Wentian's defense became more and more chaotic. Defeat. At this moment, Zhang Xiu's whole person seemed to be a sharp sword, stabbing out like a startled wild goose. Blue Dragon Style. Qin Wentian shouted angrily, and the Fangdian Huoji also stabbed out, domineering and unparalleled. The simplest style, the most domineering attack. Let go. Zhang Xiu's eyes were like swords, and the sword in his hand moved with his heart. After 9 consecutive changes, Qin Wentian's Fangdian Huoji fell out of his hand, but at the same time, Zhang Xiu's sword also deviated slightly. Qin Wentian, defeated. Seeing this scene, the crowd thought in their hearts that Zhang Xiu's sword could end the battle in an instant. Zhang Xiu's swordsmanship was clever, and the wild beast halberd method was domineering, but there was no power contained in it, so it could not exert its power. However, at this moment, they saw that Qin Wentian did not retreat but advanced, and slapped the deflected sword with his palm, and even printed his palm directly on the back of the sword. Looking for death? Zhang Xiu shouted coldly, and the sword in his hand drew a perfect arc, and slashed horizontally towards Qin Wentian again. However, he saw that Qin Wentian's steps were extremely exquisite at this moment, and he actually kept moving at the same frequency as the sword. The man and the sword were always parallel. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and actually grabbed the Fangtian Huoji that slipped out of his hand. At this moment, Zhang Xiu and Qin Wentian were only inches away from each other. Zhang Xiu slapped out with his left hand, and Qin Wentian also slapped out with his palm. The two bodies collided and instantly pulled apart for a distance. At the same moment, the Mad Beast halberd technique, Suzaku style, swept out, extremely sharp. In an instant, the crescent-shaped blade at the tip of the Fangtian Huoji fell on Zhang Xiu's neck, and his sword was still a little distance away from Qin Wentian. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Aggressive. This sudden reversal made many people's eyes freeze there, revealing a look of surprise. The steps that Qin Wentian burst out at the last moment were extremely exquisite, and he did not use his energy, but pure body movements, but this body movement seemed to be at will. What was even more surprising was that his footwork at the last moment was perfectly applied to the attack, as if everything had been calculated very precisely in his mind, and he expected that Zhang Xiu would lose after this attack. Zhang Xiu's expression was extremely ugly at the moment. Although this battle did not use energy and had nothing to do with a real duel, this kind of battle could, after all, show the two people's use of magical powers and their talents and perception. His defeat showed that he was not as good as Qin Wentian, and his previous words were not polite at all. This contrast was extremely embarrassing. I am still a novice in cultivation, and I don't know many magical powers. I was lucky to win by one move, maybe because I was lucky. Qin Wentian looked at Zhang Xiu and said with a smile. His voice was still calm, but this seemingly casual voice sounded particularly harsh in Zhang Xiu's ears. Shuangzu's cultivation was shallow, and he didn't know many magical powers, but he still beat him. Then Zhang Xiu, wouldn't he be worse? Moreover, Qin Wentian finally said that maybe it was good luck, which was a response to Chumo and Zhang Xiu. Chumo and Zhang Xiu had always targeted Qin Wentian before. The meaning of the words was that Qin Wentian's current achievements were all due to luck. Zhang Xiu raised his hand and slapped it with great force, knocking away the Fangtian Huoji that Qin Wentian had placed in front of his neck. The powerful force made Qin Wentian's arm tremble slightly. You lost in one move, maybe it was just luck or carelessness. Both of you have good magical powers, especially Zhang Xiu, who is proficient in many powerful swordsmanship. If it were not a battle restriction, but a real duel, this battle would not need so many moves to decide the winner. The swordsmanship with powerful star energy would have torn junior brother Qin's defense apart long ago. Chumo seemed to have prepared his words and said lightly. In a sense, his words were not without reason. Zhang Xiu's sword moves were fatal just now, but it was limited by the inability to use energy that made his attack power limited. Otherwise, even if the two were close in realm, Qin Wentian might not be able to defend. However, on the other hand, Zhang Xiu was obviously defeated, but Chumo still made such comments, which was a bit far-fetched. At this moment, anyone could see that Chumo was deliberately targeting Qin Wentian. Since we have already sparred, why not let go and fight, junior brother Qin, what do you think? Chumo said to Qin Wentian with a smile. Hey! At this moment, a voice came from the crowd below. Chumo's eyes slowly turned and he saw a fat man walking on the steps, but he did not continue to walk up. He was looking at him with his hands on his hips. Brother Chumo, if the top 10 beauties in Beijing are to rank again, I think you should be ranked first. The first voice of the fat man made the surroundings quiet for a moment, and many people showed interesting expressions. Of course, some people recognized who the fat man was, Qin Wentian's best friend, Fan Li. In the past, Qin Wentian and Fan Li stood on the battle stage twice, once to kill Huo Feng, and the other time to deal with Niring Feng and Du Hao. Of course, there were many people who knew him. Moreover, the fat man Fan Li's talent was very strong, but because he was with Qin Wentian, his brilliance was covered up. Some people knew that during this period of time, the fat man often went to Xianmeng Forest, and his combat power was improved very quickly. It is said that Elder Mo Shuang would not teach Qin Wentian on weekdays, but he would teach Fan Li, because the fat man Fan Li was too lazy. Lazy people need supervision. Why? Are you? Oh, Huan smiled and looked at Fan Li. I heard that among the 10 beauties in the capital, senior brother Chumo ranked 4th. There is no need to talk about the people behind him. The 3 people in front of him may not win if they fight senior brother Chumo. Even if they win, it must be due to luck or fluke. Don't take it seriously. Besides, they are all lucky in their cultivation and have many lucks. Only senior brother Chumo is the most talented. He broke through the realm of Yuanfu without any luck or external force. Who can compare with him? Family talked freely, which made the crowd dumbfounded. This guy's words were unreasonable, but after careful consideration, everyone naturally understood the hidden meaning of family. What kind of logic is this? Chumo frowned. He naturally heard the irony in Family's voice. Qin Wentian was able to create third-order divine patterns, but you thought it was an encounter and something he got by luck, not something he created. He practiced for only 1 year and already had the 6th-order strength of the chakra meridian, and was able to defeat Yan Yuhan, but he relied on external forces to achieve his current level of cultivation and combat power, and many geniuses have fallen, so he may not be able to enter the Yuan mansion in the future. He defeated Zhang Xiu in a sparring match as you said, but you said it was luck and carelessness, as he had completely forgotten not to win by suppressing his realm, and was ready to fight with his realm advantage. Fan Li laughed as he spoke, and looked at Chumo and said, Brother Chumo is the only one in the Emperor Star Academy who relies on his own practice. Others can't break through the Yuan mansion realm without an encounter. I really don't know where Brother Chumo got his logic and confidence from. If we talk about face, Brother Chumo is indeed the first among the top 10 talents in the capital. After that, Fan Li even saluted in the direction of Chumo. This kind of sarcasm was already blunt, and immediately Chumo's expression became extremely unsightly. Winning is winning, losing is losing. Qin Wentian's victory over Zhang Xiu in terms of magical moves was not a fluke. It was because Zhang Xiu himself was not good enough in swordsmanship. He just accepted a defeat with an open mind. Luo Cheng seemed to be a little bit dissatisfied. It was not that he intended to help Qin Wentian, but it was just his personality. Qin Wentian and Luo Qianqiu had some grudges. Luo Cheng and Luo Qianqiu were both members of the Sure League. Naturally, he would not deliberately help Qin Wentian, but he just couldn't stand it. If Zhang Xiu, one of the top 10 beauties in the capital, crushes Qin Wentian with his realm advantage, will he be proud of his victory? What's the point? Luo Cheng said it very bluntly, but to Zhang Xiu, it was undoubtedly a provocation and irony to him. It seems that you have made some progress in your practice this year, and you want to compete for a seat in the top 10 beauties of the capital. If you want, you don't have to wait until the king's banquet. I can give you a chance today. Zhang Xiu looked at Luo Cheng, his eyes piercing like a sharp sword, extremely sharp. Although he was at the bottom of the top 10 beauties of the capital, this ranking was still the same as the end of last year. Now he has the strength of the 9th level of the Wheel Meridian, and this year he wanted to take a step forward. What is there to be afraid of? Luo Cheng looked normal and spoke calmly. He didn't take the victory as seriously as Zhang Xiu did. This king's banquet focused on honing himself. If he could get into the top few seats and get some special rewards, it would be the best. If not, it would be good to improve his strength. Zhang Xiu wanted to fight in advance, so what's wrong with that? Okay, before that, I will teach junior brother Qin how to behave. Zhang Xiu turned his eyes and looked at Qin Wentian again. At this moment, the sword in his hand shone with dazzling brilliance, sharper and colder than before. Obviously, this time, Zhang Xiu injected star energy into the sword. Qin Wentian was speechless. Chumo and Zhang Xiu had been targeting him since he came here today. Now, they wanted to teach him a lesson? To put it bluntly, it was still what Qin Wentian had said not long ago. The reason why Chumo and Zhang Xiu dared to be so aggressive was nothing else but that they were stronger than Qin Wentian. Swish! A sword flashed coldly, as dazzling as a star, and pierced Qin Wentian. In an instant, it seemed as if a little sword light was coming out, as brilliant as starlight. The Fangbian Huaji in Qin Wentian's hand danced instantly, and suddenly a black tortoise pattern seemed to appear in front of him, and the sword light kept piercing it, tearing the defense. The sword was like a startled wild goose, and this sword seemed to have no skills. It pierced straight out, and with a tearing sound, the black tortoise pattern was torn apart, and the defense of the Fangbian Huaji was broken by the sword technique. Zhang Xiu was the 9th level of the Wheel Meridian, and Qin Wentian was the 6th level of the Wheel Meridian. There was a big gap. The yuan li bursting out of the opponent's 9-wheel meridians was used on the sword technique, and the attack power was so fierce. Qin Wentian's figure retreated like the wind, and his steps were superb. 9 Heavens Kunpengju. At this moment, everyone saw Qin Wentian's body movement clearly and showed a look of surprise. Qin Wentian actually practiced this extremely difficult body movement, and practiced it to an extremely superb level. When it flashed, it was like Kunpen. Zhang Xiu failed to win 2 consecutive sword strikes, so how could he let go of his face? His figure flashed, and the sword light flashed again. The sword heart was alone. At this moment, his whole body was like a sword, turning into a residual shadow, and the stage seemed to be wrapped in a storm of swords. Qin Wentian's expression froze, and he exerted his defense and body skills to the extreme, but his defense was still broken by the sword skills. A hissing sound came out, and a corner of his clothes was torn by the sword energy. It's so outrageous. Ruahun shouted coldly, and suddenly a whip shadow flashed, and it seemed like a ray of light fell from the sky in the void, and there was a whistling sound. Zhang Xiu's expression condensed, and the sword light suddenly changed, stabbing towards the void and touching the long whip that was thrown down. Pooh! A crisp sound came out, and the long whip was thrown on the sword, and then it danced forward like a poisonous snake and rolled towards Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu frowned, and didn't expect Ruahun's strength to be so strong. It seems that no one has wasted this year's practice. Qin Wentian saw the scene from the side and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since Zhang Xiu had bullied him so much and had torn off his disguise directly, he didn't need to care about any rules or morals. Chapter 110 Idiot. Qin Wentian tightened the Fangyan Huiji in his hand, and the Star Force poured into it, staring at the battle between Ruahun and Zhang Xiu in front of him. An inch longer, an inch more dangerous. Senior Sister Ruahun's long whip rolled up the wind and clouds. Although Zhang Xiu was superb in swordsmanship, he was still on the defensive. Seeing this scene, Qin Wentian naturally understood that when Ruahun helped him to temper his body skills in the past, she did not use the real whip method at all. At this moment, Senior Sister Ruahun's whip method was like a phantom in the sky, and every time it fell, it made a roaring sound, as if the storm had risen on the battlefield. Qin Wentian walked out, and the whole person turned into a residual image. Then everyone saw a figure soaring into the air, stepping in the air like a bird, turning into a stream of light, and descending on the sky above Zhang Xiu's head. Buzz! The wind flickered, and behind Qin Wentian, it seemed as if the wings of Kunpeng appeared, born from the gathering of star energy. At the same time, Fangyan Huiji pointed at Zhang Xiu below, roaring, like a huge mountain pressing down, and like the roar of a blue dragon, the wild beast halberd technique instantly descended on Zhang Xiu's head. At this moment, Zhang Xiu's face was pale. Despicable. Zhang Xiu slashed with a sword, and the sword light wanted to tear apart Qin Wentian's attack, but Fangyan Huiji was overbearing and heavy like a mountain, pressing on his sword, and even broke the sword shadow, and his sword could not leave. Snap! A crisp sound came out, Zhang Xiu's clothes were torn, blood bloomed, and the long whip was swung on his chest, throwing him directly out, and then he fell heavily to the ground, and his sword also fell. From Qin Wentian's attack to Zhang Xiu being hit, it happened in just a short moment. The faces of the crowd froze, revealing a strange look. Zhang Xiu, one of the top 10 beauties in the capital, was beaten and humiliated in public. This was simply a strange story in the Imperial Star Academy. How dare you! Chumo shouted angrily, and the aura of the Yuanfu realm burst out from his body. Ruahun stood in front of Qin Wentian and said, "Could it be that senior brother Chumo wants to bully me and my junior brother by relying on his Yuanfu realm cultivation?" Zhang Xiu stood up from the ground at this moment, and a violent sword intent burst out from his body. His face was as gloomy as water, and he was extremely ugly. He was one of the top 10 beauties in the capital. Being beaten in public at this moment was a great shame for him. In the Emperor Star Academy, everyone's eyes were on him. If he didn't wash away this shame, how could he face others? "You actually went 2 against 1, and attacked by surprise." Chumo shouted coldly, and took a step forward. The strong aura rolled and pressed on Ruahun and Qin Wentian. The oppression was so strong that it was suffocating. The difference between the Yuanfu realm and the Lunmei realm was the realm, which was difficult to cross. Zhang Xiu is one of the top 10 beauties in Beijing, a genius of Emperor Star Academy, while junior brother Qin is just a freshman. When Zhang Xiu attacked junior brother Qin just now, Senior brother Chumo didn't say anything to stop him, did he? Ruahun stared at Chumo with her beautiful eyes and said, besides, can junior brother Qin's strength also pose a threat to Zhang Xiu? The top 10 beauties in Beijing shouldn't be that weak, right? There is a difference of 3 realms between him and junior brother Qin. In my opinion, he should be able to ignore junior brother Qin's attack. Ruahun didn't forget to mock Zhang Xiu, making Zhang Xiu's face even uglier. That's right, Zhang Xiu is one of the top 10 beauties in Beijing, with the 9th level of chakra, while Qin Wentian only has the 6th level of chakra. Logically speaking, Qin Wentian's attack shouldn't pose any threat to him at all, unless he admits that Qin Wentian is powerful. Chumo, their fight has nothing to do with you. At this moment, Luo Cheng's voice came. Chumo looked over there, with the cold light flashing in the depths of his eyes. Since you have entered the Yuan Mansion, you should pursue fighting with the senior brothers in the Yuan Mansion realm. Why are you trying to be a hero here? Luo Cheng did not give Chumo any face. Besides, this is a battle that Zhang Xiu provoked himself. If he is a man, he should solve it himself. If Zhang Xiu, who is ranked last among the top 10 beauties in the capital, needs to rely on others for help, then it is the end of him. At the end of the year, after the king's banquet, Zhang Xiu's name will no longer be among the top 10 beauties in the capital next year. Luo Cheng's voice was calm, as if he was talking about something very ordinary, which made the people below sigh. After the king's banquet every year, the ranking of the top 10 beauties in the capital changes, and there will be changes every time. This year's king's banquet at the end of the year is no exception. Luo Cheng bluntly said that Zhang Xiu, who is ranked 10th, will not only fail to improve his ranking, but on the contrary, he will be eliminated from the top 10 beauties in the capital and surpassed by the rising star. You two, come together. Zhang Xiu shouted angrily, and his sword star soul bloomed, and the sword energy roared, violent and incomparable. His pupils were like swords, scanning Ruahun and Qin Wentian. At this moment, one could still see the torn flesh on his chest, and the blood stained his clothes red. At this moment, he was extremely angry. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and the sword energy roared. A sword light slashed through and slashed directly at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian thrust out the Fangyan Huiji, and the shadow of the black tortoise appeared. The sword slashed and the shadow shattered. Qin Wentian only felt a sharp her breath coming. You don't know what's good for you. Ruahun snorted coldly, and a flash of anger finally flashed in her beautiful eyes. Her star soul also bloomed, and the long whip in her hand swung wildly, as if there was another storm, and the whip shadow flooded the space, covering all the sword light. At this moment, the crowd was shocked. It turned out that Ruahun's strength was so strong. I'm afraid that even if Qin Wentian didn't take action, Zhang Xiu might not be able to do anything to Ruahun. You really don't know what's good for you. Can't you see that Ruahun's strength is no less than yours? Luo Cheng saw Zhang Xiu still insisting on attacking, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. In his opinion, Zhang Xiu ranked 10th in the last session of the top 10 beauties in Beijing because the competition last year was weaker and there were not many strong people. This year is different, and the competition will be more fierce. Ruahun has the strength to compete, and he himself also wants to compete. Moreover, he knows that Luo Qianqiu's fighting power is stronger than his. Now that Luo Qianqiu has entered the 8th level of the Wheel Meridian, he is in seclusion again. He has only one goal, the first place at the Junlin banquet. At the end of the year, there is no one from the Yuan Mansion at the Junlin banquet, and very few people can compete with Luo Qianqiu. Qin Wentian did not attack again. He only looked at the two people fighting and said sarcastically, "Don't say that there are only 10 places for the top 10 beauties in the capital. I'm afraid that even if there are 15 places this year, there may not be a place for you, Zhang Xiu." Zhang Xiu became even angrier when he heard this, and his sword skills became more impatient. It seemed more powerful, but I'm afraid it won't last long. Ruahun danced with a long whip in the wind and rain. The graceful body danced, making many people salivate, and they fantasized about being Ruahun's man. But they also knew that although Ruahun seemed free and unrestrained, in fact, no man could pursue her. At this moment, a crane sound came from a distance. Someone looked over there, and first showed a hint of doubt. Who dared to ride a monster in the Emperor Star Academy? Flying. However, when the crane sounded closer, their pupils all condensed there, staring at the beautiful figure on the white crane. Mo Qingchen. Those men were absent-minded for a while, as if they had forgotten the fierce battle between Ruahun and Zhang Xiu. On the white crane in the distance, a beautiful figure in white clothes sat there like a fairy, with a perfect face and a peaceful expression, just like a fairy. Compared with Mo Qingcheng, and Yuolan beside her seemed to be forgotten. In fact, it was not that Yuolan was not beautiful, but because she was with Mo Qingcheng, her beauty was completely suppressed. There were many beauties in Chu State, but anyone standing next to Mo Qingcheng would probably be overshadowed. So beautiful. Qin Yao couldn't help but praise her, thinking about Ruahun's words, if Wentian could marry Mo Qingcheng, wouldn't it be a wonderful marriage? The white crane flew in the void, and soon came to the crowd, circling in the void. Mo Qingcheng seems to be paying attention to the battle here. Someone saw Mo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes looking over here, and couldn't help but straighten his clothes. Chu Mo's eyes also looked into the void, looking at the beautiful girl. His face showed that kind of gentle smile again, which seemed very friendly. Why is she here? Qin Wentian showed a look of doubt. Every time he saw Mo Qingcheng, his heart would be a little throbbing. People of his age are all hot-blooded young people. It is difficult to remain indifferent to Mo Qingcheng, a beauty who is a disaster to the country and the people. After all, their cultivation of mind is not yet at the level of calm water. The white crane swooped down and landed on the square. The two girls on it walked down, attracting everyone's attention. The wonderful battle between Ruahun and Zhang Xiu seemed to be forgotten by the crowd. Qingcheng, why are you here at the academy? Chu Mo walked up and smiled at Mo Qingcheng. Hey, Chu Mo, when did Qingcheng become so familiar with you? Please address me with respect. Nolan glared at Chu Mo, which made Chu Mo look a little embarrassed, but after a moment he smiled softly again. Mo Qingcheng ignored Chu Mo and just glanced at him casually, but Chu Mo seemed to have gotten used to it. Not only him, but also several of the top 10 beauties in the capital, Mo Qingcheng had never smiled at them. However, when he saw Mo Qingcheng walking towards Qin Wentian, Chu Mo's expression changed slightly, and a barely noticeable cold light flashed in his eyes. He had heard that Mo Qingcheng had treated Qin Wentian differently at the last banquet. Could it be that the most beautiful woman in Chu, who had never treated the top 10 beauties in the capital, really had a very good relationship with Qin Wentian? Thinking of this, he became more and more indignant, thinking that Qin Wentian was so lucky that he not only got many powerful divine patterns, but also made Mo Qingcheng treat him differently. Idiot! Mo Qingcheng shouted at Qin Wentian with a faint smile on her face. Looking at Qin Wentian's expression, she felt that this guy was a little stupid. Oh! Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. Idiot? He couldn't help but think of the scene in the snow that day, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Was he stupid? At this time, Qin Wentian felt many cold lights shooting at him, even Chu Mo, which made Qin Wentian feel a subtle emotion. Could it be that Chu Mo's targeting and hostility came from Mo Qingcheng? Chapter 111 Riding a Crane. P.S. Today is Monday, please recommend and support. Mo Qingcheng's status in the Imperial Star Academy is different from that of everyone else. She has never passed the assessment like others to enter the Imperial Star Academy, but she used to appear in the Imperial Star Academy frequently. She even has an Imperial Star Jade card, which allows her to enjoy the resources of the Imperial Star Academy like the students of the Imperial Star Academy. Moreover, some of the Academy's respected elders are said to recognize her. It was only in the past 1 or 2 years that Mo Qingcheng's appearances in the Imperial Star Academy gradually decreased, probably because her strength gradually became stronger. As for what realm Mo Qingcheng has reached, few people know, but some people speculate that if she showed her strength to participate in the king's banquet, she would definitely be able to become one of the top 10 beauties in the capital. Not only that, Mo Qingcheng is definitely the dream lover of many young people in the Chu state. It is no secret that several of the top 10 beauties in the capital have pursued her, but Mo Qingcheng has never paid attention to it. At this time, Mo Qingcheng ignored Chu Mo and called Qin Wentian a fool. Such a scene made many people petrified on the spot. The name idiot is a bit intimate, as if the two are very familiar with each other. Even Nolan was a little jealous of Qin Wentian. This kid is really lucky. Since the first time he fainted and was met by Mo Qingcheng has never been so good to a man. Maybe it's fate, or maybe it has something to do with the relationship between the Mo family and the Qin mansion back then. Miss Mo, why are you here? Qin Wentian said with a smile. Can't I come? Mo Qingcheng showed a lovely smile, and I don't know how many people were stunned. Also, You can just call me King Chen. Mo Qingchang smiled softly and said again. At this moment, the eyes of the crowd have revealed naked jealousy. If Mo Qingchang can talk to them like this, it would be wonderful. Chu Mo's gentle smile disappeared, and his face became very ugly. Just now, he called Qingchang and was directly ignored. Even Nolan told him to be more respectful. But just now, Mo Qingchang personally told Qin Wentian that it would be better to call her King Chen. This gap made Chu Mo feel like he was hit, and he couldn't hold back his face. So many people were watching. Qin Wentian. Chu Mo naturally didn't dare to have any bad thoughts towards Mo Qingchang, but he was even more jealous of Qin Wentian. What kind of ability did this person have to not only be favored by the Emperor Star Academy, but also be protected by the will of the Emperor Star Academy, and also be treated differently by Mo Qingchang? King Chen. Qin Wentian shouted with a smile. Seeing the bright smile on the face of the girl in front of him, his heart couldn't help but throb a little, as if there was some small tension and excitement hidden in it. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wentian calmed down his state of mind and secretly cursed himself for not being strong enough to lose his composure when seeing a beautiful woman. At this moment, it was not just him who lost his composure. He didn't know how many people wanted to replace him and stand there. Stinky boy, you threw your senior sister aside when you saw your little lover. A voice came from the side, making Qin Wentian's eyes flash and stunned. Turning his eyes, Qin Wentian saw that Ruahun and Zhang Xiyu who were fighting had stopped. Ruahun was seen smiling at Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang, with an ambiguous look in her eyes. Her words made Qin Wentian extremely embarrassed. A faint blush also appeared on Mo Qingchang's smiling face. She was so beautiful that everyone below was infatuated. The goddess of their dreams would show such a shy look. But what made them desperate was that Mo Qingchang showed her shyness after hearing Ruahun's words. Even, they didn't say anything to refute. It's over, Mo Qingchang, you are not really interested in Qin Wentian, right? The crowd was completely dumbfounded, and they became more and more jealous of Qin Wentian. Senior sister, is it really okay for you to do this? Qin Wentian said speechlessly. Ruahun's words were too outspoken. He glanced at Mo Qingchang secretly, and seeing her shyness, Qin Wentian's heart jumped. What's wrong with that? The most beautiful woman in Chu State, I think she's a good match for you. Why don't you chase her quickly, or have you already done it? Ruahun blinked her beautiful eyes, and Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang were immediately embarrassed. Bah, is this guy worthy of my Qingchang? Nolan next to him was dumbfounded, and walked to Mo Qingchang and said unhappily, the outstanding young people who like Mo Qingchang can fill up the Imperial Star Academy. How can this guy be so cheap? Absolutely no way. How can they not be worthy? A person who can create a third-level divine pattern at the age of 17, creating the history of Chu State, plus my junior brother is so young and handsome, he will definitely surpass the top 10 beauties in the capital in the future. I think he and Mo Qingchang are a perfect match. Ruahun seemed to deliberately match them up, and said with a smile. Impossible. Nolan said angrily. The two beauties were fighting there, which made Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang completely dumbfounded. Isn't this just wanting chaos in the world? What are you talking about? Mo Qingchang was a little depressed, and then looked at Qin Wentian. Grandpa said that the Imperial Star Academy will be open today. Let's go to Cheyenne Hall and ignore them. Cheyenne Hall is open. Everyone's eyes were fixed. The Imperial Star Academy has 3 major places for cultivation. First, Cheyenne Pavilion. Second, Cheyenne Hall. Third, Cheyenne Ming Forest. Cheyenne Pavilion and Cheyenne Hall both require the level of the Imperial Star Jade Plate to enter, especially Cheyenne Pavilion, which is full of high-level divine patterns or weapon refining techniques for cultivation, so they must be strictly controlled. The same is true for Cheyenne Hall. The level of the Imperial Star Jade Plate determines which level you can step onto. Of course, it also depends on whether you have the ability to step onto it. But Cheyenne Hall is different from Cheyenne Pavilion in one thing. Every year, Cheyenne Hall will be open to the entire academy once. This opportunity, so people from the Imperial Star Academy, as long as they have the ability to go to a higher level of Cheyenne Hall, the Imperial Star Academy will allow you to go up. Many people speculated that the reason why the Imperial Star Academy did this was for the end-of-year banquet. After all, many students from the Imperial Star Academy would attend the banquet every year. As the strongest academy in Chu, it would not be a good look if the students of the Imperial Star Academy performed too poorly at the banquet. Today, The Cheyenne Palace is open to everyone. This is a rare opportunity for many people who lack media rights but have strong wills and star perception. Cheyenne Palace. Qin Wentian had naturally heard of the Cheyenne Palace. Because he could already sense the stars on the fifth heaven, he had not gone to the Cheyenne Palace for the trial this year. Taking this opportunity, he would also go and take a look. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded and walked to Mo Qingchang's white crane. In an instant, the white crane spread its wings and soared into the sky. You too. Nolan was a little dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He stomped his feet and then went to the direction of the Cheyenne Palace, angrily saying, "Stinky girl, you value love over friendship, I will teach you a lesson." Ruahun smiled lightly and was very happy. "Boss, why don't you take me with you?" Family stretched out his hands towards the sky, feeling extremely depressed. They were all brothers, and they agreed to share happiness together. But this brat was really amazing. Qin Wentian told Fan Li that Mo Qingchang helped him at the last banquet and apologized deliberately. Fan Li naturally didn't care about the misunderstanding. Chiu Mo's face was livid, staring blankly at the two figures riding cranes in the void. Mo Qingchang actually invited Qin Wentian to ride a crane with her. What kind of treatment was this? No man had ever been treated like this. I know that your targeting of junior brother Qin comes from Mo Qingchang. The funny thing is that Mo Qingchang doesn't know who Chiu Mo is. On the contrary, you have seen the relationship between him and junior brother Qin. So, I really don't know what you have to show off in front of junior brother Qin after entering Yuan Mansion. Even if you enter Yuan Mansion, the Mo family girl is still too lazy to look at you. Ruahun did not forget to attack Chiu Mo at this time. Not long ago, Chiu Mo was very rampant. Now that there is a chance to retaliate and attack him, how can Ruahun be polite to him? And you, the so-called 10 beauties of the capital, there will no longer be a place for you after the Junlin banquet. Ruahun glanced at Zhang Xiu again. In the fight between the two just now, no one could do anything to the other. "See you in Cheyenne Hall." Zhang Xiu shouted coldly, and then he walked out and walked towards the direction of Cheyenne Hall. "See you in Cheyenne Hall." Chiu Mo also shouted, and his body flew into the air, flying in the air, and also headed towards the direction of Cheyenne Hall. The people on the stage stood up and went to Cheyenne Hall. Since Cheyenne Hall is open to Emperor Star Academy today, people with strong talents will be able to go higher. Isn't this a competition? The outstanding students of Emperor Star Academy will compare to see who can go higher. Soon, the figures here left one after another and ran towards Cheyenne Hall. Qin Wentian was favored by Mo Qingchang. I'm afraid Chiu Mo and others will not give up the opportunity to humiliate him. Maybe in Cheyenne Hall, their competition will continue. Chapter 112 Dangerous Huochen. Many people have gathered outside the Cheyenne Hall, and they are all talented disciples of the Emperor Star Academy. It is obvious that they have been instructed by their elders to come here first. At the same time, the news began to spread to every corner of the Emperor Star Academy. As long as they are in the Emperor Star Academy, everyone will soon know that the Cheyenne Hall is open. Above the sky, a white crane descended and floated in the void. On the white crane, there were two figures. The man was young and handsome, and the woman was even more beautiful. People couldn't help but praise them as a perfect couple at a glance. However, the first emotion that people below felt was not admiration, but a faint jealousy. Of course, they recognized the two figures on the white crane, Qin Wentian, and the first beauty of Chu State, Mo Qingchang. It seems that Mo Qingchang and Qin Wentian are really familiar with each other. The two of them even rode on Mo Qingchang's white crane together. This undoubtedly made Qin Wentian the focus again, and even stood at the cusp of the storm. Qin Wentian felt those gazes, and couldn't help but glance at Mo Qingchang beside him, and said with a smile, "You have really hurt me this time." Mo Qingchang looked at Qin Wentian, with a lovely smile on her face, holding her chin with one hand, and said with a smile, "Why, don't you like it?" "How could it be? It's pleasing to the eye to be with a beautiful woman," Qin Wentian said with a smile. "It turns out that there are times when a fool is not stupid." Mo Qingchang smiled charmingly, making Qin Wentian slightly absent-minded, and secretly sighed that beauty is a disaster. Since ancient times, people have loved beauty. Those beautiful women will attract countless people to admire and pursue them, so naturally some struggles are inevitable, and the meaning of beauty is a disaster comes from this. Qin Wentian has felt the deep meaning of these four words at this moment. He has not yet won the beauty, but Mo Qingchang and him have a slightly better relationship, which has attracted the hatred of many people. "Have you been to this Cheyenne Palace?" Mo Qingcheng looked at the hall in front and said softly, "No, I heard that the Xi'an Palace imitates the oppressive power of the Nine Heavens galaxy. In order to allow martial artists to communicate with higher-level martial stars, I have not entered it yet." Qin Wentian responded, "Idiot, you are not modest." Mo Qingcheng smiled. Qin Wentian was hinting that he did not need to use the Xi'an Palace for the time being. "I have a name, okay." Qin Wentian looked at Mo Qingcheng and said, "When did he call himself idiot?" "I'll call you idiot, what's wrong with that?" Mo Qingcheng pretended to glare at Qin Wentian, but there was no anger on that beautiful face. It only gave people a playful feeling, which made Qin Wentian feel an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. The woman was so beautiful that even a slight movement of hers was enough to speed up people's heartbeats. She was so beautiful that it was unbelievable. "You win." Qin Wentian shrugged and was completely defeated. Mo Qingcheng showed a triumphant expression and said with a smile, "This Xi'an Palace is not only a simulation of the pressure of the Nine Heavens Star River, but also contains mysteries, but very few people can understand it." Qin Wentian's eyes showed a strange color. He had never heard of this, but Mo Qingcheng's grandfather was his master's master, so what she said should be correct. This Xi'an Palace is probably not that simple and contains mysteries. More and more people gathered outside the Xi'an Palace, and even many teachers from the academy came in person. They stood in front of the Xi'an Palace, looking around at the students outside, with a faint smile on their faces. This time the Xi'an Palace is completely open, and I wonder if there are people with outstanding talents who can step into the high level. Chumo, Zhang Xiu, Ruo Huan, Luo Cheng and others also came. They stood outside the Xi'an Palace, but their eyes were looking at the white crane in the void. Chumo's eyes were filled with coldness. His gentleness had long since disappeared, revealing naked hatred and jealousy. He wanted to take the opportunity to humiliate Qin Wentian this time, but in front of the Emperor Star Monument, he not only failed, but was verbally humiliated by several juniors. What made him even more unacceptable was that Mo Qingcheng ignored him and treated Qin Wentian with enthusiasm. These two contrasts were enough to make him lose face in front of others. Zhang Xiu's mood was certainly not much better. However, the two figures on the white crane in the void did not even look at them. Mo Qingcheng, needless to say, did not know Chumo and Zhang Xiu at all. She just knew them. Qin Wentian did not take them too seriously, even though they were one of the 10 beauties in the capital. "Stinky girl, you value love over friendship." Nolan stood below, with his hands on his hips, and shouted at the white crane in the void. Mo Qingcheng showed a playful look to En Yuolan who was in the air below, and said, "En Yuolan, you are talking nonsense. I won't take you back later." "No, I won't take you back. You dare to threaten me," En Yuolan said angrily. This girl actually abandoned her and took Qin Wentian. It was too infuriating. "Don't shout. Mo Qingcheng will become Qin Jr. brother's wife sooner or later. At that time, you will be an outsider." Ruo Huan seemed to be afraid of chaos in the world. She walked up and said with a smile. Suddenly, En Yuolan's eyes were spitting fire. He stared at Ruo Huan and said, "Just that stinky boy, no way. Others just love each other, it's not marrying you." How could En Yuolan win Ruo Huan? After a few words, his cheeks were flushed and he couldn't speak, which made the people around him stunned. Mo Qingcheng, the most beautiful woman in Shu, and Qin Wentian love each other? When did this happen? You, senior sister, are too outspoken. On the white crane, Mo Qingcheng looked at Qin Wentian with resentment. Although she regarded Qin Wentian as a good friend, she was not that close to him. You should also understand senior sister Ruohun's character. She is like this. Qin Wentian was speechless. Senior sister Ruohun was trying to attract hatred for him. Now the eyes of those people below were getting colder and colder. Ruohun didn't think so in her heart. She smiled at Qin Wentian on the white crane and thought to herself, "Stinky boy, I am helping you to build momentum. I have already made a first impression. From now on, you have to deal with this girl by yourself." Zhang Zhen was also standing in front of Xi'an Palace at this time. He looked up at the white crane in the void in front of him, with the cold light in his pupils. Unlucky guy. Zhang Zhen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He certainly had reason to hate Qin Wentian. Before Qin Wentian entered the Imperial Star Academy, he had already made a feud with Qin Wentian, but Qin Wentian actually got better and better under his suppression, and was valued by the top management of the Imperial Star Academy. Now, this made Zhang Zhen extremely embarrassed among the elders of the Imperial Star Academy. He did not forget that Qin Wentian once threatened him in public, saying that he would kill him in a few years. Teacher. At this time, a figure walked up to Jiang Zhen and shouted, Huo Chen, this is an opportunity. If you work hard, maybe you will enter the Yuanfu realm next year. This time can pave the way for you to condense the third star soul. Jiang Zhen said to Huo Chen. Disciple understands. Huo Chen nodded, and the sharpness in his eyes was restrained. Compared with the past, his temperament seemed to be a little colder, but the sharpness was restrained, but it gave people the feeling that he was more dangerous, as if he would be extremely terrifying once he exploded. Yes, it's time to impact the Yuanfu realm. An elder who had a good relationship with Jiang Zhen nodded and smiled at Huo Chen. Everyone around looked at Huo Chen deeply. During this period of time, Huo Chen disappeared from the Emperor Star Academy. I'm afraid he has been preparing for the Jiunlin banquet and the impact of the Yuanfu realm. Huo Chen turned his body and walked towards the crowd. His eyes looked into the void, and they were extremely sharp, piercing Qin Wentian directly. Even Qin Wentian in the void could clearly feel the cold killing intent. Mo Qingchang's expression changed slightly, and she whispered to Qin Wentian, Fool, Huo Chen is much more dangerous than before, you must be careful of him. I know. Qin Wentian nodded. He certainly knew that Huo Chen hated him to the core, but he was the same. Mo Shuang, today I want to see how many levels of Xian Palace your talented disciple can reach. Jiang Zhen snorted at Mo Shuang, who was not far away. Don't forget, his second star soul is from the fourth heaven, Huo Chen can't compare. Mo Shuang's expression was calm. Just as Jiang Zhen was very confident in Huo Chen, he was also very confident in Qin Wentian. Okay, now, you can step into Xian Palace. The first batch of people requires the Emperor Starjade card to be above level 4. The door of Xian Palace slowly opened, and a figure walked out and said to the crowd. Although Xian Palace is vast, it is impossible to accommodate too many people at one time, so they have to enter in batches. For this first batch of people, let those with higher levels of Emperor Starjade cards enter first. Let's go in. The white crane landed on the ground, and the people around it involuntarily made way. Mo Qingchang and Qin Wentian walked down together. Immediately, Nolan ran up and said, Stinky girl. Mo Qingchang made a face at Nolan and smiled, Stingy. Qin Wentian, I heard that your second star soul came from the fourth heaven. I hope it won't be too disappointing. Chiu Mo's voice came from the side, and then he walked towards the Xian Hall. Unfortunately, I'm afraid you don't dare to attend this year's Jiunlin banquet. Jiang Xiu's figure also appeared, and he also walked into the Xian Hall with Chiu Mo. It's really annoying. Qin Wentian looked at the few people, with a hint of coldness at the corner of his mouth, and then smiled and said, Beautiful Qingcheng, let's go in. Beautiful Qingcheng. Mo Qingcheng and Nolan next to him were stunned, looking straight at Qin Wentian. Oh. Qin Wentian blinked his eyes, then smiled awkwardly, natural reaction, natural reaction. Qin Wentian walked forward as if nothing had happened. Looking at his back, Mo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes flickered a few times, and her eyebrows were like crescent moons when she smiled, which was particularly beautiful. P.S. Please give me some recommendation votes, brothers. Chapter 113 Xian Palace. Mo Qingcheng followed Qin Wentian into the Xian Hall. At this time, there were already many people in the Xian Hall. They stood there and looked up at the sky above their heads. The moment Qin Wentian stepped into the Xian Hall, he was quite shocked. Above him, it was not like a hall, but a starry sky. The Xian Hall, borrowing the name of the Nine Heavens Star River, is divided into 9 levels, and each level is a starry sky. Standing in the Xian Hall is like standing under the starry sky, where there are endless stars. It's as real as it is. Qin Wentian exclaimed, and a faint pressure permeated down, similar to the pressure of the first level of heaven. However, the first batch of people who stepped into the Xian Hall could easily resist this pressure. The creator of the Emperor Star Academy is definitely a genius. Mo Qingcheng smiled, and Qin Wentian nodded in agreement. At this moment, a chill descended, and Huo Chen's eyes were looking back and forth at him. His body stood there, like a straight gun, cold and sharp, as if he was going to pierce Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked at Huo Chen, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Will you attend the Jiunlin banquet at the end of this year? Huo Chen asked calmly. From his words, it seemed that there was not much anger, but people could still feel a chill. Probably. Qin Wentian looked at the other party and responded lightly. In that case, you'd better pray that you don't meet me. Huo Chen took a step towards Qin Wentian, and a sharp breath rushed towards Qin Wentian frantically. Qin Wentian only felt that there were long spears stabbing at him. Huo Chen's strength was much stronger than when he first met him. Bang! Taking another step, Huo Chen condensed a star spear in his hand, which was extremely sharp, and the murderous aura swept out and rushed towards Qin Wentian. Huo Chen, what are you doing? Are you Huan shouted coldly, and the eyes of the people around him looked over here. Mo Qingchang's expression also changed, and a faint breath was released from her body. Don't worry, no matter how stupid I am, I won't make a move in the Imperial Star Academy. Huo Chen glanced at Ruo Huan, and then stabbed a long spear in his hand towards the starry sky. In an instant, he broke through the shackles of the starry sky, and his body turned into a beam of light and disappeared on the first floor of the Xian Palace. Disappeared. Qin Wentian's eyes condensed. This was his first time stepping into the Xian Palace, and he was not so familiar with it. Feeling Huo Chen's strong killing intention just now, his eyes also condensed a little. Huo Chen and others might have strong killing intentions towards him. If it weren't for the Imperial Star Academy standing behind him, he would not have thought of practicing peacefully. Junlin Banquet. Qin Wentian felt a strong pressure. He was at the 6th level of the Wheel Meridian, and he might not be good enough for the Junlin Banquet at the end of the year. You are going to attend the Junlin Banquet too. Zhang Xiu's voice came abruptly, and Qin Wentian looked up at him. Zhang Xiu thought that Qin Wentian would not attend this year's Junlin Banquet, but the other party just told Huo Chen that he would, which surprised him a little. Very good. Zhang Xiu smiled, then he looked up at the void, pierced the Xian River with his sword, and then his figure also disappeared here. Chu Mo also glanced at Qin Wentian, and then he also disappeared in the first layer of space. Many people cast their eyes on Qin Wentian, not because they had hatred for Qin Wentian like Huo Chen, but because of the sensation caused by Qin Wentian. Many people paid great attention to him. Now, Mo Qingchang looked at him differently. Not only in the Xian Palace, but also outside the Xian Palace. The people they paid the most attention to this time were Qin Wentian, Mo Qingchang, Chu Mo, Zhang Xiu, Huo Chen, Ruo Huan, Luo Cheng and others. Which floor of the Xian Palace can these people go to? Outside the Xian Palace, everyone looked at the hall in front of them. At this moment, the first and second floors were all lit up, illuminated by the starry sky. Even outside, they could clearly see the scene inside. Huo Chen is so fast. He is the first one to enter the second level of Xian Palace. It seems that what Qin Wentian did also inspired him to move forward. Now his strength is probably not less than Zhang Xiu, one of the 10 beauties in Beijing. Zhang Xiu, Chu Mo, Luo Cheng and others have also entered the second level. It only took a moment. It was so fast. I wonder who can enter the third level of Xian Palace first. The crowd outside stared at the scene in Xian Palace. Whenever someone entered Xian Palace, the Xian inside would appear and light up the surroundings. Even outside, it could be seen. Qin Wentian looked at the Xian above his head. The stars intertwined into gorgeous pictures, as if flowing. A faint pressure permeated down, but this pressure was almost negligible to Qin Wentian. Do you feel the oppressive attack of Xian? Ruahun asked Qin Wentian. I feel it. Qin Wentian nodded slightly. The flowing stars seemed to gather into an invisible attack, falling on him, and at the same time, stimulating his spiritual will. Break him, and you can step on it. Ruo Huan said with a smile, and then she raised her head. Her eyes suddenly became sharp, as if there was a sharp edge going upstream, and in an instant, the light enveloped her body, and the next moment, Ruo Huan also disappeared in front of Qin Wentian. Obviously, for Ruo Huan, this was not difficult. Brother Qin, I'll wait for you up there. Dashan behind him walked over and said, and then he punched out and also left here. Soon, the people in the first layer of space left one after another, and not long after, there were only 3 people left. Qin Wentian, Mo Qingcheng, and Fan Li. They didn't speak, but quietly looked up at the sky river. Boss, what do you see? Fan Li's eyes were bright, staring at the sky river above. Lines. Qin Wentian whispered. He saw that the sky river seemed to be flowing, gathering into lines, and the oppressive force came from there. Well, it seems that you are really a genius of divine patterns. Why is it that what I saw is a magical power? A magical fist is coming towards us to kill us. Fan Li whispered, causing Qin Wentian to raise his eyebrows. What he saw was actually different from what Fan Li saw. What I saw was also a magical power. Mo Qingchang nodded and said, the Xi'an Palace has mysteries, but most people can't see them, and I can't see through them either. Idiot, I'm leaving first, you should comprehend it yourself. After Mo Qingchang finished speaking, her figure disappeared and went to the second floor of the Xi'an Palace. I'm leaving too. Fan Li smiled, and then he saw his mind move, as if an arrow pierced through the void, and his figure disappeared. Only Qin Wentian was left on the first floor. Such a scene surprised many people. The people from the Imperial Star Academy outside the Xi'an Palace saw that only Qin Wentian was there on the first floor, and their expressions were a little strange. Qin Wentian's star soul is the third and fourth heavens. The first floor of the Xi'an Palace should not be able to stop him, right? Maybe he just wants to feel the magic of the Xi'an Palace more. Many people thought in their hearts, and then they looked up at the second floor. At this moment, there was a cry of surprise. Huo Chen stepped into the third floor of the Xi'an Palace. This speed was really a bit scary. After that, Mo, Zhang Xiu, and Luo Cheng also stepped onto the third floor of the Xi'an Palace one after another. The starry skylight enveloped the surrounding area, making the crowd feel bathed in starlight. These people are all people who have communicated with a martial star on the third heaven. I wonder if they can step into the fourth floor of the Xi'an Palace. Once they step in, it means that they may be able to communicate with a martial star on the fourth heaven to condense the star soul. Everyone thought in their hearts. Time passed slowly, and more than 10 people had already stepped onto the third level of the Xi'an Palace. Those people were obviously more talented than others. But there was only one thing that puzzled the crowd. Qin Wentian, he was still on the first level. What was he doing? No one knew. At this time, Qin Wentian sat cross-legged, quietly feeling the trajectory of the stars. The trajectories intertwined into gorgeous patterns, and then they actually gathered into fists and blasted towards him. Boom! Qin Wentian only felt his head tremble violently, and groaned, but his face showed an excited look. Divine pattern, magical power, this starry sky perfectly connects the two together, this is an opportunity. Qin Wentian's heart was beating, he saw the fist of magical power, so he became more excited. Later, Qin Wentian simply closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. In the invisible space, it seemed that there were fists constantly blasting towards him. Every blast shook Qin Wentian's consciousness, but it made him more excited. He must see this trajectory clearly. This sitting lasted for 3 days. Now, many people from the first group have left the Xi'an Palace, and a new group of people have come in. This new group of people also left the first level of the Xi'an Palace, but Qin Wentian was still sitting there, and no one knew what he was doing. Gradually, the crowd even began to doubt how Qin Wentian's star soul was condensed. Could it be that he really had an adventure that defied the heavens as Mo said? 5 days later, the disciples of the Emperor Star Academy went in and out of the Xi'an Palace, and people kept trying to break through themselves. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out, and the space outside seemed to be covered by the galaxy. The crowd of the Emperor Star Academy looked up at the Xi'an Palace, and their hearts trembled slightly. Mo, he has entered the fourth level of the Xi'an Palace. It seems that he has entered the Yuanfu realm, and his third star soul really has the opportunity to communicate with the martial destiny stars of the fourth level and condense. The crowd was shocked. He is indeed the fourth most evil person among the 10 beauties in the capital. Boom! At this moment, the hearts of the crowd trembled slightly, and they saw another figure appear on the fourth floor of Xi'an Palace. That person was actually Huo Chen. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the crowd were particularly wonderful, and their hearts were beating. They seemed to see a dazzling genius slowly soaring into the air. Chapter 114, Storm. Huo Chen is different from Mo. He has only reached the 9th level of the chakra and has not yet broken through to the Yuanfu. Therefore, it is much more difficult for him to enter the 4th level of Xi'an Palace than Mo. This means that his third star soul has a great chance of communicating with the stars in the 4th heaven, far exceeding Mo. Knowing shame and transforming, with Huo Chen's will, breaking through the realm and entering the Yuanfu is just around the corner. Zhang Zhen smiled and nodded when he saw this scene. His eyes inadvertently glanced at the first level of Xi'an Palace. He saw Qin Wentian still sitting there, and he didn't know what he was doing. This made Zhang Zhen's eyes flash with a sneer, and he whispered, mystifying. Zhang Zhen was not stupid enough to think that Qin Wentian couldn't even get out of the first level of Xi'an Palace. Qin Wentian was completely immersed in his own understanding at this moment, and even forgot the passage of time. He didn't care who stepped into which level of Xian Palace. At this moment, in his mind, there were only the flowing lines and the magical power that gathered. The galaxy seemed to be flowing slowly. The lines became clearer and clearer in Qin Wentian's eyes, slowly converging into a fist line, and suddenly blasted towards Qin Wentian. But now, this attack could no longer shake Qin Wentian's will. He just quietly felt it. Time was still passing. 12 days later, Mo Qingchang also walked up to the 4th floor of Xian Palace, but they finally couldn't move forward. The 4th floor of Xian Palace gave them great pressure. Chu Mo even walked out of it. He couldn't continue to bear the invisible force that oppressed his will. Still on the 1st floor, Chu Mo showed a strange look after seeing Qin Wentian. What was this guy doing? At this moment, Qin Wentian could see the flowing lines clearly. However, when he saw through it thoroughly, a flash of inspiration came into his mind, like a revelation, and he suddenly became cheerful. Wrong, I have been in a misunderstanding before. Since it is a complete divine pattern carved, how can I see its trajectory? This divine pattern itself is a whole, a kind of artistic conception. Although Qin Wentian still closed his eyes, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This feeling of sudden enlightenment was wonderful. Qin Wentian did not open his eyes, but practiced the skills and let himself fall into a dream. In the dream, Qin Wentian stood in an empty courtyard. He was holding the starry sky hammer in his hand, and the patterns were intertwined in his body. Suddenly, the power of the stars flowed, and the sky hammer in Qin Wentian's hand fell to the ground. In an instant, a divine pattern appeared on the ground. It was the divine pattern scroll he created. The owner of the casting star soul, a natural refiner, can directly construct a whole pattern. Qin Wentian thought to himself, perhaps this is the true meaning of the natural refiner. In his hand, the Fangbian Huoji appeared, and Qin Wentian stood there, his momentum rising wildly. Suddenly, his body turned into a residual image, sad, as if the wings of Kunpeng appeared. Fangbian Huoji rushed out, and the tip of the halberd seemed to have a hurricane, condensing into a terrifying vortex. Boom! The space made a muffled sound, and the ground exploded crazily. This halberd was not a change of moves in the wild beast halberd method, but he created it himself, just like the momentum in the divine pattern scroll, but it was still slightly lacking, without the kind of momentum that seemed like a dream and woke up, gathering the overwhelming power in one blow. Qin Wentian found the feeling and began to constantly improve this halberd. This attack that combined with speed, divine essence, star soul and momentum into one would be able to become his strongest attack. This halberd method was created in a dream, so it is called the Great Dream Halberd Method. Moreover, this will be the first move of the Great Dream Halberd Method, so I named it Qin. Qin Wentian thought in his heart. Obviously, he had the belief to create a complete set of halberd methods. In the future, he could create divine patterns again and then create magical powers. The first move was majestic and powerful, splitting the mountain with force. It was also a work of opening the mountain, so it was named Qin, which was just right. Qin Wentian continued to perfect the Qin move, and even had a long dream, imagining himself as a strong man who could open up the world, like Kunpeng, traversing the universe, blasting out a halberd method, splitting the world. In a blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and most of the first batch of people who entered the Xian Palace had already left. Seeing that Qin Wentian was still on the 1st floor, they were all puzzled. However, it was on this day that Qin Wentian finally opened his eyes, stood up, broke the restraints of the 1st floor, and stepped into the 2nd floor of the Xian Palace. This guy, finally he's willing to step into the 2nd floor. Ruahun was still waiting outside, and said depressedly. In the past few days, she had heard all kinds of voices, some puzzled and some questioning. However, the crowd soon discovered that Qin Wentian did not break through the 2nd obstruction in a short time like many geniuses, but sat cross-legged again. Many people left here one after another. The time for cultivation was precious, and no one had the free time to waste here to guard Qin Wentian. 4 days later, Qin Wentian stepped onto the 3rd floor of Xian Palace, but the voices of doubt from Emperor Star Academy became louder and louder. Could it be that Qin Wentian really deserved his reputation in vain? On each floor of Xian Palace, he needed to feel it for a long time before he could withstand the pressure to break through and reach a higher level. Otherwise, why was he like this on each floor? The king's banquet is about to begin. You'd better hurry up and come out. Mo Qingchang looked at the figure sitting cross-legged on the third floor and smiled. Then she and Nolan stepped onto the white crane and left Emperor Star Academy. Outside Cheyenne Palace, it gradually became deserted. The crowd left this place, but Emperor Star Academy was more lively than before. Because it was the end of the year, and the king's banquet was about to arrive. How could the young geniuses who were practicing outside miss this feast? They all returned. In the Knights Alliance, Huo Chen stood there, with a faint chill on his body. He looked up and looked in the direction of Cheyenne Palace, saying, "Which level has he entered?" Not long ago, he entered the 4th level. Someone beside him responded. The he they were talking about was naturally Qin Wentian. Still on the 4th level? It seems that this is also your limit. Huo Chen said calmly. Not only Huo Chen thought so, many people thought that Qin Wentian's limit was the 4th level of Cheyenne Palace. It seems that he communicated with the star souls in the 4th heaven, and maybe he had encountered a great adventure. Except for a few people, as time passed, many people gradually forgot that Qin Wentian was still in Cheyenne Palace. More people were concerned about who would be able to get a high ranking at the Junlin banquet among the young talents of the Emperor Star Academy who had returned. Huo Chen entered the 4th level of Cheyenne Palace. Now he seemed to have transformed compared to before. He might have a chance to win the top 9 seats and become one of the top 10 talents in the capital. There are also Zhang Xiyu, Luo Chang, Ruo Huan and others who may achieve good results. Of course, there is another person who must be mentioned, that is Luo Qianqiu. This person is extremely talented and gifted. It is said that this time he has only one goal, the first seat at the king's banquet. There are many geniuses at the king's banquet. It is so difficult to get the first seat, especially this time. It is said that the genius of Jiutian country will also participate. I wonder if Luo Qianqiu has a chance. In short, this year's king's banquet is so exciting. Not only the Imperial Star Academy, but now, the entire Imperial city of Chu has begun to boil. The Imperial Academy, the Divine Wind Academy, the 7 Stars Martial Academy and other academies and martial arts academies are all waiting for the official opening of the king's banquet. In the Royal Academy, Muro stood under a tree, thinking about the experiences of these days, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Now, the family's support for her is greater than before, and everyone's attitude has begun to change. At the same time, some people in the academy are obviously no longer cold as before. On the contrary, they have become particularly enthusiastic. She has seen all of this. After experiencing this incident, she can better understand the meaning of the 4 words warmth and coldness of human feelings. The king's banquet is coming. Who will shine in the imperial city this time? Qin Wentian, will he attend? Muro murmured. Every year, the king's banquet is the biggest event in the imperial city of Chu, and this year is no exception. However, I am afraid that even if Qin Wentian attends this year, he will not be able to do anything. However, she fully believes that at the king's banquet next year, he will release the most dazzling brilliance. On this day, in the void, a group of monsters flew over the sky of Chu State. Those monsters even pulled a dragon chariot. The mighty strong men flew in the sky on the monsters, shucking the Chu State imperial city. Soon the news spread that the Prince of Jiutian State, with many geniuses of Jiutian State, came to the Chu State imperial city. On this day, the disciples of the god General Wufu, who were almost isolated from the world but had extremely strong combat power, walked out of the dark forest and entered the Chu State imperial city under the leadership of Wu Ziuluo. On this day, Cheyenne Miafang, one of the 3 major squares in the Chu State imperial city, and also the largest casino in the imperial city, has already opened specific odds for who will be the first 9 seats in this Junlin banquet. Even when the Junlin banquet is officially held, Cheyenne Miafang will open odds and bets for some key figures. And the bets they placed are of course all cultivation objects such as Yuanqi or Zingaishi. Judging from the odds offered by Cheyenne Miafang now, Luo Qianqiu has the lowest odds of getting the first seat at the king's banquet, which means that the person Cheyenne Miafang is most optimistic about at this king's banquet is Luo Qianqiu. Chapter 115 Lighting up the starry sky. The imperial city, Chuwang Terrace, covers a vast area, and thousands of soldiers guard the land in all directions. It is not allowed to set foot on weekdays. At a glance, this vast Chuwang Terrace has 9 high platforms, which are distributed in a triangle, with 1 in the front row, 3 in the middle, and 5 in the back row, with a strong sense of hierarchy. There are stepped stands on the left and right ends of the 9 high platforms, with thousands of stone chairs on top, and even in front of the stone chairs, there are long stone tables, which are evenly distributed and staggered, as if they can hold a grand banquet. In front of the high platform in the front, the blue dragon jade is carved into a staircase, exuding an imperial aura, noble and high above. On the blue dragon jade stairs, there is a throne, the blue jade dragon chair. In the past, when the Chu state was founded, the king sat on this blue jade dragon chair to entertain the princes and guests from all directions, and at the same time, he called the generals and soldiers. On the 9 high platforms, the shadows of the 9 legions in the past seem to still be there. The entire Chuwang Terrace was filled with the dignity of imperial power. Later, this Chuwang Terrace became the venue for the Junlin banquet. The Junlin banquet was held by the king himself to entertain the princes and dignitaries. However, the 9 high platforms were no longer used to select generals, but became the glorious battle platforms for the talented disciples of Chu to show their talents. On this day, the warm sunshine fell on the land of the Chu imperial city, and the entire imperial city was boiling. Around the Chuwang Terrace, there were terrible streams of people. Countless people from the Chu imperial city came here and stopped to watch the Chuwang Terrace. Even people from other regions of Chu traveled thousands of miles to the imperial city just to witness the Junlin banquet. Tomorrow is the day when the Junlin banquet will be officially held. Some people have begun to grab a good position to get the best view and see the confrontation of the 9 battle platforms. Some restaurants far away from the Chuwang Terrace were built very high, because this way they could have a view and see everything that happened on the Chuwang Terrace. Now those restaurants are already overcrowded. The King's Banquet is the grandest event in the Chu imperial city every year. On this day, the enthusiasm of the people of Chu is unprecedentedly high. This spirit of martial arts also inspires generations of Chu people to move forward. I heard that this King's Banquet will be the grandest one in recent decades. I hope it can be recorded in history. Yes, I didn't expect that Jiutian country would join Chu to hold this King's Banquet. Now, the 7 knights, 3 swords, and 2 pride of Jiutian country have all arrived in the Chu imperial city and are living in the palace. And our Chu has the 10 talents of the capital, plus rising talents such as Luo Qianqiu and Huo Chen, as well as talented disciples from the martial arts schools of major colleges. This King's Banquet will be unprecedentedly exciting. Everyone is looking forward to it. Of course, the people of Chu also know who are the most concerned about this King's Banquet. The intelligence of Cheyenne Miaofang, one of the 3 major squares, is so powerful that you only need to look at the odds of Cheyenne Miaofang to easily understand which group of people are most optimistic about this King's Banquet. The names of Yu Wook and Zhuigjiuxin were not included in the odds. Everyone knew what this meant. Zhuigjiuxin and Yu Wook were no longer in the chakra realm. Among the most popular people, besides Luo Qianqiu, there was naturally one of the 2 prides of Jiutian country, Sikun Mingyu. This person was called the 2 prides together with the crown prince of Jiutian country. In addition to the 2 of them, the 10 beauties of the capital, the chakra masters of the 7 knights and 3 swords of Jiutian country, and several young masters from the Emperor Star Academy, the Royal Academy, and the God General Marshal Mansion were the most popular people this time. In the imperial city, many people have already bet their lives and fortunes on Cheyenne Miaofang. Of course, some people are still waiting to see how those people perform when the Junlin banquet begins, but the odds will naturally change accordingly. Now, inside and outside the imperial city, everyone is paying attention to the situation at the Chuwangte. Even in the Emperor Star Academy, it seems a bit desolate. Only occasionally there are a few scattered people walking on the road. Most people have left the Emperor Star Academy and headed for the Chuwangte. Among them, even the elders of the Emperor Star Academy were included. Although the royal family and the Emperor Star Academy were secretly competing and not very friendly, they would still give enough face in public. Therefore, as long as they were elders of the Emperor Star Academy, they would be able to get a seat on the steps around the Chuwangte. Not only the Emperor Star Academy, but also the elders of the 9 martial arts schools of the imperial city were invited every year. After all, many of the protagonists of the King's Banquet were young talents from the martial arts schools of the major colleges. At dusk, the remaining disciples of the Emperor Star Academy also left one after another. After all, the King's Banquet would be officially held tomorrow morning. The students of the Emperor Star Academy had long forgotten that Qin Wentian was still practicing with his eyes closed in the Cheyenne Hall. For so many days, Very few people have paid attention to Qin Wentian. People's attention is always easily diverted, especially when something big happens. Outside the Cheyenne Hall, Ruahun, Dashin and Fanel stood outside, looking at the figure on the 4th floor, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. If this bastard doesn't come out, he will miss this year's Junlin banquet. Although he may not achieve any results this time, it is also an opportunity for training. Ruahun cursed in a low voice, feeling quite helpless. Junior brother Qin was able to stay on the 4th floor for so long, which shows that his ability to withstand pressure is unmatched by others. He is worthy of being a person who has communicated with a martial star of the 4th heaven. Let him stay for a few more days. His perception consciousness can stay in the 4th heaven for a longer time in the future and choose a better martial star. Dashin seemed to be afraid that Ruahun would disturb Qin Wentian, so he spoke. I need your reminder. Ruahun glared at Dashin and said, let's go, it's time for us to set off. Yes. Dashin nodded. This time, he and Ruahun were also going to attend the Junlin banquet. Senior sister, you go first, I'll wait and see. Family smiled at the two of them. Ruohuan and Dashan didn't say anything and left, leaving Fanli here. He looked at the 4th floor of Cheyenne Palace, his eyes flickering constantly. Touching his chin, Fanli muttered, with your personality, you shouldn't miss this Junlin banquet. If there are two people who know Qin Wentian best in the Emperor Star Academy, they are Fanli and Qin Yao. Family always feels that this bastard will come out before the Junlin banquet. It's not that Qin Wentian can't break the shackles of the 4th floor of Cheyenne Palace. Although this floor has given him a lot of pressure, he has already gotten used to it as time goes by. At this moment, he is carefully comprehending something. He found that the endless stars in the starry sky of each floor of Cheyenne Palace gathered into lines, and the lines then gathered into magical powers and turned into invisible attacks, that is, pressure. It is this invisible power that is like the pressure in the real Nine Heavens galaxy, which is extremely wonderful. At this moment, Qin Wentian was thinking that the pressure of the 4th layer was indeed similar to the pressure of the real 4th heaven. Then, the 5th and 6th layers were the 9th layer? I am afraid that even if he was the founder of the Imperial Star Academy, he could not simulate the pressure of the 9th heaven, unless he had reached the realm of communicating with the martial stars on the 9th layer, but that was obviously unlikely. At least, Qin Wentian did not believe that the creator of the Imperial Star Academy could have such a powerful strength. Moreover, the lines that Qin Wentian saw now still gathered into fist light. In the night sky, it seemed that there were 4 different spaces, and each space was flowing at the same time, and then converged downwards, gradually turning into a terrible vortex, layer by layer, and a straight fist blasted out from the black hole vortex. At the moment of blasting, it seemed that it was no longer an attack, but turned into a sky full of fist shadows. There were countless attacks condensed together at the same time, a bit like the wheel sea seal in the Thousand Hands seal. A wave of waves gathered, but it was more mysterious and more powerful. I want to see the 5th floor. Qin Wentian thought to himself, and then he stood up. With an extremely strong will, he rushed towards the black hole vortex. Rounds of terrible fist light blasted down, but could not destroy his thoughts. The light shone, and his body disappeared on the spot. It was already night, but the light outside the Cheyenne Palace was still bright. Fatty Fanel sat on the ground casually. At this moment, he felt a little dazzling, and his eyes could not help but open. The more brilliant starry sky came into his eyes, which was extremely gorgeous. Fanel's eyes froze there, staring at the Cheyenne Palace without blinking. 5th floor, this beast. Fanel opened his mouth, with a look of shock on his face. That perverted, beastly, and condemned guy actually stepped into the 5th floor space of the Cheyenne Palace. Does this mean that he has a chance to communicate with a martial star on the 5th level? Fanli blinked and looked around. At this moment, the Imperial Star Academy seemed particularly quiet, which made Fanli feel a little lost. Looking at the starry sky, Fanli muttered, "The stars are so bright, but unfortunately, there are no spectators. How can you be so good at picking the time? I really want to see what expressions Chumo and Zhang Xiu will have when they see this scene." Family stood up and walked back and forth, feeling very unhappy. Such a good opportunity to show off happened to be the night before the Junlin banquet, and no one saw it. The fat man was depressed. At this moment, the old man guarding the Cheyenne Palace was sitting in a remote corner. When he saw the light on the 5th level, his turbid eyes lit up and his body trembled slightly. At such a young age, he has stepped onto the 5th level of the Cheyenne Palace. The old man muttered in his heart, with an inexplicable surprise in his heart. Buzz! At this moment, a dazzling starlight burst out from the Xi'an Palace and radiated towards the entire Emperor Star Academy. The dazzling starlight seemed real. The old man was stunned for a moment, and then his body suddenly trembled violently. How is it possible? How is this possible? The old man stared at the starry sky with an unbelievable look. At this moment, the starlight seemed to light up the Emperor Star Academy. Countless people looked up, and they seemed to see two starry skies. Fatty Fennel, who was pacing back and forth, opened his mouth and just stood there. His eyes seemed not to move. Damn! A vulgar curse came from the night sky, and then the starry sky dimmed again. However, at this moment, the remaining people in the Emperor Star Academy all looked up, looking at the disappearing light, showing puzzled expressions. Who lit up the second starry sky? P.S. Please recommend and support! Exclamation mark. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Gathering at Chuangte. What happened just now? A low cry was heard in the night sky of Emperor Star Academy. The light at that moment lit up the night of Emperor Star Academy. They seemed to see a second starry sky. This scene was too wonderful. The old man guarding the pavilion of Xi'an Palace trembled more and more. He looked at a young and handsome figure walking out of Xi'an Palace. Under his old face, his eyes were particularly hot. Although it was only a moment, he actually walked to the 6th floor of Xi'an Palace. How did this guy do it? Too scary. Qin Wentian was still depressed at this moment. When he stepped onto the 5th floor, he found that the 5-layer space patterns flowed together, and the fist light that gathered together pressed down from top to bottom. It was extremely fierce and bombarded him. He broke the shackles of that layer with the strongest will and stepped into the 6th floor of Xi'an Palace. However, in the 6th layer of space, he saw that the stars in the sky seemed to have turned into falling fist lights, gathering together and bombarding him. It almost didn't take his life, so he was directly pressed back to the 5th floor. Because his will was severely damaged, he could hardly stay on the 5th floor, so Qin Wentian had no choice but to walk out of Xi'an Hall, leaving only a bright beam of light in the dark night of Emperor Star Academy. I'm going to practice in seclusion. The first voice Qin Wentian said when he walked out was that he was going to practice. Oh! Fannel's eyes flashed. This perverted bastard, doesn't he know what he just did? Tomorrow is the Genlin banquet. After a moment of silence, Fannel said to Qin Wentian, I want to practice. Qin Wentian looked at Fannel and said, then quickly left here. The fat man was stunned, and then said, could it be the critical moment? Speaking of which, Qin Wentian has been in Xi'an Hall for so many days, he must have a lot of insights, and the fat man will not believe that the bastard will waste these days. Just now, he witnessed with his own eyes that after so many days of silence, the bright light finally burst out at that moment. The only pity is that there is still no audience. Fatty, too depressed. Thinking of this, Fatty Law shrugged and chased after Qin Wentian, his fat body trembling. Emperor Star Academy was still so quiet, but at this moment, many people were actually very restless. They had always been in Emperor Star Academy, guarding this sacred place, as if they were forever hidden in the darkness, rarely coming out to walk around, and even when they came out, no one knew who they were. Qin Wentian did go back to practice in seclusion. Even if tomorrow was the king's banquet, he wanted to sort out all the insights he had gained in the past few days. Those would allow him to take another step forward in strength, and those step-by-step accumulation would allow him to complete a certain transformation. So, as soon as he returned to his residence, he fell asleep. It was a dream he made himself. Beside him, there were many meteorites, which could be used at any time. That night, the starlight was particularly bright in the place where Qin Wentian lived. Above the sky, the light from the 2 stars fell down as in the past, covering Qin Wentian in his sleep. Although in a deep sleep, Qin Wentian's 2 star souls bloomed at the same time, absorbing the power of the stars. There were constant crackling sounds coming from his body. A terrifying force was madly impacting his body, like waves. The crashing sound was particularly clear in the dark night. At this moment, Qin Wentian did not fall into a very profound dream. He was just observing his body in his sleep. At this moment, He seemed to see the acupoints and meridians in his body, and the tendons and veins in his body. A new channel was madly opening up and impacting every part of his limbs. A ray of light shone into Qin Wentian's body, and 7 star meridians were opened up. These 7 star meridians were like 7 galaxies across his body. They seemed to have their own trajectories, and seemed to have a wonderful connection. The dots of starlight flowed in the meridians, which made Qin Wentian feel a little touched. He shattered the meridians in his body, allowing the power of the stars to gather into a river, and the starry chakras that were born seemed to be like a galaxy. Isn't the human body a starry sky? My chakras are so smooth that I can better send out magical powers from my hands. However, the galaxy is gorgeous, and the power of the stars can reach anywhere. The magical powers gathered by the power of the stars in my body can also be sent out from my feet, or like last time, from my mouth. Qin Wentian thought in his heart, and he increasingly believed that cultivation is not easy. Why can't we let go of our thinking and have our own cultivation ideas, but should we practice step by step according to the limitations of our thinking? He himself had linked the divine pattern with a magical power, and even Senior Gong Yanghang had never thought of it, and Senior Gong Yanghang also said that the star soul, after entering the Xiangang realm, is itself a kind of attack, and now, it can also be used in the magical attack. The road of martial arts is difficult, but this difficult road is infinitely broad ahead, so why can't we travel in it? When he woke up from his dream, it was already daytime. The morning air was a little damp and cool. Qin Wentian opened his eyes, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes, as bright as stars, as if the light of stars bloomed from his pupils. He only felt that his mind was clear, his vision became clearer, and his ears became more sensitive, and he could hear more subtle movements. This was the change brought by the realm. Every time a wheel meridian was opened, the realm was improved, and the quality of the body would also be improved. The meteorite was consumed. Qin Wentian was secretly shocked. Cultivation was too resource-consuming. Fortunately, he didn't need to worry about the meteorite for the time being. After stretching his muscles, Qin Wentian's body made a crackling sound and stood up. This feeling was particularly wonderful, and every pore on his body was comfortable. "You are willing to wake up?" A voice came from the side, and Fatty Fannel was lazily lying in a pavilion, sleepy, as if he had not woken up yet. "Fatty, what are you doing here?" Qin Wentian found Fannel when he woke up and couldn't help but smile. "Wait for you to attend the Jiutian banquet." Fannel stood up, patted the dust off his body, and glared at Qin Wentian with contempt. However, in those contemptuous eyes, this bastard was practicing so loudly in his sleep, how could he let Fatty sleep well? "You are going to participate too." Qin Wentian's eyes showed a glimmer of light. These days, Fatty has been practicing under the supervision of teacher Mo Shuang, and he should have made great progress. Moreover, he gave him a lot of meteorites to practice. Qin Wentian knew that Fatty's talent was not bad at all. Just like Mo Shuang said, this bastard was too lazy. "I'll go place the bet," the fat man said casually, thinking that after Qin Wentian signed up and showed some talent, Xian Miafeng would definitely offer odds for Qin Wentian. At that time, he would bet all his belongings on this guy. For someone like Qin Wentian who was completely ignored, as long as he could make it into the top 9 of the list, the odds would surely be quite high. Thinking of this, the fat man looked at Qin Wentian with shining eyes, causing Qin Wentian to shudder. What evil idea was this bastard planning again? The Chu Wangte was already crowded with people early in the morning. The imperial city sent out a 10,000-man army to maintain order and blockade the area around the Chu Wangte. Anyone who came to watch had to keep a certain distance from the Chu Wangte and not disturb the convening of the Jiutian banquet. This area, like many areas of the imperial dynasty, is off limits to people below the Yuan mansion. However, at this moment, there are many monsters flying in the sky. Even in the direction of the imperial city, rows of monsters are transporting fine wine and delicacies, placing them on the cleaned guest seats. Looking at the monsters that cover the sky, the crowd sighed in their hearts. This is the most grand event of the Chu state every year. The king's banquet is being held today. The royal family invites princes, nobles, and guests from all directions. The people of the Mu family have arrived. The Mu family, who have always been low-key, came very early. Someone looked at a staircase stand and saw a line of figures appearing there. As a distinguished family in the imperial city, the Mu family naturally has a place on the stand. Muro also appeared in the crowd of the Mu family. The people of the Huo family have also arrived. Huo Chen is there. I heard that Huo Chen is very ambitious this time. Another line of figures descended, and they were people from the Huo family. According to the odds offered by Xian Miaofang, Huo Chen is very likely to get the top 9 seats at the Junlin banquet. I guess the Huo family is sharpening their knives. The people from the Yi family and the Purple County Prince's mansion came together. Who are the people at the end of the Yi family? That young woman is pretty. The Yi family doesn't seem to have such a person. That's Bai Kibuksa from the Bai family. She was once a sensation, but when she condensed the second star soul, something went wrong. It seems that there are signs of falling. Someone responded, and everyone suddenly understood. It turned out that it was the Bai family from Xianyang City. At this time last year, this matter also caused quite a stir in the Imperial City. After all, the first star soul communicated with the third heaven's martial star, which created history. When she arrived in the Imperial City, Bai Kibuksu didn't do much. The Bai family has gradually been forgotten. On the contrary, Qin Wentian, who was a little embarrassed in Xianyang City in the past, has now become a hot figure in the Imperial City. People from the martial arts schools of various colleges have also arrived one after another. At this moment, more and more people entered the venue and climbed onto the stands, causing quite a stir. The people from the Galaxy Guild have also arrived. The Divine Weapon Pavilion has arrived. They rarely appear in the past. The Mo family is here, too. Everyone looked towards the stands, feeling their hearts surging. All the forces in the Imperial City gathered for the King's Banquet. Chapter 117, The King's Banquet opens. The Xing Guild is above the Imperial power. The Divine Weapon Pavilion is rich enough to rival a country. The Mo family has the strongest person under the Xiangang realm in Chu. These 3 forces all have special status in Chu, and today, they are gathered here. The Divine Weapon Pavilion seems to have never officially appeared on the stands of the King's Banquet. The crowd thought in their hearts, and now they are here. Why did the Divine Weapon Pavilion come? Rumor has it that the Divine Weapon Pavilion values Qin Wentian very much. In the wind and snow in the past, Qin Wentian blocked the way of the third Prince Chu Xianjiao, and the Divine Weapon Pavilion stood behind him. The Mo family has not appeared on the stands of the King's Banquet for several years. Is Mo Qingchang going to participate in this King's Banquet? Someone showed curiosity and looked towards the direction of the Mo family. There was a figure of Qingcheng. Qingcheng, you are here too. Yi Wook shouted to Mo Qingchang from the direction of the Yi family. Mo Qingchang looked over there calmly and ignored it. Yi Wook was not angry either, he still stood there quietly, handsome and extraordinary. He was also watched by many girls at this moment. As an excellent man like Yi Wook, he would naturally have no lack of admirers. In the Royal Academy, there were many people who took the initiative to pursue him. However, for Yi Wook, who pursued perfection, he thought that only a beauty like Mo Qingchang was more suitable for him, but Mo Qingchang never said a word to him. He also pursued Mo Qingchang, but obviously failed. However, seeing that everyone who pursued Mo Qingchang failed, he gradually accepted it. But now, he was a little unhappy, because Mo Qingchang seemed to have a different eye for Qin Wentian, and the Yi family had gone to Xianyang City on his behalf and brought Qin Wentian's fiancée to the Imperial City. In Yi Wook's eyes, Bai Kibuksu, naturally, could not be compared with Mo Qingchang, especially now that Bai Kibuksu seemed to be about to fall. Whether she could become his woman still needed to be considered. The people from the palace have arrived. At this moment, the crowd looked up and looked into the distance, only to see a group of monsters rolling in and landing behind the throne of the Chu King's platform. Then, a group of figures walked up and walked to the most dazzling position. The person in the center was Chu Xianjiao. This year, the king did not come to the King's Banquet. Chu Xianjiao sat on the throne of the Chu King's platform, which meant that from today on, the King of Chu announced to the world that Chu Xianjiao would become his successor. This was a silent declaration, which meant that it was only a matter of time before Chu Xianjiao ascended the throne of the King of Chu. It seems that His Majesty the King of Chu is not in good health. Many people secretly guessed in their hearts, otherwise, the king would not be absent from this King's Banquet, and he would formally hand over the throne of the Crown Prince to Chu Xianjiao. There were many figures around Chu Xianjiao. On the left-hand side, Luo Qianqiu appeared there, standing side by side with several young men, and in front of Luo Qianqiu, there was a figure, who seemed to be Luo Qianqiu's elder. This scene made some people who knew the inside story flash with sharpness in their eyes. If they knew Luo Qianqiu's identity, They could naturally guess where these people came from. The eyes of those people could not help but become solemn. They were from Jiutian Palace, standing behind the curtain of Chu state. As for the right side of Chu Xianjiao, there was a figure with extraordinary temperament. He stood there casually with a smile on his face, but his temperament was not inferior to Chu Xianjiao at all, making people feel that this person was a dragon among men. The prince of Zuian state, Xiao Lu, one of the two Jias. His reputation in Zuian state was no less than Chu Xianjiao's reputation in Chu state. There was also a group of young people besides Xiao Lu. They were the most outstanding young talents in Zuian state, Sikun Mingyao, who was called the two Jias together with Xiao Lu, and the three swords and Qi of Zuian state. At this time, the figures on the stand stood up one after another, looking at Chu Xianjiao who was walking to the throne. This was the etiquette of the king's banquet, but in the past it was always addressed to the king, but now it was addressed to Chu Xianjiao. Everyone, please take a seat. Chu Xianjiao stretched out his hand and said with a smile, and then he took the lead in sitting on the throne. Everyone witnessed history together. Thank you, Your Highness. Everyone bowed and then took their seats. Everyone, please enjoy the banquet. Chu Xianjiao said politely, and took the lead in raising his glass to the crowd, and everyone drank together. At the same time, several figures walked up to the 9 high platforms in the middle of them, and prepared tables, chairs, paper and pens. It is an honor today that Zuian country will co-host this Junlin banquet with my Chu country. I believe that this will be a great event for my Chu country. Now, all outstanding young people above the 5th level of the Wheel Vein Realm and below the Yuan Mansion can step onto the 9 high platforms and sign up for the Junlin banquet. I will be honored to be a witness of this Junlin banquet like everyone present. Chu Xianjiao said to the crowd with a smile. The bottom line for participating in the Junlin banquet is the 5th level of the Wheel Vein Realm. If the realm is lower, there is no need to participate at all. Because people below the 5th level of the Wheel Vein Realm cannot possibly take the top 9 seats at the Junlin banquet. People at this level will not miss the Junlin banquet next year. There are 9 battle platforms. You can choose which one to register. After that, each battle platform will have a point-to-point elimination battle. You can randomly point to the generals and fight until the last 2 people. There will be a total of 18 people advancing from the 9 battle platforms. At this time, an old man stood beside Chu Xianjiao and said, "These 18 people who have advanced will have the next round of duels to decide the top 9 seats of this Junlin banquet. The rules of the Junlin banquet are very simple. Fight at the same time in 9 battle platforms. Each battle platform will have an elimination battle until only the last 2 people are left. Because of the existence of 9 battle platforms, those who are good-looking and can seize the top 9 seats can register for the battle on different battle platforms to avoid confrontation in the first round of elimination. In this way, those who have the hope of competing for the top 9 seats will not be eliminated in advance. Qianqiu, next, it's your stage." Next to Chu Xianjiao, the leader said calmly to Luo Qianqiu beside him, and Luo Qianqiu nodded slightly. This time, the first seed of the Junlin banquet must be his. As soon as he stepped on the ground, Luo Qianqiu's body suddenly jumped up, as if he had transformed into a rock, and landed directly on the battle stage in front. Luo Qianqiu, he chose to sign up at the first battle stage. At the same moment, a figure appeared beside Luo Qianqiu, and it was Sikun Mingyao. He and Luo Qianqiu looked at each other, and there was a bright light in their eyes. Luo Qianqiu and Sikun Mingyao, these 2 people are the most likely to compete for the top spot on this Junlin banquet. This can be seen from the odds of Xian Miaofang. The 2 of them actually signed up at the same battle stage. The crowd stared at each other. In this way, the referee should not let them collide when calling the shots, otherwise these 2 seeded players will be eliminated, which is not a good look. The qualification for the first battle stage seems to have been locked in advance. Luo Qianqiu and Sikun Mingyao will not have other powerful people to sign up for that battle stage. The crowd walked towards the 9 battle platforms one after another and wrote down their names. The intelligence of Xian Miaofang is indeed powerful. It seems that the top 10 talents in the capital, Ziyui Jiuxin and Yi Wuk, are not going to attend the king's banquet. They must have entered the Yuan Mansion. The last 5 of the top 10 talents in the capital have chosen different battle platforms to register. Sikun Mingyao besides Xiao Lu has already registered. The 2 of the 3 swords and the 5 of the 7 knights have also registered one after another. Their combat power should be at the top level of the wheel meridians. Moreover, they have also chosen different battle platforms to register, all staggered. Some outstanding figures from the Emperor Star Academy have also started to register. They are Huo Chen, Ruo Huan, and Luo Cheng. I heard that their strength is not much weaker than Zhang Xiu. Those are Hao Tai and Leng Ya from the God General Wu Mansion. These two people are also favored by Cheyenne Miaofeng's odds and have a chance to compete for the top 9 seats. Cheyenne Miaofeng's intelligence system is extremely terrifying. They even found out about the talented disciples of the God General Wu Mansion who rarely set foot in the Imperial City. Even now, there is a Zumio building not far from the Chu Wangtai, which is a branch of Cheyenne Miaofeng. When watching the battle, you can run over to see the changes in the odds, or bet hard. After a while, the crowd has stepped onto the battle stage one after another. Everyone discovered a wonderful rule. Those who hope to compete for the top 9 seats almost all avoid the scene of multiple people appearing on the battle stage at the same time. Obviously, they are also observing each other, as if they have some kind of tacit understanding. According to the odds offered by Cheyenne Miaofeng, the people who are optimistic about the chance to compete for the top 9 seats are Zhuang Country, Sikun Mingai of the Twin Pride, the second and third swords of the 3 swords, and 5 in the 7 knights, from the 3rd knight to the 7th knight. Emperor Star Academy, Luo Kaiankyu, Huo Chen, Zhang Xiu, Ruohun, Luo Cheng. Among them, Ruohun and Luo Cheng's selection makes people feel a little surprised, but their odds are quite high, and they are obviously considered not as promising as others. Royal Academy, Shijun, who ranks 8th among the 10 talents in the capital, and the young Prince Chu Chen. Divine General Wufu, Hao Tai, Leng Yao. Divine Wind Academy, Zhang Feng, who ranks 6th among the top 10 beauties in Beijing. There is also Yizhi, who ranks 7th among the top 10 beauties in Beijing, and Kuang Sheng, who ranked 9th among the top 10 beauties in Beijing. Yizhi is the adopted daughter of the Yu family. Kuang Sheng is a disciple of the Kuangdao sect, a force in the Imperial City. If Ruo Huan and Luo Cheng are removed from these people, then there are exactly 18 seats. Careful people have discovered that these 18 people are exactly on the 9 battle platforms, with 2 people on each battle platform. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared on the battle platform that was the most remote from the throne and closest to the crowd. The moment this figure jumped onto the battle platform, it caused a commotion. Qin Wentian, he also signed up for the Junlin banquet and walked onto the 9th battle platform. Chu Xianjiao looked over there, and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. Qin Wentian. Yi Wuke looked at Qin Wentian appearing, and inadvertently glanced at Bai Kibuksu and her daughter behind the Yi family. At the Mo family's location, Mo Qingcheng smiled and whispered, "Keep going. Qingcheng, I heard that you've been getting close to the Qin family kid recently." At this moment, a middle-aged man next to Mo Qingcheng whispered something, which made Mo Qingcheng's face stiffen. She smiled and said, "Didn't you say that the Mo family used to be on good terms with the Qin family? Qin Wentian and I are quite compatible, so naturally we became friends. Is it really just that?" The middle-aged man smiled at his daughter. "What are you thinking about?" Mo Qingcheng saw her father staring at her, and her pretty face blushed, and she looked stunning. Chapter 118, 1 year is too long, seize the day. Luo Kaiankyu, the people of the Yu family, the people of the Huo family, the people of the Mu family, and the people of the Yan family, they all saw Qin Wentian, but everyone had different thoughts in their hearts. Although Qin Wentian was quite powerful and had defeated Yan Yuhan before, it seemed that he could not have a place at this Junlin banquet. He must be Qin Wentian, right? An old man from the Mu family asked Mu Ro beside him in a low voice. He had seen the portrait of Qin Wentian. Yes. Mu Ro nodded gently, and her eyes were full of brilliance when she looked at Qin Wentian. The divine pattern scroll made her get a promise from Guangyang Hong. For this matter, she had not yet thanked Qin Wentian in person. However, Mu Ro was a little worried. Junlin banquet was different from ordinary competitions. Chu State was fighting for martial arts. In this grandest battle stage of Chu State, everyone wanted to compete for a good ranking. The battle would be very tragic, and casualties were common. Unless one party admitted defeat, the other party had to stop. As long as the word surrender is not shouted out, it is not uncommon for them to be killed in the Junlin banquet. No matter which college or which force the outstanding young people are from, if they die in battle because they refuse to admit defeat, there is no reason to blame their opponents. Bai Kibuksu also saw that figure, of course. In her heart, there is always a knot in her heart, because the person she wanted to break off the engagement with is now gradually distanced from her, getting farther and farther. He should just join in the fun at the Junlin banquet. Bai Kibuksu thought to herself, as if she was comforting herself. He is just a supporting role. What's the point of participating in this Junlin banquet and being humiliated by others? Bai King Song said calmly, as if he was deliberately saying it to Bai Kibuksu. Of course, he knew Bai Kibuksu's knot, because he himself had the same knot. Jiang Xiu's eyes were extremely sharp at this moment. Qin Wentian signed up for the 9th battle platform, and he also signed up for that battle platform. This means that there is a chance for the two of them to meet. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiu had a sneer on his face, hoping that Qin Wentian would be stronger, so that he would not be eliminated too early and would not even have the chance to meet him. Yan Yuan, with the same indifferent look, signed up for that battle stage like Qin Wentian. Soon, no one continued to walk towards the 9 battle stages. All those who wanted to participate in the King's Banquet had already signed up, and each battle stage had more than 100 people. The least number of battle stages was naturally the first battle stage. The two most popular people, Luo Qianqiu and Sikun Mingyu, were both there. Who dared to be cannon fodder? Compared with other battle stages, the first battle stage had no hope at all. In the crowd of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, the person sitting in the front was particularly eye-catching. She was a woman who looked to be in her 20s. She was extremely beautiful and exuded a mature feminine flavor, which made her look particularly attractive. This woman was Liu Yan, the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. At this time, Liu Yan looked at the 9 battle platforms with a faint smile, and said with a smile, the distribution of the 18 most promising people is even, with 2 people on each battle platform, as if they have a tacit understanding. In this way, we can test the others. If we want to break through the 9 battle platforms, we must surpass them. Yang Chen next to him said with a smile, the people on the 9th battle platform where Qin Wentian is located are considered weak. Jiang Xiu, who ranks last among the 10 beauties of the capital, and Qi Yi, who ranks 7th among the 7 knights, should be easier to break through from the other battle platforms. You are wrong. And Liu Yan said with a smile, precisely because everyone thinks that this battle platform is easy to break through. Some people with strong strength have also signed up there, such as Luo Cheng from the Emperor Star Academy, who is not weak, and Yang Yuhan, who has broken through the 8th level of the Wheel Meridian and should be quite strong. Therefore, I think the competition for the 9th battle platform will be the most tragic. I didn't expect this. We in the Divine Weapon Pavilion don't know much about these young people outside, but people from other forces may be able to see through the clues easily. Yang Chen smiled and said, and at this moment, the person next to Chu Xianjiao spoke again, I hope the 9 colleges and martial arts schools will send representatives to select the generals. One person from each of the 9 colleges and martial arts schools stood up, and then they flew into the air and landed on the 9 battle platforms, took over the registration books, and rode at the same time. The 9 colleges and martial arts schools, as the referees of the 9 battle platforms, were responsible for selecting the generals for the battle. Is it finally going to start? In the vast land around the Chu Wangtai, countless people looked at the 9 battle platforms. This was a feast. The people on the stands didn't seem to have too much in mind for the banquet. They all had expectations for their disciples and hoped that they could perform well. On the first stage, Luo Qianqiu will fight against Yu. On the second stage, the second sword will fight against Bai Ming. On the third stage, the third knight will fight against Wang Zhao. Voices kept coming out one after another. The referees of the major martial arts academies seemed to have a tacit understanding. The first names they called out were all the most promising seed powerhouses of this Junlin banquet. The 3 swords and 7 knights from Zuian country did not register with their real names, but only used sword and knight as code names. The eyes of the crowd followed the voices, and soon, their eyes fell on the referee of the 9th stage. Jiang Xiu was eager to try. According to the first names called out by the previous 8 stages, they were the most promising people in their respective stands. So the name called out this time should be him. On the 9th stage, Jiang Xiu will fight against Qin Wentian. The last voice fell, causing Jiang Xiu's eyes to suddenly freeze. He looked at the referee of the 9th stage. The first name he called out was indeed Jiang Xiu, and the person who would have the first match with him was actually Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian Jiutian. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xiu's mouth curled up into a cold smile. This was the first battle of the Junlin banquet. It was the first time for Zhang Xiu to stand on the Junlin banquet stage this year. It was also the first time for Qin Wentian. When the genius divine pattern engraving master and cultivation genius praised by countless people were knocked off the stage in the first duel with the most cruel and direct means and then disappeared from the Junlin banquet stage, I believe such a scene must be very interesting. Qin Wentian was also stunned, his eyes flickered, looking at the referee on the 9th stage. This guy, is he doing it on purpose? In the first game, he faced Zhang Xiu, one of the top 10 beauties in the capital. Even if he was ranked last, he was one of the top 10 beauties in the capital after all, so his strength was naturally beyond doubt. The crowd around was also stunned. The names of Zhang Xiu and Qin Wentian were both well known, and both of them had extremely high reputations. One was one of the top 10 beauties in the capital, and the other was known as the most talented divine pattern engraving master in the imperial city, and also had an extremely strong fighting talent. They will collide in the first round. This 9th battle platform instantly attracted more attention than the first one. At this moment, many people were thinking that Qin Wentian might have regarded the Junlin banquet as a test. Could it be that this test was over? This seemed a little ridiculous. The referee was quite interesting, but no one said much. After all, the Junlin banquet was all about strength, and the referee could choose any general to fight. Remember to be safe. Qin Yao didn't care about what everyone thought. She helped Qin Wentian straighten his clothes and smiled and told him that she didn't care whether Qin Wentian won or lost, but he must come down safely. Good performance, don't let us down. Ruahun giggled. This battle was very stressful. Boss, it's up to you. Family grinned. Qin Wentian's name has not appeared in the odds for the top 9 seats in Xian Miaofang. Even if it was, no one would bet on Qin Wentian. Fatty was waiting. He didn't expect that the first battle opportunity would appear. As long as Qin Wentian defeated Zhang Xiu, Qin Wentian's name would immediately appear in Xian Miaofang. I will try my best. Qin Wentian smiled and walked towards the 9th battle stage. A moment later, he stood on the 9th battle stage. Zhang Xiu also walked onto the battle stage and appeared in front of Qin Wentian. At this moment, 9 battle platforms and 18 young warriors stepped onto the stage of the Junlin banquet at the same time. From this moment on, the Junlin banquet will open a new chapter. Mo Qingcheng, Mu Rou, Yan Yuhan, the Yi family, the Hao family, the Bai family, the Shenbing Pavilion, and the Xing Guild, their eyes were fixed on the 2 figures on the 9th battle platform. Will Qin Wentian be eliminated in the first battle? Zhang Xiu's mouth drew an interesting look. Not long ago, he had fought with Qin Wentian. Although he had some strength, when the real battle broke out, Qin Wentian would definitely not have the slightest chance. Qin Wentian, on such a stage, under the attention of all the people, you, the so-called genius, were eliminated in the first round of the first battle. Isn't it interesting? Zhang Xiu said lightly. Qin Wentian did not respond to him. He only looked up slightly and looked towards the sky. The sun rose from the east and slowly rose into the sky until everyone could feel his light. The young man came from Xianyang City, experienced hardships, and finally stood at the banquet of the king of Chu. On this day, he will let the Chu feel his brilliance. On this day, he will once again clear his name in front of the Chu. Mo Shang once told him that 1 year later, it would be his time to shine. However, 1 year is too long, and we must seize the day. Today, he stands here, not for anything else, but to be the first. At this moment, the young man's heart seems to be as hot as the sun. Chapter 119, A Sword Creates Blood. Qin Wentian stood there, looking up at the void. The handsome face of the young man was quiet and indifferent. The slightly sunny smile seemed to carry strong confidence. The sunlight reflected on the handsome face, adding a bit of beauty. At this moment, the young man seemed to have a special charm. What a handsome guy. At this moment, where the Mo family was, Mo Qingcheng's father saw the sunny face of the young man and couldn't help but smile. He said, "It is rare for the Qin family to have such a son. The young man has come from the wind and rain, and finally stood on the biggest stage of Chu state with his own efforts. I hope he can create a miracle." The people of the Mo family sent blessings to Qin Wentian. "I will." Mo Qingcheng smiled softly. Qin Wentian at this moment was really good looking. Seeing Qin Wentian still smiling like this, the crowd couldn't help but show strange expressions. Could it be that he really didn't care about being knocked off the stage in the first battle and completely disappearing from the stage of the Junlin banquet? Or, he was blindly confident that he could beat Zhang Xiu, one of the top 10 beauties in the capital? At this moment, a loud bang sounded on the first stage. Luo Qianqiu defeated his opponent with one punch. Because he did not voluntarily admit defeat, his opponent was hit by thunder and flew out directly. His bones and muscles were broken, and his meridians were disabled. It was very miserable. This was the fastest battle. Luo Qianqiu just left his opponent with a life. He seemed to announce to everyone with the most domineering attitude. This year's Junlin banquet is his stage. At the same time, on the 9th stage, Zhang Xiu's momentum broke out, and the strong sword energy roared crazily. In his hand, a sword appeared, which was condensed by the star force. On the stage of Junlin banquet, it is naturally impossible to use magic weapons, otherwise how can it be fair? The sword wind swept the space, and Zhang Xiu's sword star soul bloomed. Suddenly, the sword intent around him rose again and became more violent. A sharp sound of hissing came out, and Zhang Xiu's breath kept rising until it reached the peak. Even at a distance, the crowd could still feel the rising aura and sword intent, and their hearts trembled slightly. Zhang Xiu had not yet started the battle, but he had already released his strongest aura, without hiding some of his strength to prepare for the subsequent battle. The confidence contained in it was needless to say. At the same time, he wanted to declare to Qin Wentian that in front of him, Zhang Xiu, his so-called genius was nothing at all. He wanted to use the most domineering and direct attack to directly destroy Qin Wentian. He was Zhang Xiu, one of the 10 beauties in the capital. Today, he would take back all the shame of being whipped at the Emperor Star Academy that day. You still have a choice now, to leave this stage that does not belong to you, to get out by yourself, or to let me do it. Zhang Xiu said calmly, as if he intended to humiliate Qin Wentian. In Qin Wentian's body, the 7 chakras burst out crazily, and the star energy in his body seemed to be roaring, and his momentum was also rising. After today, there will be no Zhang Xiu among the top 10 beauties in Beijing. Qin Wentian's voice came out slowly, and there was an unparalleled confidence in his calmness. This confidence surprised the crowd. No one would have thought that Qin Wentian could say such a bold statement so calmly in front of the top 10 beauties in Beijing. After today, there will be no Zhang Xiu among the top 10 beauties in Beijing. The chakra has reached the 7th level. In the direction of Emperor Star Academy, Mo Shang felt a breath of Qin Wentian and smiled. He felt a little ashamed to say that this disciple was very talented. He didn't teach Qin Wentian anything at all. He seemed to have his own skills. He could practice the magic skills skillfully without the guidance of others. This also made Mo Shang quite depressed. He understood that this meant that with his ability, he was not enough to teach this disciple. He could not control Qin Wentian's talent, which led to this situation. Of course, Mo Shang was proud of Qin Wentian. This was the disciple he discovered from Xianyang City. Today, he was going to announce his existence to the entire Chu state. Mo Shang was looking forward to it, but also a little nervous. Could Qin Wentian defeat Zhang Xiu? The crowd was quite surprised to feel Qin Wentian's presence. It was said that when he entered the Emperor Star Academy, he was only in the body refining realm. In just 1 year, he had already entered the 7th level of the Wheel Meridian. In addition to his achievements in the divine pattern, even if he did not perform very well at the king's banquet, people would not have too many doubts about him. That was fate. He was already good enough. The strength of the 7th level of the Wheel Meridian also stimulated Yizan, Liu Yan, Bai Qingsong and Bai Qixu. Yizan had once hunted down Qin Wentian, but now, they were no longer on the same level. Bai Qingsong and Bai Qixu knew that Qin Wentian was not a body-refining person a year ago. In fact, Qin Wentian at that time had just started practicing. The battles on other battlefields were soon decided one after another, but many people did not even notice that no battlefield could attract the attention of the crowd like the 9th battlefield. Not only because of the reputation of the two, but also because of Zhang Xiu's pride and Qin Wentian's confidence. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Xiu's body moved. At this moment, his sword was as cold as water. In an instant, his figure descended in front of Qin Wentian. His palm trembled, and the sword was like a rain of stars, like a sky full of stars, brilliant and dazzling. Sword like rain of stars, Zhang Xiu has cultivated the star point sword technique to this level. With one sword, He is enough to block all of Qin Wentian's retreat routes and cover him in the rain of swords. He is worthy of being one of the top 10 beauties in Beijing. Everyone saw the star-shaped sword light and showed a look of appreciation. The top 10 beauties in Beijing are not just famous. The fact that they can step into that ranking shows that they have proven themselves. Qin Wentian did not move. He just stood there calmly, as if the sword light in front of him was not a fatal sword light. His expression was as calm as ever, and there was not even a star weapon in his hand. This scene surprised many people. Is this self-confidence or arrogance? Zhang Xiu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Since Qin Wentian was seeking death, he was willing to help Qin Wentian. Died on the stage of the Junlin banquet. Even if the Emperor Star Academy wanted to protect Qin Wentian, there was nothing to say. The sky was full of sword light and star rain with terrifying murderous intent. Sword beams rushed towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian could certainly feel that Zhang Xiu had the intention to kill. At this time, Qin Wentian released his perception to the extreme, and a wonderful power permeated out. It was the breath of a big dream. The sword star soul would make the star energy attach to the sharpness of the sword, the lightning star soul would attach to the violence of lightning, and the big dream star soul, of course, also had the artistic conception of sleep and dream. At this moment, Zhang Xiu felt that he was a little erratic and unreal, as if his sword attack was a little illusory. But Qin Wentian was different from him. This was his power. The breath of dreams was released, and he was in his own breath artistic conception. He could better perceive all of this, and at the same time, perceive the rain of swords in the sky. Every sword was so cold and piercing that it would take someone's life. However, Qin Wentian's perception seemed to want to see the trajectory of each sword clearly, and his body finally moved. His entire body seemed to have turned into an illusory shadow, floating in the air. Even his steps were not big, yet he moved very skillfully in the rain of swords. The sword seemed unable to touch his body. The spirit moved, and his body moved. 9 Heavens Kunpeng Art, the level of spirit movement. The elders of the Imperial Star Academy looked frozen. This was the strongest realm of the Wheel Meridian Scroll of the 9 Heavens Kunpeng Art, a spirit movement that surpassed the perfect level. It seems that this boy's ability to comprehend the magical power has always been overshadowed by his talents in other aspects. They thought to themselves. This set of magical power that almost no one has practiced. Qin Wentian, who was at the 7th level of the Wheel Meridian, practiced the Wheel Meridian Scroll to the extreme. The sword rain that blocked everything in the sky could not hit his body. The body movement that entered the level of spirit movement was too perfect. It is no exaggeration to say that on this battlefield of the Junlin banquet, Qin Wentian's body movement is probably rare to be compared with him. Zhang Xiu's expression changed, and he suddenly changed his moves, and his sword intent was still rising. However, at the moment when he changed his moves, Qin Wentian's body also moved. He stepped on the ground, and the star energy flowed through his legs through his chakra. At that moment, his body instantly descended in front of Zhang Xiu. The terrifying speed made Zhang Xiu feel unreal. At this moment, Zhang Xiu made a very decisive and wise move, abandoning his sword. His sword directly turned into starlight and dissipated. At the same time, his right palm directly slashed forward. Its sharp intention was also like a sword. If it descended on Qin Wentian, it would definitely be able to split Qin Wentian's body. Although the sword slashing technique is not a powerful magical power, it is very good to use it at this time. Zhang Xiu's ability to respond to battle is very strong. Many people couldn't help but praise it. The surrounding stands were all people with broad knowledge. They all knew some low-level magical powers and even had contact with them. Unless some high-level magical powers or sect family secrets were difficult to touch. Buzz! Qin Wentian raised his hand and blasted out the falling mountain palm that he had been preparing for. The sword master was murderous and sharp, suitable for fighting at a certain distance. In such a close situation, the lethality of the falling mountain palm was absolutely super terrifying. At this moment, it was as if a mountain fell towards Zhang Xiu, and the sharpness of the sword destroyed it in an instant. The power of the falling mountain palm that Qin Wentian blasted out was so strong that Zhang Xiu felt suffocated. How could he, who was at the 7th level of the Wheel Meridian, blast out such a powerful falling mountain palm? Crushing everything and destroying everything, it made Zhang Xiu feel like he was really in a dream. Zhang Xiu's body retreated, and at the same time gathered terrifying power. At this moment, the endless sword light seemed to condense together, turning into a terrible big sword, slashing towards the falling mountain palm. With a loud bang, the big sword slashed on the descending falling mountain palm print, cutting into it, but unable to break it, which made Jiang Xiu's movements pause for a moment. This moment was enough to decide everything. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and in an instant, a sword light flashed, and along with the sword light, blood light appeared. The sword has killing intent, cut off your sword arm. As Qin Wentian finished speaking, Jiang Xiu screamed, his body kept retreating, his left hand covered his right arm, blood kept flowing out, dripping on the battle stage, and one of his arms fell to the ground. Void, silent. The sword has killing intent, cut off your sword arm. After today, there will be no Jiang Xiu among the top 10 beauties in the capital. However, Qin Wentian is not good at swordsmanship. Why is the sword light born? P.S. Please recommend and support. Chapter 120 The name of Qin Wentian. The 9th battle stage of the King's Banquet attracted everyone's attention. The outcome of this battle was undoubtedly shocking. Jiang Xiu, who ranked 10th among the top 10 beauties in the capital, had his right arm cut off by Qin Wentian in a brief confrontation. Just as Qin Wentian said, from now on, Jiang Xiu's name would no longer be among the top 10 beauties in the capital. Who said that Qin Wentian's participation in the King's Banquet was just for training? He only used one battle, as if he wanted to announce to the people of Chu that a year was too long, and he would release his own light in this year's King's Banquet. He used one battle to declare who is the king of the 9th battle stage. Jiang Xiu, the most promising person on the 9th battle stage and a contender for the top 9 seats at the King's Banquet, was eliminated in just one battle. What's worse, one of his arms was cut off. What a irony. The people of the Imperial Star Academy thought more. Some time ago, Jiang Xiu wanted to humiliate Qin Wentian in front of the Imperial Star Monument, saying that Qin Wentian's achievements today were due to his adventure and good luck. As one of the 10 best in the capital, he looked down on Qin Wentian's achievements. However, only a month had passed, and the person he questioned had cut off his arm in just one battle and a few attacks on this grand stage. How could the title of the first genius of the freshmen of the Imperial Star Academy be in vain? Even the crowd seemed to be able to foresee that from today on, Qin Wentian's talent would be re-examined. Was he just the first genius of the freshmen of the Imperial Star Academy? This honor seemed far from enough. On the stands, some powerful people secretly analyzed the previous battle. In a sense, Jiang Xiu's strength did not burst out at all before his arm was cut off. Qin Wentian controlled the rhythm of the battle too quickly and too perfectly. Although Jiang Xiu took the initiative to attack, the moment the 9 heavens Kunpangju bloomed, the situation was already firmly controlled by Qin Wentian. Jiang Xiu had a powerful sword technique, but he had no place to use it. Qin Wentian was like a natural fighter. He had a very keen ability to capture the battle. He seized the opportunity at that moment and seized the chance to win. This talent was indeed a bit scary. However, they were puzzled by Qin Wentian's sword just now. Those people from the big forces had investigated Qin Wentian. It seemed that they had never heard of Qin Wentian using swordsmanship. At that moment, if he used palm or fist techniques, he would not be able to cut off Jiang Xiu's arm in an instant. Only the sword could be so sharp and so fast. In fact, for Qin Wentian, who had comprehended the connection between supernatural powers and divine patterns and could condense divine essence with divine patterns, it was not strange to use simple swordsmanship. He was too familiar with divine patterns. In just a moment, he could outline the star energy in his body into a sword, and then burst out with supernatural power. This was something that was difficult for others to imagine, but for Qin Wentian, it was actually very simple. In fact, he didn't even think about the sword light just now. At this moment, he was looking at Jiang Xiu calmly, just as calm and indifferent as he was when he stepped onto the battle stage, as if he had just done something simple and insignificant. He was very clear about his goal of participating in this Junlin banquet. Defeating Jiang Xiu was indeed not something to be proud of. Besides, he had not yet defeated Jiang Xiu in his strongest state. Do we still need to fight? Qin Wentian said calmly. He did not humiliate Jiang Xiu with words. The sword light just now was far more powerful than any words. Jiang Xiu's face was pale, but blood kept dripping from his arm. He was Jiang Xiu, one of the 10 beauties in the capital. Today, he was looking forward to shining brightly at the Junlin banquet. However, the sad thing was that he only had one chance to fight on the stage of this Junlin banquet. One fight and his arm would be broken. Because the sword in his hand had murderous intent, Qin Wentian cut off his sword-holding hand. What a strong humiliation. At this moment, his body was trembling slightly, especially when he saw Qin Wentian's calm and indifferent eyes. What else could he say? What else did he have the face to say? Turning around, Jiang Xiu walked down the stage. He was so righteous when he came. He had so much expectation for this Junlin banquet. However, there was only one battle. Qin Wentian looked at Jiang Xiu's back, a smile appeared on his face, and he raised his head slightly. His eyes glanced at the sun in the sky, and then slowly moved over and landed on the throne of the King Yu dragon chair on the Chu Wangtai. The crowd was stunned when they saw this scene. Qin Wentian seemed to want to say something. My name is Qin Wentian, the son of Qin Mansion and Qin Chuan in Xianyang City, Qin Wentian. With a bright smile on his face, Qin Wentian slowly uttered a voice, not knowing who he was talking to or why he was talking. His name is Qin Wentian, the son of Qin Mansion, Qin Wentian and Qin Chuan. This seemed to be a silent declaration. Chu Xianjiao saw that Qin Wentian's eyes seemed to fall on him, and his expression was as calm as water. Was this a declaration to him? Qin Wentian wanted to prove himself through the Junlin banquet, so that he would not dare to touch Qin Hao and Qin Chuan easily. Being weak and forbearing will not make others notice your existence. Only strong strength and talent can make others fear you. Moreover, strength and talent can bring him strong support, such as the Emperor Star Academy and the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Of course, this is also a double-edged sword. When you shine, those swords in the dark may be imposed on you at any time. Qin Wentian turned around and walked down the battlefield. Although there was only one battle, he seemed to make people know him again on the battlefield of the Junlin banquet. The young man who once stood in the wind and snow had the persistence and tenacity that ordinary people did not have. When did you learn the swordsmanship? Are you Huang Xiao looked at Qin Wentian who was walking back, with a strange light in her eyes. I was born with it. Qin Wentian shrugged and said jokingly. You have become thicker-skinned. Are you Huang laughed particularly beautifully. Her junior brother has created miracles that she dared not imagine in just 1 year. When she went to Xianyang City to pick up Qin Wentian, she did not think that he would be so charming a year later. Wentian, although your body skills are amazing, you are too close to the sword. You should be more careful in the future. Qin Yao told Qin Wentian. Although Qin Wentian's body skills were extremely amazing, she still couldn't help but worry. After all, the sword rain in the sky, any sword light had terrible lethality. If Jiang Xiu was stronger and could use the sword that Qin Wentian couldn't avoid, such a close combat would be too dangerous. I know, sister. Qin Wentian smiled while holding Qin Yao's cheek, causing Qin Yao to glare at him, but there was a warm current in her heart. Qin Wentian's words on the battle stage just now made her feel warm. Where is Fan Li? Qin Wentian asked when he saw that Fan Li was gone. Go to Zumiao to place a bet. Ruahun couldn't help but blink when Qin Wentian asked about Fanel. That guy was a weirdo. When he saw Qin Wentian defeat Jiang Xiu, he immediately slipped away to Zumiao, a branch of Xian Miaofeng not far away. Talent. Qin Wentian rolled his eyes. This fat guy really knows how to think of a way. The battle on the 9 battle platforms is still going on, and it will last for a long time. Because Qin Wentian has already fought a battle, he has a lot of rest time. He will have to wait until everyone on the 9th battle platform has finished fighting before it may be his turn to play again. Although the referee has the right to call the battle at will, he must also take into account the number of appearances. It is impossible to let him continue to play because of targeting a certain person. That is obviously unfair. Sikun Mingyu, the second sword, the third sword, and the 5 knights of the 7 knights of Zuian country have all shown their strength, but they have not yet encountered an opponent of equal strength. I guess they are hiding some strength now, and it is hard to see how strong their real fighting power is. After all, there are very few dark horses like Qin Wentian, who defeated the 10 beauties of the capital in the first battle. After 1 round, the crowd had a preliminary understanding of the battles on the 9 battle platforms. The 9th battle platform, which seemed to be the weakest, had the most intense competition, and many outstanding figures emerged. It was the most brutal battle platform. Even the final qualifiers were shrouded in mystery. Qin Wentian, who defeated Jiang Xiu, was very likely to occupy a seat. Although the 9th knight was a woman, she was also very powerful and easily defeated a strong opponent. Luo Chang only used 1 move to cut off 1 arm of his opponent, which made people secretly sigh at the ruthlessness of the Shiro League members of the Emperor Star Academy. In addition to them, some powerful figures emerged on the 9th battle platform. Luo Qiang of the Diffing Academy was also very strong. The opponent he defeated in the first round was also a promising figure, but he easily eliminated the opponent, leaving a deep impression on people. However, there were only 2 final qualifying places on the 9th battle platform, which meant that these people would collide sooner or later and eliminate the weak ones. Luo Qiang was in a crowd at the moment. There was a beautiful girl beside him, leaning against him, smiling and saying, "Qiang, with your strength, you will definitely have a chance. Don't worry, Xiaoyu, as long as I don't meet Qin Wentian, Qiqi and Luo Cheng and the others, and collide with them in the end, I will try my best to advance to the next round." Luo Qiang nodded. The people he feared the most were Qin Wentian and Qiqi. Qin Wentian defeated Jiang Xiu, and Qiqi had no idea how good she was. Yet, Lin Yu nodded with a smile. It turned out that this beautiful girl from the Divine Wind Academy was Lin Yu, one of the 4 beauties in Xianyang City. Now that she is nearly 17 years old, she is more charming than before, and is in love with Luo Qiang, a young genius from the Divine Wind Academy. Calling the generals, Luo Qiang looked towards the battle stage. Soon, the voice reached the 9th battle stage, and the referee of the 9th battle stage said loudly, "9th battle stage, Qin Wentian vs. Luo Qiang." The referee's voice fell, and the crowd was stunned again, and then many people smiled. Did the referee do this deliberately to increase the viewing experience? Or did he have a grudge against Qin Wentian? Luo Qiang and Lin Yu's eyes froze. The second battle, against Qin Wentian. Chapter 121. A smile to forget all grudges. Qin Wentian. Lin Yu's expression changed, and she didn't look very good. How could this happen? With Luo Qiang's fighting power, he could have gone very far. She expected that Luo Qiang would meet Qin Wentian and his men as late as possible, but this was only the second battle, and Luo Qiang was fighting Qin Wentian. It's Lin Yu. Qin Yao saw Luo Qiang beside Lin Yu. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and couldn't help showing a strange look. At this time a year ago, he was still in Xianyang City, and he had some minor conflicts with Lin Yu at that time. "Qiang, be careful," Lin Yu warned. She didn't expect that in a year, she would have an intersection with Qin Wentian and face such a situation. People from the 9 battle platforms walked up one after another. Qin Wentian and Luo Qiang stood on the 9th battle platform. Luo Qiang looked at Qin Wentian with a solemn expression. His 2 star souls bloomed without any hesitation. The first star soul was actually a piece of armor, covering his body with a layer of starlight. Luo Qiang chose a defensive star soul for his first star soul, which gave him a strong defense ability. When an attack landed on him, it could even reduce the shock. The second star soul was more dazzling, a large axe, a powerful offensive star soul. The star soul Luo Qiang chose was obviously carved by himself. The offensive axe plus the defensive armor can be used for both offense and defense, which is very well behaved and balanced. "Please." Luo Qiang was quite graceful, holding the star axe and making a gesture of invitation to Qin Wentian. "Please." Qin Wentian returned the greeting, and a giant star soul hammer appeared in his palm. Since Luo Qiang is good at offense and defense, he is willing to use offense to lead defense. His star soul has an obvious advantage over Luo Qiang, but his realm is slightly lacking. However, everyone now seems to have forgotten Qin Wentian's lack of realm, and completely regards him as a person in the 9th level of the Wheel Meridian realm. Just because he defeated Jiang Xiu, one of the 10 beauties in the capital. In that battle, Qin Wentian won because of his advantage in physical skills, natural judgment in battle, and the last wonderful sword, but how strong Qin Wentian really is still unknown. Therefore, many people are paying attention to this battle. Will Qin Wentian continue to win to consolidate his position in everyone's hearts? Luo Qiang's body moved. Although he did not have an agile star soul, his speed was still very fast. But no matter how fast he was still not as fast as Qin Wentian's 9 heavens Kunpengju. Qin Wentian was faster than him, and suddenly he smashed down with a hammer, containing an unparalleled domineering momentum. The divine essence in the body burst out. This was a divine essence attack condensed by the star elemental power of the 5th heaven. The space seemed to make a dull sound. Luo Qiang was not to be outdone. He chopped out with a big axe, and the opening move of the 9 formations of the mountain was infinitely powerful. Bang! The terrifying forces collided, and the star force seemed to turn into a storm. The two looked at each other, and Luo Qiang only felt a ray of light from the other's pupils. At that moment, he felt sleepy, as if he wanted to fall asleep and enter a dream. In that subconscious dream, Qin Wentian seemed to be an ancient giant with infinite power. What's going on? Luo Qiang felt a ray of thought in his subconscious and was horrified, but saw Qin Wentian's giant hammer smashing down again. His 9 mountain opening styles were directly messed up, and he could only raise the axe to resist. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous violent attacks fell down like crazy, which stunned the crowd. Why did the battle suddenly become so violent? At this moment, the speed of Qin Wentian's attack was so fast that it was shocking. After Luo Qiang lost the initiative, he could no longer recover. Whether it was attack speed or movement speed, he was not as good as Qin Wentian, and his strength was not enough to reverse the situation in an instant, so he fell into an extremely embarrassing situation. Lin Yu turned pale when she saw this scene. She shouted, "Qiang, admit defeat." Luo Qiang gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept the defeat. However, at this moment, when the mountain-like hammer came down again, the star axe in his hand collapsed. Luo Qiang's face was pale. He looked at the hammer falling down, and his mind went blank. Even though he had a strong defense, the hammer was enough to smash his head. No. Lin Yu's face was pale, and her eyes were instantly red. She didn't dare to imagine what would happen next. The hammer came down, but when it was about to hit Luo Qiang's head, it suddenly turned into a sky full of stars and disappeared. Time seemed to stop for a moment, and sweat dripped down Luo Qiang's forehead. He looked at Qin Wentian, and saw that the other party had a sunny smile on his face. Luo Qiang couldn't help but feel convinced. Luo Qiang bowed slightly to Qin Wentian and said, "I am not as good as you. You will definitely have a place in the top 9 of the Jiutian banquet list." "Thank you." Qin Wentian nodded with a smile, and then Luo Qiang went to the stage. The winner of this battle was Qin Wentian. Watching Luo Qiang walk off the stage, Qin Wentian's expression was as calm as water. Inadvertently, he glanced at Lin Yu in front of him. At this time, Lin Yu's heart was beating rapidly. Looking at the smiling boy, she suddenly felt ashamed of herself. She bowed slightly to Qin Wentian from a long distance and said, "I'm sorry for what happened in the past." Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. A smile made up for the grudges. Although the few words were a bit unpleasant, they were just the willfulness of youth and were not worth holding a grudge against. It seems that this girl once had a conflict with Qin Wentian. Everyone sighed in their hearts when they saw this scene. A smile can end all grudges, not bad. In the direction of the Imperial Star Academy, Mo Shang nodded with a smile. The more he looked at this disciple, the more satisfied he was. Qin Wentian walked down the stage, but at this moment the crowd already regarded him as a strong contender for the top 9 seats in the King's Banquet. Luo Qiang's strength was already good, but when facing Qin Wentian, he had no power to fight back, and they still couldn't even see how strong Qin Wentian's true fighting ability was. In these 2 battles, all people saw was his fighting talent displayed during the battle, as if it was an innate ability, and his grasp of opportunities and control of the battle situation was extremely perfect. Although, those were just 2 seemingly simple battles, because Qin Wentian himself seemed to have a talent for simplifying things. The following battles were still exciting, with extremely fierce collisions from time to time. However, Qin Wentian did not encounter a very strong opponent afterwards. He just relied on a giant star hammer and a strong body movement to suppress his opponent. Time passed slowly, and the battles on the 9 battle platforms gradually became white-hot. The referees of each battle platform seemed to deliberately leave the fierce battles to the end. Even the 18 most promising people faced extremely difficult challenges. Although no other promising people were eliminated except Zhang Xiu, it was not so easy to win. Only Luo Qiangqiu, Sikun Mingyu, the Second Sword, the Third Knight and others have been crushing their opponents with an arrogant attitude. The winter sun moved from the east to the west, and the warmth still enveloped the earth. At this time, 3 battle platforms had ended the battle, and there were only a few people left on the other 6 battle platforms. Moreover, the referees directly let the remaining people go to the battle platform together. The first round of the Jiutian banquet seemed to be coming to an end soon. The 8th battle stage, 6th night, Ruahan, Yizhi, Yufei, come up together. At this moment, the referee of the 8th battle stage spoke. There were 4 people left on this battle stage. 6th Knight and Yi Zhi, who ranks 7th among the top 10 beauties in Beijing, were two of the most promising 18 people. Ruohun and Yu Fei also had odds in Xian Miaofang, but their odds of entering the top 9 seats were quite high. Obviously, Xian Miaofang was not so optimistic about them. If nothing unexpected happened, I'm afraid that 6th Knight and Yi Zhi would fight against Ruohun and Yu Fei respectively. Moreover, Ruohun and Yu Fei were both from the Emperor Star Academy, which was quite a pity. 9th battle stage, 7th Knight, Qin Wentian, Luo Chang, all come up. The referee of the 9th battle stage spoke slowly. There were only 3 people left on the 9th battle stage. Because there were 6 people in the previous round, this situation occurred after each of them defeated their opponents. Then, one of the 3 people, 7th Knight, Qin Wentian and Luo Chang, needed to be eliminated. Although Qixi is a woman, she is also very strong and should be able to advance. Luo Chang's blade is sharp and fierce. I'm afraid his strength is not inferior to Zhang Xiu. If the referee lets him compete with Qin Wentian for that seat, his chance of winning may be 30%. Many people thought Qin Wentian had a greater chance of advancing, but it might not be so easy to deal with the crazy Luo Chang. Everyone saw the duels again and again, and of course they also saw Luo Chang's performance. On the 8th stage, Qixi will fight Yu Fei, and Yi Zhi will fight Ruohun. The stage is big enough, so let's fight at the same time. The referee of the 8th stage spoke, causing the crowd's eyes to flash with sharpness, and 2 exciting duels were held at the same time. As expected, the referee really let Qixi and Yi Zhi fight Yu Fei and Ruohun respectively. Qixi and Yu Fei were a duel between men, and Yi Zhi and Ruohun, 2 beautiful women, fought, which made people look forward to it. On the 9th stage, the 3 of you fight at the same time. Whoever leaves the stage first will be eliminated. A voice suddenly came out, making everyone look amused. This referee was really daring. He actually let Qin Wentian, Luo Chang and Qixi fight in a melee. What if 2 of them decided to fight against the other one together? This referee was really willful. Perhaps he didn't want anyone to advance because of a bye, so he came up with this idea. Chapter 122 The 18 people who advance. Qixi, Qin Wentian, and Luo Chang formed a triangle and stood on the 9th battle platform. Qixi was a young woman, quite beautiful, with a faint smile on her lips. She looked very pretty when she smiled, but considering her age, she could become one of the 7 knights of Jiutian country, so her strength was naturally beyond doubt. Shuangjiao, Sanjian, and Qixi were like the 10 beauties of the capital of Jiutian country, but in Jiutian country, the division was more specific. Shuangjiao had the strongest talent, Sanjian were all swordsmanship geniuses, and Qixi had their own characteristics, but they were all very strong. You 2 can't bully weak women. Qixi glanced at Qin Wentian and Luo Chang, and smiled faintly, as if people couldn't bear to attack her, and it was easy to be deceived by her smile during the battle. One of you 2, go down. Luo Chang said calmly, which made Qixi stunned. Then he smiled and said, you are so confident. Why don't you 2 men fight and eliminate one of you? Luo Chang's expression did not change. The aura on his body began to become violent and sharp. The aura of the 8th level of the wheel meridian burst out, and it was still rising. 9th level of the wheel meridian. Luo Chang's aura directly broke through the restraints of the 8th level of the wheel meridian and entered the realm of the 9th level of the wheel meridian. Before, he had been hiding his cultivation and suppressing the 8th level of the wheel meridian. But even so, he still went all the way. At this point, only he, Qixi, and Qin Wentian were left on the battle stage. No wonder Luo Chang is so confident. With his ruthlessness and rich combat experience at the 8th level of the chakra, he has a strong ability to fight across levels. Now he has shown the strength of the 9th level of the chakra. When he fully explodes, his combat power will definitely rise to another level. He will definitely be stronger than Zhang Xiu, one of the top 10 beauties in the capital. Everyone thought to themselves, in this way, it would not be so strange for Luo Chang to ask Qixi to fight with Qin Wentian and eliminate one of them. Seeing Luo Chang's realm, Qixi stuck out his tongue, then looked at Qin Wentian and said with a smile, he asked us to fight, what do you think? If you want to ask me for my opinion, of course I hope you 2 can fight and eliminate one of you. Qin Wentian responded with a smile, which made Qixi look resentful. You 2 grown men, you have the nerve to want me to fight. Luo Chang and Qin Wentian did not speak, as if they were both waiting. Well, Since you all want me to fight, then I will fight. Qi seemed a little aggrieved, and then smiled at Qin Wentian. I'll try with you first, you have to show mercy. Qin Wentian smiled but didn't say anything. On the stage of the king's banquet, he didn't believe in such a smile. Qi raised her feet and slowly walked towards Qin Wentian, without releasing her star soul. Although she had experienced many battles, in fact, Qi had not really met anyone who could pose a strong threat to her. Every time she encountered some fierce battles, she could always end her opponent in the end. Anyone who can reach this step of the king's banquet should not be underestimated, not to mention that Qi is one of the 7 knights of Jiutian country. At this moment, Qin Wentian only felt an illusion in his eyes. In his eyes, it seemed that Qi's figure was staggered, and several Qi appeared in his sight. The moment this illusion appeared, Qin Wentian felt a sense of crisis. Is this the ability given to her by Qi's unbloomed star soul? Qin Wentian tried many times to use the power of the star soul in his magical attacks. How could he not understand what he was facing at this moment? He closed his eyes and did not look at Qi's eyes. Qi slapped out with his palm, and in an instant, it seemed that an ice python swallowed Qin Wentian, as fast as lightning. Qin Wentian's footsteps trembled, and he used the 9 heavens Kunpengju, which was perfect to the extreme, and his body staggered to the side. Qi followed Qin Wentian closely, and a strong chill made Qin Wentian shiver. It was very cold. The temperature of the space seemed to drop sharply, and the ice spear suddenly stabbed out from the air, covering the entire space in front. Each ice spear was filled with sharp energy, and the whistling wind seemed to describe its strong attack power. Qi knew that Qin Wentian was good at seizing opportunities, so as soon as she made a move, she firmly controlled the initiative and then launched a fierce attack on Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's body was covered with a layer of frost. He had won the 2 tough battles against Zhang Xiu and Luo Qiang by firmly grasping the initiative and defeating them without giving them a chance. However, the woman fighting him at this moment was much smarter than he thought. Behind that cute smile, there was a deep scheming. The divine essence of the wheel meridians roared, and Qin Wentian's footsteps suddenly stopped moving. He stomped the ground hard, shouted angrily, and the third move of the 1,000-hand seal, the breaking delusion seal, blasted out. The terrifying palm print roared out, and the ice spear and the palm print collided and collapsed at the same time. But Qi's actions did not stop. She kept smiling and staring at Qin Wentian. At the same time, she stretched out her palms, and ice pythons flew out and flew straight towards Qin Wentian. At this moment, Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly opened, and a terrifying momentum rushed out. At this moment, Qi seemed to fall into a dream, which stimulated her spirit. The wheel seal burst out from Qin Wentian's palm continuously. The terrifying momentum made Qi retreat and gave up fighting. After a while, he returned to the position before the battle. Awesome, I won't play with you anymore. Qi smiled and looked at Luo Cheng again. Hey, I fought with him. It would be fair if you also tried it. Qi shouted. This Qi is really interesting. The crowd laughed. This Qi gave them the feeling that he was not a genius with outstanding talent, but more like a lively girl who didn't know anything. Luo Cheng turned his eyes and fell on Qin Wentian. Then he walked towards Qin Wentian with a star scimitar in his hand. His body rushed out, but the knife in his hand did not move at all. He did not release any magical power. He was still holding it tightly. His body was getting closer and closer to Qin Wentian. The so-called preemptive strike, control of the battle initiative, but Luo Cheng and Qin Wentian seemed to be using static to control dynamic. At this moment, neither of them used magical powers, but it also meant that they could change their moves at will. Seeing that Qin Wentian was still indifferent, Luo Cheng raised his eyebrows, and his eyes were as sharp as a blade. His knife finally blossomed, but it was not slashed directly, but slashed from bottom to top. This route was extremely difficult to dodge. Qin Wentian had to twist his body to avoid it. Buzz! The wind flashed, and Qin Wentian's body rose from the ground and stepped into the void. At the same time, the power gathered in his palm was swallowed and exhaled in an instant. With a perfect star wheel, his attack speed was extremely fast. Flying in the air, the crowd looked condensed, and saw that there seemed to be an illusory Kunpeng wings behind Qin Wentian. This guy must have condensed the Kunpeng seal and must have hunted many monsters. Luo Cheng's expression changed slightly, and the blade blossomed into the void and slashed wildly. With a loud bang, his body retreated a few steps. Boom! Behind him, a palm force directly hit Luo Cheng's body. In an instant, Luo Cheng's body was covered with a layer of ice. He looked pale and a look of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. "Sorry, do you admit defeat?" Qin said with a smile. Luo Cheng shivered all over. Qin Wentian stood in front of him and looked at him calmly, but did not take the opportunity to attack. Luo Cheng knew that it was not up to him to admit defeat or not. "I admit defeat," Luo Cheng said, and Qin let him go. He moved his palm away and Luo Cheng resumed his actions, looking not very optimistic. Turning back, he looked at Qin and said, "You are from Jiutian country. Is it meaningful to win by this means?" "Of course, this way I can advance to the next round and fight against stronger opponents." "How can it be meaningless?" Qin said with a smile, leaving Luo Cheng speechless. Luo Cheng walked down the stage with reluctance. Since then, the people who advanced to the 9th stage were Qin Wentian and Qin. "Hey, the next round will be a test of the truth." Qin looked at Qin Wentian and said with a smile. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded, "I'll wait for you." "Okay." Qin smiled and looked towards the 8th stage. At this moment, the battle between the 6th Knight and Yu Fei was won by the 6th Knight. The battle between Ruohun and Yi Zhi was unexpectedly won by Ruohun. The people from the Imperial Star Academy are really not easy to mess with. It's a pity that Luo Cheng lost. Yu Fei and the 6th Knight fought fiercely. Ruohun actually concealed her strength and defeated Yi Zhi, who ranks 7th among the 10 beauties in Beijing. Everyone sighed in their hearts. The battle between Ruohun and Yi Zhi just now shocked many people. As the 7th among the 10 beauties in Beijing, Yi Zhi's strength is certainly not weak. In fact, she also showed extremely powerful strength, but she still lost. The crowd knew the reason for the defeat. Ruohun's double star soul was not simple. Since then, the 9 battle platforms of the Junlin Banquet have all appeared. Most people are the same as expected by the crowd, but there are still 3 dark horse characters. Qin Wentian, he defeated Zhang Xiu. Ruohun, she defeated Yi Zhi. Guxing, a cold boy, appeared on the 6th battle platform and defeated the 5th Knight. Since then, the 18 people who have advanced are 11 from Chu, Luo Qianqiu, Huo Chen, Qin Wentian, Ruo Huan from Daixing Academy, Hao Tai, Leng Ya from Shenjiang Wufu, Shijun, Chu Chen from Royal Academy, Zhang Feng from Shenfeng Academy, Kuang Sheng from Kuang and Gu Xing of unknown origin. 7 from Zuian, Sikun Mingyu, one of the 2 heroes, the 2nd sword, the 3rd sword, the 3rd Knight, the 4th Knight, the 6th Knight, and the 7th Knight. The people from Zuian who came with Crown Prince Xiaolu are all absolute elites, so although they didn't bring many people, almost all of them entered the 2nd round. Next, half of these 18 strong men will be eliminated, leaving only 9 people, the top 9 seats in this Junlin Banquet list, who will receive rewards. Zumiao has reshuffled the cards at this moment and opened the odds for the top 9 seats. Luo Qianqiu and Sikun Mingyu did not appear directly on the betting list, which means that the 2 of them will definitely enter the top 9. Qin Wentian's name has of course appeared in Zumiao's odds. His odds for entering the top 9 are 1 to 4. It seems to be a very low odds, but it seems that Cheyenne Miaofeng still doesn't believe in Qin Wentian. Otherwise, 9 out of 18 people advanced, and the odds of 1 to 4 are obviously still not optimistic about Qin Wentian. After all, this round will be elites, and Luo Qianqiu and Sikun Mingyu have already locked 2 positions. Moreover, Huo Chen, the 2nd sword, the 3rd sword, the 3rd Knight, and Zhang Feng, who ranks 6th among the top 10 beauties in Beijing, will also take 5 places if nothing unexpected happens. So the competition among others will be extremely fierce. As for the odds for the top spot on the list, Qin Wentian's odds are a bit scary, 1 to 400, if you bet on a star soulstone. If Qin Wentian wins the top spot on the list, you can take 400 star meteorites from Cheyenne Miaofeng. Obviously, Cheyenne Miaofeng doesn't regard Qin Wentian as a strong contender for the top spot on the list. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123. Let's see today, can you rule the world? On the Chu Wangtai, the sky was gradually getting dark. On the throne made of the green jade dragon chair, Chu Xianjiao glanced at the sky and then said, "It's getting late. Let's end today's banquet. Tomorrow's banquet will surely be more exciting. As he spoke, Chu Xianjiao stood up. Although he was not very old, he looked quite mature. People in the royal family grew up in power struggles and were naturally more mature than their peers. After Chu Xianjiao's voice fell, people from the major family forces in the stand stood up one after another, raised their glasses to Chu Xianjiao, and after drinking a glass together, Chu Xianjiao left the table and chatted with the people next to him. Qin Wentian watched Chu Xianjiao leave. He vaguely discovered that when Chu Xianjiao was walking, he was actually half a step behind the person in front of Luo Qiangqiu. This change in the seat might not be noticed by ordinary people, but Qin Wentian paid special attention to it because he knew who was standing next to Luo Qiangqiu. Jiutian Palace, the giant behind the 10 countries including Chu and Zuian, even if only a few of them came to Chu, their status could be compared with a future king of Chu. Chu Xianjiao dare not offend. Qin Wentian certainly understood why Jiutian Palace could have such a strong influence, a sect, above the royal family and even the country. The reason is nothing but strength. The higher the martial arts practice, the more terrible the strength will be, and the greater the gap with the people of the lower realm. So there are many people in Yuanfu and countless people who practice body training in the Chu state, but very few people can step over the big hurdle of Yuanfu. As for those strong people who have the ability to enter the Xiangang realm, they have left Chu state. Chu state is too small to accommodate them. They either joined Jiutian Palace or joined a huge force similar to Jiutian Palace. What are you thinking about? I don't know when. Mu Ro's figure appeared beside Qin Wentian. Seeing Qin Wentian looking forward, she couldn't help but smile and said, "Nothing, it seems that you are in a good mood." Qin Wentian saw Mu Ro showing a warm smile. "Thank you, I know that Senior Gonggyang was a great man. He won the first seat at the Junlin banquet many years ago, and now he has made great achievements in divine runes. Because of your painting, I got a promise from Senior Gonggyang, which helped me a lot," Mu Ro said softly. The rest of the words were not explained too clearly, but Qin Wentian could guess it. "It's your birthday, a gift, don't take it too seriously, otherwise you don't consider me a friend," Qin Wentian said deliberately, making Mu Ro's eyelashes flicker, adding a bit of beauty. "This guy seems to make people feel a little warm. What about my birthday? Do you want to give me a gift too?" At this time, a playful voice came. Qin Wentian turned around, and then saw Mo Qingcheng's figure. The beautiful girl had a faint smile on her face, like a ray of sunshine imprinted in people's hearts. "What do you want?" Qin Wentian smiled. "I have to think about it carefully. The gift from the 3rd-level divine rune engraving master can't be wasted." Mo Qingcheng pretended to think, looking very cute. The crowd in the distance who had not yet dispersed saw the scene here, and they were a little jealous of Qin Wentian. This guy is really lucky, surrounded by beauties. Ruahan, Qin Yao, and Mu Ro are all very beautiful. With Mo Qingcheng, the most beautiful woman in Chu, Qin Wentian's treatment is simply enviable. "Don't make it too difficult for me." Qin Wentian shrugged when he saw Mo Qingcheng's expression. "Don't worry, I'll owe it to you first, you must remember it." Mo Qingcheng smiled and said, "Keep working hard tomorrow, I'm optimistic about your performance." After that, Mo Qingcheng smiled and left here. Mu Ro, who was next to her, looked at her leaving and felt a strange emotion in her heart. Staying with her, even if she has a good face, she will still look eclipsed. On the stands, Bai Kibuksu looked at the boy in the distance with a very complicated look. The boy who was once engaged to her was despised by her. Now, beside him, it seems that there is no shortage of beauties who are better than her. With his talent and strength, the distance between him and her will become farther and farther in the future. Outside the Bai mansion at night, the young man's resolute voice remained, and those casual words seemed to be gradually becoming reality. "Kibuksu, let's go." Bai King Song next to him said. Bai Kibuksu nodded gently, and left with her father. Many people dispersed, preparing to find a place nearby to rest for the night, but there were still many people who did not leave, intending to stay here for a night, waiting for the king's banquet to continue tomorrow. "Boss, do you want to go shopping together?" Family narrowed his eyes and said to Qin Wentian, "Tian Miaofang offers you a 1/400 odds to win the first place on the list. Why don't you bet on a few meteorites? Although the chances of winning the first place are slim, what if you are lucky? Such high odds?" Qin Wentian was shocked. Tian Miaofang didn't think highly of him at all. But it was no wonder. With Luo Qiangqiu, Sikun Mingayu and other strong men around, it would be so difficult for him to fight his way to the first place. Today, he stood on the stage of the Junlin banquet just to fight for the first place. This was his belief, but Qin Wentian didn't dare to say that he would definitely win the first place on the list. They look down on you. The fat man shrugged, as if he wanted to deliberately provoke Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked at Fan Li and said, "Go and have fun by yourself. I'm going to consolidate my cultivation." As he said that, Qin Wentian said hello to the people around him, and then rode on the little bastard and left, like a white whirlwind. Imperial City, Bamboo Forest Cottage. The cottage is backed by the peak of the dark forest, where there is a river. At this moment, a figure with white hair is sitting by the river fishing. The sound of the rushing water makes people feel quiet and peaceful. "How come you have time to come here?" the old man whispered, knowing that Qin Wentian was behind him. "The king's banquet just ended, so I came here to see if the senior is okay." Qin Wentian sat down next to Gong Yanghong. It has been quite a while since the last time Gong Yanghong's hair turned white overnight. He was still a little worried. After all, Gong Yanghong's condition was very bad that day. "You are thoughtful." Gong Yanghong's turbid eyes showed a smile. He is now much older than when Qin Wentian saw him at the Royal Academy. The King's Banquet is the biggest event in Chu State. You should practice hard. If you can win the top 9 places in the list, you will get rewards. If you can get the first place, it seems that you can enter the 7th floor of the Xiangxing Pavilion of the Emperor Star Academy. Gong Yanghong said calmly. Although he has not paid attention to these things for a long time, he grew up in the imperial city of Chu State when he was young, so he naturally knows a lot of things. "It won't delay me to practice here for one night." Qin Wentian smiled and said, "I heard the senior warn me last time that if you like a girl, you must not miss it. I was thinking that the senior must have regrets at the time. Since there are regrets, why don't you make up for it?" "Make up? How can I make up for it?" Gong Yanghong shook his head. "How can you know if you haven't tried? And even if you can't make up for it, why not try? This seems to be inconsistent with what you told me. You told me not to miss it, which means not to leave any regrets," Qin Wentian said with a smile. Gong Yanghong slowly turned his eyes and looked at the boy's sunny smile. His heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Once upon a time, he was also a handsome young man like Qin Wentian, but now, he is no different from dead. Time is really the cruelest existence in the world. Qin Wentian turned his eyes slightly. His sunny smile was particularly brilliant, and he said to Gong Yanghong, "Senior, you must think that if you can return to your youth, you will definitely live up to your life. But in fact, a martial artist can regain his youth with a strong cultivation. With your strength at this age, you are not old at all. If you lament the time you missed, then in a few years, will you lament what you missed today, just like today you lament the past?" Qin Wentian looked at the towering mountain in front of him and whispered, "How many people miss and regret the past, but how many people really want to change? If you want to change, why not seize the present? The past is gone, the future is too far, just for today. The past is gone, the future is too far, just for today." Qin Wentian's words made Gong Yanghong's heart surge with huge waves. How could a young man say such words? The space was silent for a while, and only the sound of running water was heard, which seemed particularly peaceful. "After all, I am not as good as the young man." Gong Yanghong sighed, then stood up and walked slowly towards his hut, as if he was struggling violently in his heart. "Can I make up for what I missed today?" Qin Wentian did not follow him. Gong Yanghong's knot still needed to be untied by himself. He just felt that Gong Yanghong had a powerful cultivation that many people could not envy. Why couldn't he cherish what he had now, do what he wanted to do, and make up for his regrets? Even if he failed, he had tried. Taking out a few meteorites from the divine pattern ring, Qin Wentian closed his eyes, sat there and began to practice, and instantly entered the dream state. The starlight surrounded his body, the night gradually darkened, and the stars in the night sky were as bright as ever. A ray of light fell down, descended on the boy, and flowed between the river. In the distance, on the roof of the hut, Gong Yanghong sat there, bathing in the starlight, looking at the boy by the river, with a quiet smile on his face. The boy is better than he was back then. How can such a boy not be liked? I will leave after the banquet. Let's see whether you can rule the world today, Gong Yanghong said with a smile. There seemed to be a light in his heart. At this moment, he seemed to have let go of a lot, and his whole body was relaxed. Chapter 124 Zio Lu's Words. Qin Wentian practiced in the bamboo hut for a night and left the next morning. Jiutian banquet will continue the second round of duels today. Before dawn, countless figures gathered at Wangtai again. In Zumiatalao, a branch of Cheyenne Miaofeng not far from Wangtai, many figures also gathered at this moment. In the middle of Zumiatalao's main hall, there is a huge square dragon-shaped jade stone table, which exudes a sense of nobility. Although it looks a bit rustic, this is a casino. There are 18 positions on the dragon-shaped jade stone table, and each position is engraved with a name. They are the 18 strong men who advance to the second round of Jiutian banquet. Next to the names, there are the odds of these people advancing to the top 9 seats in the next round, the top 3 seats, and the top spot on the list. The 3 odds are clearly written. Luo Qianqiu's odds for winning the first place are actually 1 to 2. Such low odds show how much Cheyenne Miaofeng values Luo Qianqiu. I don't know what causes Cheyenne Miaofeng to believe in Luo Qianqiu so much. Some people secretly thought, but there are still many people betting on Luo Qianqiu to win the first place. Even if the odds are very low, it also shows that Luo Qianqiu has a great chance of winning the first place. But some people think differently. They think that it is possible that Cheyenne Miaofeng deliberately set such low odds to mislead the crowd. Many people bet on Luo Qianqiu. If he does not win the first place, the biggest winner will naturally be Cheyenne Miaofeng, the dealer. At this moment, there are 2 elegant young men next to this dragon-shaped jade stone table. One of them holds a wine gourd and seems to be very fond of wine. The people next to him are not so crowded. No one is too close to him. This is an invisible respect, because this person's identity is extraordinary. He is the 3rd drunken fairy among the 10 beauties in the capital. This guy's odds are really horrible. The drunken immortal lowered his head and looked at the name of Qin Wentian in front of him, with a clean smile on his face. It was written on it that the odds of Qin Wentian advancing to the top 9 seats were 1 to 4, his odds of winning the top 3 seats were 1 to 100, as for his odds of winning the top spot on the Jiutian banquet list, it was even more ridiculous, 1 to 400. Do you think we should bet on something? The young man next to him smiled at the drunken immortal. Which one should we bet on? The top 9 seats, the top 3, or the top of the list? The drunken immortal took a sip of wine and asked with a smile. The conversation between the two made the people next to them look interesting. There were actually people who wanted to bet on Qin Wentian for the top and top 3. Is this crazy? There is still hope for the top 9 seats, and many people bet on it, but the top and top 3, that might be a waste. What do you think? The young man smiled. I don't know. You know I can't even afford to drink now. I'll just bet on the remaining 2 meteorites. I'll just bet on the top. The drunken immortal took out 2 meteorites from the second heaven and placed them on the words engraved with the first place and odds next to Qin Wentian's name, which made many people laugh. Drunken immortal, why don't you keep these 2 meteorites to buy wine? They will be enough for you to drink for a few months. Someone said, not paying much attention. However, the people from Zumiatalao next to him came over and wrote down the bet made by the drunken immortal, and gave him the certificate of the bet. If he won, he could go to Cheyenne Miaofeng to get the meteorites he deserved with a certificate. Okay, then I'll bet like this. For the first place on the list, bet on 102 meteorites from the second heaven. For the top 3 places, bet on 102 meteorites from the second heaven. The same goes for the first 9 places. The young man next to the drunken immortal said with a smile, which immediately made the people around him quiet down. All 300 meteorites from the second heaven were bet on Qin Wentian, and each position was bet on 100. Aren't you afraid of losing all your money? Drunk immortal said with a smile. Why don't you think so? As long as he gets the top 9 places, I can earn a total of 100 according to the odds of 1 to 4. If he gets the top 3, I can earn 10,000 and 1,000. If he gets the top, I can earn all. The young man laughed, making the crowd tremble. It seems wonderful to calculate, but if you think about it carefully, it is not the case. It is precisely because the possibility of Qin Wentian getting the top 3 is too low that there are such high odds. There is no such cheap thing in the world. These 300 meteorites are mostly wasted. But what is the identity of this person to be so generous? If you bet on it, Cheyenne Miaofeng will cry. Drunk immortal said with a smile, and the young man next to him was already communicating with the people of Zumiatalao. Soon, someone sent a certificate. Obviously, the young man was not joking. Drunk immortal, your friend is really funny. At this time, A voice came out. Drunk Immortal looked over there and saw Chumo. Everyone has their own aspirations. This is my friend's interest, so you don't need to worry about it. The Drunken Immortal said casually. Your friend's interest is unique. Chumo smiled and said, I'm afraid these 300 meteorites are thrown away. The Drunken Immortal smiled and didn't intend to tangle with Chumo, but he saw a fat man squeezed over, took out a dozen meteorites in his hand, and put them in the top 3 seats and the first 9 seats, and shouted, raise the bet. Fatty, I remember you only bet 5 meteorites yesterday, and only 10 this time, but you dare to shout so loudly. Only one person said with a smile, and the crowd saw the fat man's slightly wretched appearance and laughed immediately. The fat man was naturally friendly, and he grinned, but he didn't care at all. Earning meteorites is the main thing. I hope that bastard Qin Wentian will work harder and kill a miracle of the top 3 for him to see. Family, you should take those meteorites back and practice well. Chumo sneered. The fat man raised his head and grinned at Chumo. I know you are jealous of Qin Wentian. You used Zhang Xiu to deal with Qin Wentian in the academy before, but Zhang Xiu had one arm cut off by Qin Wentian at the Junlin banquet. But you have some credit in it, but you are as thick-skinned as ever, and you don't feel the slightest bit of being slapped in the face. Do you really have to tell me that you have a crush on Mo Qingchen, but the beautiful Mo doesn't bother to care about you but you are close to Qin Wentian? Hearing Fanli's words, the expressions of the crowd became particularly exciting, and Chumo's expression was very ugly. He snorted coldly, bet some meteorites on Luo Qianqiu and Sikun Mingyu, and then left. Let's go, the Junlin banquet is about to begin. At this time, everyone in Zumialao left one after another. Although they were busy betting, they couldn't miss the Junlin banquet. Chu Wangtai, the people in the imperial city had prepared a brand new banquet by flying birds in the morning, and people from various forces took their seats one after another. Chu Xianjiao's figure also appeared on the green jade dragon chair. On the 9 battle platforms, those who advanced yesterday had already arrived. The king's banquet is held once a year, so they naturally understand the rules of the banquet. An old man next to Chu Xianjiao looked at the 9 battle platforms and said, congratulations to everyone for advancing to the second round of the king's banquet. I'm sure everyone knows the rules that will follow. I will repeat it again. On the 9 battle platforms, whoever you think should go down is free to attack. Those who are knocked off the battle platforms are still given one chance to return to the battle platforms and challenge the person on top. If you lose, you are completely eliminated. If you win, your opponent is eliminated. Remember, those who return have only one chance to challenge others. After success, they can continue to stay, but can only passively accept challenges from others. The loser will be directly eliminated. Who to challenge is up to you to choose, but there is one thing. After you defeat others, if the other party returns and stays again, you may not attack that person a second time. This is the rule of the second round of the king's banquet. The 9 people who can still stay on the 9 battle platforms will be the top 9 of this king's banquet and will participate in the ultimate qualifying battle of the king's banquet. Everyone was silent. They did know the rules. This second round was more cruel than the first. It is natural for the fairness of the Junlin banquet that if someone is challenged by someone on the same stage and fails, he or she has one chance to return to the stage. Otherwise, if people like Luo Qianqiu and Sikun Mingyu deliberately target someone, that person would be very unlucky, so he or she is given a chance to return. Moreover, after returning to the battle stage and successfully defeating the opponent, the person who just defeated you cannot attack you again. Of course, if 2 powerful people are deliberately targeting one person, then you can only consider yourself unlucky. This probability is extremely rare. Those powerful seated players would rather rest more on the battle stage. There are 2 people on each of the 9 battle stages. The 9th battle stage is Qin Wentian and Qi Yi. At this moment, the crowd is thinking that Zuian country and Chu country are competing at the Junlin banquet this time. Even if they have some grievances in the past, now they will not attack people from Zuian country for the sake of fighting for glory. After all, this is Chu. On the 4th battle stage, Huo Chen's eyes suddenly turned and looked towards the 9th battle stage. They were extremely sharp and pierced Qin Wentian directly. His hatred for Qin Wentian has been around for a long time. At the Junlin banquet, Qin Wentian reached the second round, and he had the opportunity to fight Qin Wentian. However, Qin Wentian's strength is different from the past, but he is very powerful. He has defeated Zhang Xiu, so even Huo Chen has to be cautious. Qin Yao, do you want to come and sit here? At this moment, Xiao Lu suddenly spoke beside the throne of the Chu Wangtai. He looked into the distance and looked at Qin Yao. No need. Qin Yao's expression changed slightly, and his expression was not very good. Xiao Lu smiled, but did not insist. At this time, on the first battle stage, Sikun Mingayu slowly turned around and looked at the figures on the battle stage behind him. His robe fluttered in the breeze, and his eyes were particularly bright. I heard that Miss Qin has a brother named Wentian in the past. It is a blessing to meet him at the Junlin banquet today. I wonder which hero in my Jiutian country is willing to learn from him so that I can admire his style. Sikun Mingayu said slowly in a calm voice. This voice made many people look puzzled. Although Sikun Mingayu's words were very humble and polite, the meaning behind them was not very polite. He was even too lazy to take action himself. Could it be that Xiao Lu's words to Qin Yao just now also had a deep meaning? Why, after Xiao Lu finished speaking, did Sikun Mingayu want to deal with Qin Wentian? Although he wanted to deal with him, Sikun Mingayu was obviously unwilling to take action himself, or rather, he disdained to take action himself, because he was proud in his heart. In the Snow Cloud country, he was the only one who could be called the twin prides with Xiao Lu. Of course, the relationship between Xiao Lu and Sikun Mingayu was also very good, as close as brothers. Chapter 125, Sword Light reappears. Qin Wentian suddenly looked towards Sikun Mingayu, and there was a sharpness in his bright eyes. According to Mo Qingchen, the crown prince of Jiutian country, Xiao Lu was not an ordinary person. He was gifted and ambitious. He had a very high status in Jiutian country, and he was very likely to be used by him in the incident with Qin Yao last time. Sikun Mingayu also looked at him, his eyes were as calm as always, and then he slowly turned around and sat down on the first battle platform, as if well this had nothing to do with him. At the same time, on the seventh battle platform, a figure suddenly stepped on the battle platform, and immediately his body stepped onto the eighth battle platform like a wild goose, and did not stop, but continued to move forward, came to the ninth battle platform, and stood in front of Qin Wentian. This person was Li, a young man with a rather strong body. He should be quite old, but he ran lightly, and obviously had good body skills. Interesting, I didn't expect that Huo Chen didn't make a move, and the first person to make a move on Qin Wentian was actually someone from Jiutian country. I heard that Xiao Lu is very prestigious in Jiutian country, and he has a very good relationship with people. I'm afraid these geniuses from Jiutian country will have a good relationship with Xiao Lu. Everyone thought to themselves. Li had already walked in front of Qin Wentian. He didn't say a word, just stared at Qin Wentian, just like a hunter staring at his prey. Qin Wentian looked at the other person. This person was quite mature, giving people a sense of calmness and experience, and he should have a lot of combat experience. After touching the divine pattern ring with his fingers, a Fangbian Huoji appeared in Qin Wentian's palm. He said, "The divine pattern in this Fangbian Huoji has been destroyed by me. It is not a divine weapon. The attack has no amplification. You can check it." An old man walked in the void and came to Qin Wentian's side. He took the Fangbian Huoji and checked it. Then he nodded and said, "It is indeed not a divine weapon. There is no amplification. It can be used." This guy, a divine weapon, actually destroyed the divine pattern in it. It's really extravagant. The master of divine pattern carving is rich. Many people muttered in their hearts, now, Qin Wentian is going to use weapons. It seems that he also felt a lot of pressure when competing for the top 9 seats. Humph. The sixth knight sneered, and then a violent momentum burst out of his body. Then a star soul appeared. It was the beast star soul, an extremely huge monster with curved horns on its head, like a bull god. The wild breath burst out crazily, and crackling sounds came out. The sixth knight's body seemed to swell and grow. "Brother Niu, please be gentle," the seventh knight beside him said with a smile, and then there was a thud, and the battlefield seemed to tremble. The sixth knight took huge steps and walked towards Qin Wentian. Thud, thud, thud. The sixth knight's momentum became stronger and stronger, and the whole person seemed to have turned into a mad bull, running towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian held the Fangbian Huoji tightly in his palm. When the opponent attacked with violent impact force, he stepped on the foot, and the Qinglong style bloomed out, as if a Qinglong phantom roared and crashed forward. Boom! The Qinglong phantom exploded, and the sixth knight instantly entered a rampage state. He directly buckled his palm forward, trying to grab Qin Wentian's Fangyan Huoji with his bare hands. Qin Wentian moved his feet and used the Nine Heavens Kunpang Ju at an extremely fast speed, but the opponent chased him relentlessly, and the battlefield roared. How strong is the defense of this kind of beast star soul? Qin Wentian sneered, stepped heavily, and stabbed out with a Fangyan Huoji again, making a sharp whistle. The power was so terrifying that it was unknown. Buzz! The body of the sixth knight slightly tilted, and his body was actually staggered with the Fangyan Huoji. His seemingly clumsy and huge body was extremely agile. At the same time, he directly overwhelmed the surging momentum carried by the Fangyan Huoji. He stretched out his left hand and directly grabbed the Fangyan Huoji, and his body continued to hit Qin Wentian. The crowd found that at this moment, the sixth knight was covered with a layer of demonic light, with a terrifying momentum. The force of this collision was probably enough to break the mountain. This is Brother Niu's Crazy Bull Roar, a mid-level magical power of the earth level, and it needs to absorb the essence of powerful cattle monsters to cultivate it. The seventh knight said with a smile, and the sixth knight had already hit Qin Wentian's body with a terrible magical power. When the sixth knight's body approached Qin Wentian, the terrifying momentum made Qin Wentian feel like thousands of horses were galloping and hitting him crazily. The divine essence in the star wheel meridian burst out, and Qin Wentian's left hand suddenly blasted out. The terrifying mountain falling palm fell down like a real mountain, hitting the body of the sixth knight. At the moment of collision, the crowd seemed to see a violent airflow flowing madly. Did you hold it? The seventh knight showed a look of astonishment. She knew how fierce the sixth knight's attack was. It was definitely a rampage attack. How could Qin Wentian, with the strength of the seventh level of the wheel meridian, hold it with his palm method? She didn't know that Qin Wentian condensed the divine essence with the star energy of the fifth level of the sky, and even included some of the divine energy condensed by the second level divine pattern mountain divine pattern, and then blasted out this mountain falling palm, which had such a terrible attack power, and forcibly withstood the opponent's impact. Roar! The sixth knight roared, and his crazy body rushed with Qin Wentian, heading towards the bottom of the battle platform, trying to knock Qin Wentian off the battle platform. Let go! Qin Wentian said to Liai. His eyes suddenly became full of arrogance, making Liai seem to surrender. Get out! Liai still roared. Although Qin Wentian fought hard, he was still pushed to the edge of the battle stage by Liai. Many people stared at this scene nervously. Could it be that Qin Wentian would be eliminated in the first battle of the second round? Looking for death? Qin Wentian shouted angrily, which surprised the crowd. They couldn't figure out why Qin Wentian could still utter such arrogant words. At this time, the divine essence in Qin Wentian's body was frantically gathering and condensing into the divine pattern of the sword. Now, Qin Wentian can successfully condense this kind of first-level divine pattern in a very short time. The strands of sword-shaped divine patterns gathered and turned into a terrifying and sharp sword in Qin Wentian's chakra, but at this moment, the people outside didn't know that Liai was determined to blast Qin Wentian down. Puff! Qin Wentian opened his mouth, and at this moment, he spit out a series of brilliant sword rays from his mouth, which were extremely sharp. Ah! A scream was heard, and the sixth knight's movement stopped instantly. The sharp sword spit out from Qin Wentian's mouth broke through his demonic shield, rushed into his eyes, and directly pierced into one of his eyes. The sixth knight's momentum suddenly leaked out crazily, and the sword light gathered by the divine essence also disappeared, but the damage to the sixth knight was doomed. Get out! Qin Wentian, who had reached the edge of the battle platform, grabbed the body of the mad bull and threw it directly off the battle platform. This sudden reversal made the crowd feel stunned, and the eyes looking at Qin Wentian became more and more strange. Spewing out sharp swords from his mouth, this guy actually has such an ability, it's really unexpected. Huo Chen's expression changed slightly. He had witnessed Qin Wentian spitting out palm prints from his mouth, but now, his move seemed to be more skilled and powerful, directly spitting out sharp swords from his mouth, making it hard to defend against. Even, just like his victory over Jiang Xiu in the first battle, Qin Wentian was not good at swordsmanship. Where did the sword come from? On the stands, at the Mo family's location, beside Mo Qingcheng, her father's eyes flashed with sharpness, and he whispered, "This kid, his chakra is extremely smooth, but how did he manage to spit out a sharp sword from his mouth?" Not only him, but also the Yuanfu realm masters from the Emperor Star Academy and all the major forces were curious about how Qin Wentian did it. This ability was very rare, and no elder had ever had it. Could it be that Qin Wentian had comprehended it himself? Then his comprehension really needed to be reassessed. Compared to the fact that the sixth knight was blinded and defeated, they were more concerned about how Qin Wentian did it. It cannot be said that these people were cold-blooded and ruthless, but most of them were used to life and death or serious injuries in the world of martial arts. On the stage of the king's banquet, there were always a few geniuses who fell every year, and serious injuries were also very common. But the people of the Snow Cloud country didn't think so. The sixth knight was not only defeated, but also blinded, which meant that he would lose the strength to challenge others. The battle between the king's banquet and Qin Wentian would be his last battle. Forget about the challenge, take him to the palace to heal. Chu Xianjiao said calmly, and several figures walked out, took the severely injured sixth knight away, and then flew away on the monster beast. After the defeat on the sixth night, everyone re-estimated Qin Wentian's strength. He could spit out a sharp sword from his mouth and attack him by surprise. He must not fight Qin Wentian in close combat, otherwise he would be restrained during the battle. If the opponent spits out a sword from his mouth, would you still resist like this? The ending of the sixth night is the best proof. 18 people, after one battle, there are 17 left. It seems that Qin Wentian's chance of competing for the top 9 will be greater. Many people thought in their hearts, and some regretted not betting on Qin Wentian to get a top 9 seed in Zumiatalao. Now Zumiatalao's odds may have been adjusted again. If you bet again, you have to calculate according to the new odds. Fatty Fan was a little excited at this moment. He bet his entire fortune. If Qin Wentian could rush into the top 9, no, the top 3, it would be great. Sikun Mingayu turned around and looked at Qin Wentian, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. We fought in the first round, but the winner is still undecided. Now, let's continue the unfinished battle. This time, before Sikun Mingayu opened her mouth, Qin Wentian spoke slowly. Then he was seen holding the Fangbian Huaji and strolling towards the direction of Kai. The Fangbian Huaji dragged on the ground, rubbing against a battle platform, making a harsh sound. The momentum of Qin Wentian was constantly rising. At this time, Qin Wentian gave people a feeling of arrogance, unruly, and if I take out the halberd, who can compete with me? That kind of momentum seemed to be engraved in his bones, and it bloomed inadvertently, like a peerless strong man. He strolled there, but he wanted to overlook the world. At this moment, Kai felt a terrible oppressive momentum coming towards him. P.S. On Monday, brothers ask for recommendation and support, rush to the list! Exclamation mark. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.